This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Leg stump line, Sibley seldom misses out. First boundary of the day.
It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Nicely angled. Not too far away from the diving gully, but just a little too full. And
I got a message actually overnight.
It's a wondrous shot. 2 full on the pads, 2 straights. Second boundary of the over for Sibley. He's just starting to get going now after a very placid start.
And again.
It's another, this time, the falsest of the 3 shots by some margin. Maybe with soft hands, but takes the edge. And there it is, the first wicket. Good bit of bowling from Deleda in the channel. Sibley slightly tentatively pushing forward, gets the edge. A good low catch at first slip. It's going to squirt away. That's not where Rory Burns intended, but he's going to get 4 for it nonetheless. Looking to push into the offside, and Burns brings up his half century in just 79 balls. He got off to a flyer yesterday. He was going to run a ball for his first 40 odd. There's 4 more down to the vacant third boundary, and Patel is underway again. Not quite where he intended perhaps, but he played it into the ground.
Still a few teams who can go up from there. Through!
Yep. Middle stump bent back.
Liam Livingston played in that as well.
Shot. Lawrence, just as you described, Phil, is going to come out there and clearly try and put pressure on straight away. Edge, and gets the first slip. That's 3 in a hurry for Durham. They're right in the game.
Second run in that direction for the over. It's been parried over the rope by Hogg, so bonus runs.
Into continues. That's been thrashed away off the back foot by Ryan Patel. He'll get 4 for that. It's a little too short.
International level.
Now he's gone after that. He's going to pick up 4 for it. He will. That's not a very Ben Folk shot, especially 5 minutes before lunch, but...
Given. The leader strikes. 10 minutes into the second section.
And it was exciting.
Short. And Curran pulls that in front of square and picks up 4. His first boundary. The leader's gone to that short ball a couple of times this session. Yorker given. The leader strikes again.
He's dropped him. That's burst through the hands. And Holder can't believe it. A reprieve for Curran. It went quickly, but you know, it was a good sight line. Edge. Dropped again. Curran with another life. The ball flies down to the boundary for 4. Now I just need to see.
Flick round the corner from Patel. That'll be 4 more. Moves on to 47. Short, pulled, behind square on the leg side. That'll be 4 more. That'll also be Ryan Patel's 50. 52 not out. What an innings this has been, and how crucial may it be in the context of the title race. Slippery Yorker from Minto that's turned around the corner.
He's a little bit quicker than you think.
Driven nicely this time from Patel to the shorter side. Picks up another boundary. Moves on to 60.
It did. Now that looks close. Well, it's bowled him. It's actually bowled him. Like Parkinson himself, I wondered if it hit the pads, but it's not. It's hit off stump. And Tom Curran's got to go. The partnership is broken.
What's ball in that?
And I think Clark's decided he's going to get after Parkinson instead. Gets that away for 4, which is an approach that Surrey didn't employ really at all, except for a brief.
London boy.
There's going to be runs here. Could be 4 of them. It is. Nicely glanced away. Every run precious at this stage. The deficit now 22, 10 runs away. That's clattered away wonderfully by Ryan Patel, just to the right of the cover fielder. There is a deep point.
They catch it.
He's got that away down to deep square. Deep square leg. Who's dropped it through his hands? I'm not even sure if that's not actually gone for 4. It might have. Well, it's been signalled 6. And then next ball driven majestically for 4. Nothing wrong with that shot at all.
That is.
That's painful.
You might get a bit of reverse swing.
Well, there's going to be some runs here.
It doesn't swing for long enough, so you might get a little bit of swing in the first 10 overs. Aggressive pitch, really. So then, like I say, you might get a little bit of. Oh, he's done it again.
Yep, slashed that away, and Surrey are going to move into the lead with that. Oh, that's been clattered away through extra cover for 4. Bit of width was all it took.
Good shot.
And Jordan Clark, who's just had a lean trot of late.
Outside edge, but evades the outstretched arm of Bettingham at first slip and reaches the rope as well. Frustration for Parkinson. Thought that made sense. Catches the call, and catch it will be. Well, that's not going to help in terms of Surrey hoping to push forward to gain as many batting points as they can. Encourage something. It's flatter, and cut and 4. On top of the bounce, deep in the crease. Check drive for 4. First boundary since tee for Patel. So much hinges on their number 3. Crunch. Haven't seen a ball hit that hard today. Where he took his first chance. Oh. Flayed away 4 more. That has raced to the short rope at point. No protection out there.
Short and cut in front of square on the offside. That'll be 4 more. The fielder, the leader in the boundary. Short and pulled. Behind square, and that'll be it. Ryan Patel gets to 3 figures. His second 100 of the summer for Surrey. Pulled in front of square, that'll be 4 more. Short of a length from Hogg. Pulled again. Over the man at fine leg. And Ryan Patel. Short and pulled in front of square. 4 more. Brilliant shot from Laws.
Minto gets another crack.
Yeah, good.
And first ball of it, he's taken the distance. Short ball, predictably a short ball. Minto started, I think, every over with a bouncer. Has holed out. So the spin of Parkinson, he has been indefatigable through the afternoon and the evening sessions. Over after over from the Vauxhall end, gets himself a second wicket. Skied. Robinson's ball. Done. So it's still going to leave Surrey 8 runs to get for that last point. That's relevant in this conversation.
Pushed down the ground, and that'll be 50 for Tom Laws. His second in first class cricket. Uses his feet. And that's 6. Baz Deleda, a long off.
pointer, which will mean that they're in a commanding position in terms of the title race. Good morning, Yas.
We've had two very similar days, I think, where by tea you'd say that it's been a pretty even day, and in the evening session Surrey have come out on top on both occasions.
Oh, look at that! Leg stump cartwheeling. Hogg knocked over. Fourth ball of the day. It's 2 for 2. Surrey on a roll at the start of this Durham second innings, and sure enough, it's Dan Worrall. It's always Dan Worrall.
Well, Dan Hogg, the second night watchman, departs, and like Callum Parkinson before him, departs for a duck. He seemed to be shaping up well when Worrall was getting the ball to move away from him. He was ready for the away swinger, and this one, it looks, given that leg stump is out the ground, it looks like it's come into him, or at least got on straight. Worrall so dangerous with a new ball against anyone, but as we've seen yesterday evening and this morning, especially so against night watchmen.
Yeah, most unusual situation where the two openers are coming together at 2 for 2, owing to the fact that Durham went twice on the night watchman, unusual as that is. But Worrall didn't mind. Both of them removed. And we've seen many times at the Kia Oval through 2024 games speed up in the second half, especially on day 3. And most of the time, that's via the arm of Dan Worrall. 4 in the first innings, 2 here. Nobody has more wickets in the country now in the season of 2024. He's an absolute machine.
So good. And, you know, you can look at the scorecard and say, well, the only 2 wickets Surrey have got are the 2 night watchmen, but that's still significant. Those are 2 players you can stick around for a long time. And batting conditions yesterday were pretty good. I think they've been pretty good throughout the game, so it'll be tough work for Surrey to take all 10 Durham wickets, and they made an almighty start. 2 wickets in the first 3 overs. Worrall still with that new ball in his hand. McKinney on strike now. Looked good in the first innings, but this will be a real test.
3 slips behind him, the left-hander. Oh, and he's beaten on the inside edge right away. Ever so close to 2 in 2 for Worrall. Super stuff right away. That was also Worrall's 50th wicket of the season. 50 at, let's call it 16 or thereabouts when you factor in how the stats will update after the game. Since arriving at this club a couple of years ago, he's been untouchable. As Phil Walker says, he's the most complete bowler in the country right now.
I think his control of a ball is right up there with the very best, and I'm not just talking about the domestic game, but...
There's the shout. There goes the finger as well. 2 in 3 for Worrall. Durham are being dismantled by Dan Worrall. He has 3 for 1. Durham are 2 for 3. It's all happening at the Kia Oval. Surrey on the rampage.
I was going to say that he's got it on a string at the moment, but the thing with Dan Worrall is that he's got many strings. He attacks you in so many different ways. Attacks both edges. Beats McKinney's outside edge first ball. Beats his inside edge second ball. Traps him in front. Look at that. Score 2 for 3 after 3 overs. Emilio Gay, the new Durham signing, on a pair, coming in with a score 2 for 3.
And just the class. I mean, taking leg stump out with a ball that cuts a right-hander in half, and then bringing one back the other way to a left-hander to hit him adjacent. That is just superb. Top-class bowling from Dan Worrall. 51 wickets now in the season, more than anybody. And he's putting Surrey into a great position to punch the bruise. And gosh, who knows how this day might play out if they can stay on this roll.
Alex Lees will be on strike to face Jordan Clark. Surrey on the attack, just 7 wickets away. I still think, despite those 3 early wickets, Carlo, the conditions are pretty good. Obviously, you've got the new ball that's moving a lot at the moment, but you know, we saw Surrey pile on a score in excess of 400 yesterday.
Well, different points yesterday, yeah. At different points yesterday, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that the most likely scenario was that next week it was a winner-takes-all type scenario for the 2 teams that would have been left in the hunt, with Somerset having done Enough, right? They had Lancashire in early trouble in their second innings before a considerable rebuild. And Surrey looked like they were a decent way away from parity on the first innings. It's going to be Clark away from us, Vauxhall end. Straight in that channel, which he's lived in for a couple of years, Clark. He's always there on the fourth stump line. But in the space of, well, really it's that partnership, isn't it? The partnership between McKerr and Patel, which got them into batting point territory, really, and just sucked all the life out of Durham's bowling attack towards the end. And at the same time as that, up at Old Trafford, Lancashire didn't lose any further wickets.
Well, there was a point in the day when Surrey were 5 down where they looked in danger of not enforcing the inexperienced Durham attack to return for third and fourth spells and really test their physicality as much as anything. And we saw Surrey really pounce late in the day, feasting on a tired attack. The scoring rate increased in the evening session.
These are marginal games. Oh, no, it's not. My apologies. I was going to say that Somerset were at risk of not getting the next bowling point, but we're into the second innings there. It's at 3:02 for 7. Not sure whether that's updated for the couple of overs this morning up there at Manchester. Yeah, absolutely. Your point's spot on. That it felt like they were not only going to leave runs out there, but it could be a situation where later in the game that the Durham bowlers were fresher than they should have been, all things being equal. But now you would say that the most likely scenario is that Surrey will be in a position to wrap up the championship today. Did not have that on the bingo card 24 hours ago.
Yeah, things can change very quickly. You know, there were several points last week at Taunton where it looked like that Surrey would probably just need a draw this week to secure the title. A draw at Taunton would have had Surrey very much in the ascendancy. You know, there's a point when Surrey looked like they'd win that game, and it would have all pretty much been done had they won that. And we know how quickly that game changed, and still a lot of cricket to play. Surrey still need these 7 wickets, and who knows what will happen at Old Trafford today.
I'm going to rely on you for score updates because Wi-Fi's not liking me at the moment. Yeah, so you can let us know what's happening at Old Trafford via your phone. Last ball here for Clark. Emilio Gay off the pair. And keeps the strike as well.
I believe Andrew Sampson is only with us this morning, so I think we should work him hard this morning.
Make the most of him. Make the most of him.
I think we got a similar stat up earlier in the season, but I'll be fascinated to know how Dan Worrall's Surrey record compares against Surrey seamers from generations gone by. Of Surrey seamers with 100 or more first-class wickets, his average must be up there with the best of them, certainly in the modern era.
It's a good shout. Give us a Bedser comparison, Samo, will you? Up on the screen, I'd appreciate that. Here is that man, Worrall. He's got 3 slips for Gay, 6-3 field. If you're just joining the coverage, 2 wickets in the first over of the day. Lively enough pace-wise as well. I think that's the one thing with Worrall that there's a perception. Certainly when he was playing for Gloucestershire, there was a perception that, well, okay, all good and well. Guy with natural outswing action dominates on Division 2 pitches with Duke's ball. But, you know, that happens, right? Since rocking up here on a test ground, different types of surfaces, week in, week out, super consistent, never injured, and crucially does it at a pace that's invariably well into the 80s. It's not that, again, I don't like the cliche, but the cliche of the sort of medium pacer who makes the very most of the English conditions. He's doing a different thing altogether. The fact that he can hoop the ball around and nip it around and all the rest of it, it's a bonus.
And I think you've seen that as well in his development as a white ball bowler. He's been arguably the leading new ball bowler in both the 100 and the SA20 in the last couple of years. And if you don't have that pace, if you can't touch 85 miles per hour, and you're playing against players of that quality, the SA20 is probably the second best T20 league in the world.
Down it goes. Could have been 3 in a couple of overs. Consternation in the cordon. I'm looking forward to seeing a replay as to just how that came down. So it was folks across the slips.
We saw it in the finals day opening spell from Worrall when he had Somerset 7 for 3. Let's have a look at that chance again.
So it did get to Lawrence, I think. It's hard to tell from the angle we're on, and we'll see it again in slow-mo, but a thick edge, a couple of them in the frame, hits the deck. Oh, how about that for a response as well to Lee's? Holy dooly. How's it missed? Yeah, the previous delivery, it was a thick enough edge that it gave folks a look. He was a little bit off balance because the ball's swinging so prodigiously. He's almost looking to go leg side, isn't he? Even with outside edges, we saw earlier in the game that Worrall got an outside edge to a left-hander that folks was taking almost down the leg side. He took off and didn't pull it off. Unusual as it is for Surrey behind the wicket.
Yeah, his pace it's similar to someone like Chris Woakes, maybe slightly quicker than Chris Woakes. And, Chris Woakes' home record is well known. He averages something like 21 with the ball in home test matches. And I think it's a really interesting question looking forward to next summer when Worrall qualifies as an England player. In home conditions, how many bowlers are out there who are better suited to these conditions? And when I mean conditions, as that dot ball completes the 5th over the innings, Durham 5 for 3. And what I mean by conditions, it's more to do with the ball. The Duke's ball really suits Worrall. Worrall is someone who swings the ball, can swing the ball throughout an innings, however old the ball is. And I don't know, just because I haven't seen much of Worrall with the Kookaburra, if he is able to have as much success with a Kookaburra ball that doesn't give you as much later on in the innings.
I saw him quite a bit in the Shield when he played for South Australia, and he was exactly the same bowler you're seeing here. The difference was that his role in the attack was different. He was bowling a lot of the time with Chad Sayers, Joe Mennie, 2 guys who played for Australia, Kane Richardson, another Australian representative. So it wasn't as clear cut that he was the attack leader.
So the Chris Woakes comparison furthers?
Quite. I personally, I think the messaging from Rob Key, made this point a couple of days ago, but we'll do so again now. The messaging from Rob Key about providing as many routes to the England 11 as possible, that's enough for me to think that there's no way in the world Worrall isn't playing against India next year. Now, whether he plays against Australia with the Kookaburra ball, by the way, that's an open question. But in England, 5 tests in 6.5 weeks, never injured, and doing what he does with the Dukes. Oh, lovely from Clark. Just reminding everyone he's a class bowler as well there. I just don't really see a scenario where Worrall doesn't play. It would be... look, we'll see. Time will tell. But given they're so committed to this model of doing what they feel to be... providing a wider range of ways to make the England team, if you like. Yeah, it's going to jar for some people that a guy who's very much Australian, who will qualify in April... straight to mid-wicket. But
flirtation with Ireland at some point as well?
Yeah, he's eligible for Ireland. He is eligible for Ireland. I know they had a pretty big crack. I think it's by a grandmother, if memory serves me correctly. I know the Ireland Brains Trust were all over it when he was playing for Gloucestershire. But, of course, Worrall came to London and made his intentions clear about being a pro here and doing the Home Office qualification and so on. Yeah, I mean, if there's a test squad for the first test next year against India and he's not in it, and indeed the Zimbabwe test that precedes it, I'd be stunned. which role that is exactly, well, time will tell. But there's a lot of cricket to be played between now and then, of course, for England's Test team.
You know, it's quite interesting seeing Gus Atkinson get into the England team, and he ends up doing a different role to what he does for Surrey. When he plays for Surrey, he very rarely has the new ball, but after Anderson's retirement after the first Test of summer, Atkinson pretty much every time was given the new ball. But he's such a versatile bowler, I don't think he needs it. I think Worrall is so good with that new ball. He wins you games with spells in the first 10 overs of an innings. So often. And he gets really good players out consistently on good pitches. And I go back to the pace, because I think the pace is significant. If Dan Worrall was a sort of bowler who didn't move the ball that much, we'd be talking of him completely differently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, last week they out here, Josh Hull played that third Test match against Sri Lanka, right? Inside part of the bat, over complete, 1 run off, 6 for 3. Yes, that's right, 6 for 3. Dan Worrall took 2 wickets inside the first over this morning. Durham still trailing by 147 after Surrey were bowled out for 415 late yesterday. You see on the card there, Parkinson was out first ball, the first of the 2 night watchmen. Worrall sorted out, the second of which Hogg was dismissed. 4th ball today, and McKinney, usually the opener, came out at 4, only lasted 2 deliveries, struck in line with middle. Worrall, bang, bang, bang. I just wonder, and this is probably this won't be a uniform answer, I'm sure, as an England cricket fan. As Worrall, with the sweatband, goes again. Oh, there's that difference here. That's the short ball. Sorry, 2 points to make, as we'll get an illustration of one of them on the replay here, I suppose, if we see the short ball again. He's quick enough. So if you trust the guns, he's quicker than Josh Hull is at the moment.
Yeah.
And so much was made of Josh Hull and the different component parts and so on, and I agree with that. It's a tantalising idea that a bloke who's 6'7", who bowls left arm, who's got the raw materials, could end up being really something special. But right now, Worrall's a faster bowler than Hull. Again, if you trust the speed gun. Not that it should come down to that, but just by way of comparison. How do you think it'll be experienced by the England cricket community if a guy who is Australian, who the moment he qualifies gets picked? Remember, there's the Darren Pattinson situation in 2003, which was most unusual, but similar kind of energy, although Pattinson hadn't absolutely dominated the way in which Worrall has. Do you think it'd be seen as, okay, fair play, let's do it, or do you think there'll be some frustration?
There will always be, for whatever happens, some frustration. But I think English cricket is pretty used to situations like it, where players are selected as soon as they're qualified.
On the angle, but going over the top. That's why it's turned down, I suspect.
There'll be some people online, I'm sure, who'll moan about it, but I think by and large the vast majority of cricket fans, I think, wouldn't see it as an issue. I think they see it as if you've qualified for a country, you can play for them.
Do you think? You see all sorts online. I saw some conspiracy theories yesterday about Durham aiding Surrey's efforts to do over Somerset. I'm like, oh, come on. You need more. If you're advancing that theory, you need more hobbies. You've got to get offline desperately. Worrall again. Get off your Facebook forums. You really got to, first and foremost, get off Facebook. That's the first thing. But get out of those forums. Self-reinforcing. The world is not against you. It is going to be okay. Because no, there wasn't a giant overarching ECB-led conspiracy for Durham to drop catches yesterday. That didn't happen, guys. Go for a walk around the block. Talk to your families. Do something else. Missed opportunity there for Worrall down the leg side. Got a Samo here. Here we go. This is the one you were. Oh, this is good. This is all you guys. Have some fun with it.
Best county championship bowling averages by seamers for Surrey. Minimum 100 wickets. So since 1990. Wakar Yunis tops the list, 232 wickets at 18.9. Then it's Morne Morkel, 103 wickets at 20.79.
Oh, past the inside edge, Worrall. That could have been off stump flying again. 8 for 3. Worrall all over it. 145 away from requiring Surrey to bat in the fourth innings.
So at this point in time, Dan Worrall currently has 138 wickets at 21.11. So since 1990, Worrall has the third best average among Surrey seamers who have taken 100 or more first-class wickets, and the other two are genuine greats of the game, Wakar Yunis and Morne Morkel. And more historically, Collar, you asked for the Bedser comparison. Yeah. Alec Bedser, 1,214 wickets at 19.14. But top of the pile, George Lohman.
Shot. Nicely timed by Lees. A couple on offer. Nice piece of fielding too by Worrall.
But yeah, top of the list, George Lohman, 480 wickets at 12.94.
It's almost like you need to play around with those, don't you? So Lohman, 19th century, Bedser, uncovered wickets. And then you kind of group up more modern bowlers in Wakar, Morkel and Worrall, who you can throw a blanket over in terms of their bowling averages at Surrey.
But that's the class he's been here, you know. He really has been that level. He's had a similar influence on this Surrey team to what Morne Morkel had back in 2018 when Morne Morkel, Scott Borthwick was on commentary yesterday. He was talking about the influence that Morkel had. Morkel, fresh out of Test cricket, you know, in 2017 he was arguably the standout South African bowler when South Africa toured England. And in 2018 he was doing the same stuff for Surrey. Led them to a championship title, and Worrall, who knows what will happen here for the rest of the day, but also at Manchester, could be leading the attack to a third title on the bounce.
Yeah, and it would be a fourth since 2018 as well. You loop in a couple in the early 21st century. It's quite the record. Oh, doesn't go far in the end, but for a moment all eyes were, is that going to land somewhere near the woodwork? Not to be. And yeah, it's been excellent recruitment. I mean, Clark, using him as the example, has just obviously arrived here midway stage of his career. It's almost Clark for a Clark, wasn't it? Ricky followed by Jordan, but at Lancs, he was a perfectly competent cricketer. Here he's been a star. Picked up off the hip for 4. Lee's first boundary of the day.
Yeah, just a couple of times Jordan Clark bowling around the wicket to the left-handers, trying to bowl stump to stump really. Just got his line slightly wrong on a couple of occasions, and Lees has helped himself to a few runs. Leg byes on this occasion, however. Yeah, I was actually talking to a Lancashire fan last night, someone who's up at Manchester.
Oi.
Oh, that's a good leave. He's left on length a lot in this game.
Yeah, on day one it was quite a lot, wasn't it, where Lees managed to make the right calls. 14 for 3. Here's a replay just to see how close it was back off the seam, over the top of, the off bail.
And there's a lot of frustration at Lancashire with their season and how Lancashire in recent years have almost mismanaged talent. You know, they look around the ground and they see someone like Jordan Clark, who was on their books not too long ago, a central figure at the best county in the country. And there are a few players still in their prime, really, who Lancashire had on their books who've gone elsewhere, and Clark is top of that list.
Shot. Big week for Emilio Gay. New county. A couple of games to finish the season here. He'll be a big part of their planning for 2025. Started the season with a massive 100, 261 against Middlesex. A couple of other hundreds along the way for Northants, and now the chance to come to Division 1 and set up again.
And went okay in Division 1 last year with Northants as well, so this isn't a blind punt by any means from Durham. Highly regarded player, stylish left-hander.
Oh, again. Worrall likes it, but a bit of doubt about where impact was made and height, I think, as well.
Worrall still threatening. Look at the replay here. Yeah, just as Colo said, questions about where it struck Gay and also about the height as well. Really good carry on this wicket. We saw it with how Lees is leaving several balls on length. Still trust the pitch on day 3.
Bit of a haze here across the Kia Oval. Out our commentary window. Bright morning. Rory Burns up to consult his bowler before the over continues. Looks like he's thinking about popping another catcher into the cordon, possibly. Sucking in the deep breaths. Underrated part of the craft for these guys that play week in, week out, that the aerobic fitness to charge in spell after spell. It's going to be a leg gully. Patel just in round the corner. That's the adjustment. Get on the angle. This is what we've seen Worrall do this quite a bit through the season. He starts an over wide of the crease, left-handers, the natural arc towards the stumps, and invariably what follows is the one that stands up off the seam and then threatens the outside edge. So it'll be interesting to see whether we see one of those change-up deliveries across the next 3 balls.
We've also seen him deploy the leg slip
Yeah.
fairly often as well, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Ryan Patel moving across to leg slip.
Thought they might put McCurr there, given he took a great catch in that position against Lancashire. Okay, so short ball.
Yeah.
So an appeal earlier in the over that was coming back, another one that hit him on the pad, now the bouncer, leg gully in. So he's expecting the attack to be around the line of his middle and leg stump. I just wonder whether we're going to see a bit of Worrall genius here, where he angles it in and steers it away, be it this ball or the last. Well in behind it. Good batting from Gay.
Yeah, that leg slip almost telegraphs the shape of the ball from Worrall. He occasionally gets wickets where he gets the ball to move into the left-hander, and the left-hander almost flicks it without thinking about where the fielders may be. And yeah, as Adam mentioned, Conor McCurr took an absolute blinder to dismiss Matty Hurst a few weeks ago at leg slip.
What do you know? Last ball, the one that's angled in and steers away. Touch wide of the off stump. It did draw the left-hander into the shot. Ends the over. 18 for 3 at the end of the first half an hour. Yas Rana will stay with you. And replacing me, a man who's up and about. He's dancing his way into the commentary position. Surrey's own Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, Dan Worrall has been sublime this morning. Those 2 wickets in his first over of the day. But it's not just those 2 wickets. He's come ever so close to breaking this stand between Lees and Gay. They've not been together for that long, but there have been a few perilous moments. Worrall beating both edges. He's got so many ways of attacking.
We like peril, don't we, Yaz? So what's your assessment today? What's it been doing?
Well, it's a new ball and it's been moving, Dan. It's been pretty normal new ball stuff, but
These words are music to my ears.
Clark and Worrall have a great control, and you know, sometimes in the first 10 overs you don't actually get a huge amount of movement, and we have seen plenty this morning. I still think the pitch is very good. As we saw it yesterday afternoon. Patel and Laws making hay in the evening session.
slightly tired bowling attack perhaps, and also the evening conditions. You know, we are playing in September in the morning. In days of yore, Yas, I don't know if you're quite young enough to remember the absurdity of the 10:30 start in the 50-60 over final at Lord's. Many a time, Surrey themselves were recipients of that good fortune when they blew away Warwickshire in 1982.
That is just before my time.
Were it not for a brave effort from Asif Din, the game could have been over by about 2:30. As it was, Surrey romped to an easy victory, their 4th successive Lord's final, having lost the previous 3. And it was all about 10:30. The great late David Thomas featured that day, the left arm all-rounder. And at one stage, I think by about 11:10, Warwickshire was something like 28 for 4.
I mean, it's done a fair bit this morning, but I think it's just conventional new ball movement through the air. There's not been a lot off the pitch. If anything, the pitch looks slightly slower than it has been on days 1 and 2.
That's pretty standard oval fare, isn't it?
I mean, a few balls that have looked pretty quick from the hand, and then they just lose a bit of venom off the pitch. Though a couple have flown through. That chance that went to Folkes and Lawrence.
Oh, he's got him. Straight through. It's Clark this time, his first, and it's Lees who's got to go. Beaten all ends up. Stump out of the ground. We've seen that once before today. And Durham are reeling. They're 18 for 4. Done on the angle. Done for a bit of pace as well, perhaps. Be interesting to see the replay. I wonder if there was a touch of inside edge. But it's been quite the first half hour for the champions.
Yep, Clark, like Worrall, drawing the batter forward, lures him into a drive. Lees doesn't really move his feet. The ball comes into him.
Just gone between bat and pad, hasn't it? I don't think there was any inside edge on that. We might get a better view from behind. I mean, it's lovely. It's come on with the angle. It's come through with pace as well. Jordan Clark, a much underrated bowler for pace. Don't think people quite realise how speedy he is. You've got to see the cartwheeling stump. It's a beautiful sight for a bowler.
It's a big wicket. Alex Lees, brilliant player. Had another very good season for Durham. Has the ability to stick around for a long time.
Well, no disrespect to the batters that have gone before in this Durham innings, but they are not the ones that Surrey have really got their eye on if they want to wrap this game up and wrap it up today. We've had 2 night watchers, which is fairly unusual, in Parkinson and Hogg, and then the young McKinney. So you'd say that was the first of the sort of front-line batters. Just been told Worrall dismissed 2 night watchmen for a duck in this innings. Sadly, Andrew Sampson is not apprised of enough night watchman data to do a list of this in first class or county championship. But I found one case in Test cricket. Are we calling them night watchmen? It was a reverse of the batting order, really. It was Vose getting rid of O'Reilly and Fleetwood Smith at Melbourne in 1937. That was when Bradman was so frit. He didn't dare bat when it was tough, the flat track bully that he was. And demanded that the lower order go in ahead of him in difficult conditions and sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the Beggy Green.
Well, that's what Don.
And Don made 270. So it did work, I know. You're about to say that it's perfectly legitimate tactic.
I was going to say that's what Sri Lanka were doing with Kaminda Mendis.
Not anymore. He's up at 5 now.
He's up at 5, yeah, and got still scoring hundreds.
Still scoring hundreds, yeah. Well, I think Sri Lanka suddenly realised that there's quite a reason why a lot of wicket keepers bat down at number 7. So rather than having Kusal Mendis or Chandimala, whoever they've decided has got the gloves that day, Nissan could do it as well. It's a crazy sort of revolving door of wicket keepers we saw from Sri Lanka. They've realised that if you put your wicketkeeper at 7, you can put your best batter in the middle order, which has worked rather well. But enough about Kamindu Mendis. Surrey have now got Beddingham at the crease, and he is a massively important man in this lineup. It's a change of bowler. Laws into the attack. His first ball is driven away beautifully by Emilio Gate. Got a duck in his first innings on debut for Durham. So Worrall's spell there was 4 overs this morning, isn't it? He's gone off injured. Ooh, did we get sight of that, Jake? Well, that could be a blow. Oh, that's big appeal. Just going down leg, perhaps. Might have just pitched outside leg as well. But you can see Laws there trying to bring that ball back into the left-hander.
As Samo says, that reduces to just 5 seamers with Dan Worrall off the field.
Yes. What did you... I didn't see him go off. What did it look like?
Well, he was holding his back a couple of overs ago, but he bowled a full over after doing that. So, and he bowled that over with good pace. So hopefully it's just a precaution, just a quick check.
A rub down.
Yeah, but we'll try and get information to you as quickly as possible.
Now you sense it's going to be one of those days today, as it has been throughout this round of county championship matches, of course, when we're gazing back and forth across the country, trying to read the runes. Is this going to be the big day when things are decided, or is it going to be the day when we discover it's all going to the last match of the season? And Lancashire are digging in. They've faced 117 overs in this second innings now. 313 for 7. Somerset, you'd expect, will be able to knock them off comfortably enough, and Phil Walker will have to pay up. But time will tell.
George Balderson really digging in, 12 off 80. Yeah, he's in at 9, someone who has opened the batting and opened the batting well for Lancashire in the past. I think there was an early use of a night watchman in that innings, Will Williams coming in on the evening of day 1. It was 21
Good
wickets.
grief, it was, wasn't it?
Fell on day 1.
Just 6 wickets fell yesterday, after 21 fell on the first day. Should get a couple here. Nicely tucked off the hip. I don't know if Andrew Sampson's able to make any sense of this, but it just feels like more wickets have gone down early on in games, and then it's got a little bit easier. To take a look at the scorecard there. 3 ducks in the top 4. Of course, 2 of those were night watchers, Parkinson and Hogg. The 2 openers, though, the openers from the first innings, Lees and McKinney, now out. Gay, Benningham, Robinson, Ackerman, Deleda. Those are the people who stand between Surrey, you'd think, and winning this game. I'm trying to think about across the country over the last 15, 20 years. I've witnessed quite a few unusual matches. It's been carved away, but should be stopped on the boundary. They'll get back for a couple. Nice eager work down there from Ryan Patel. We were always taught, weren't we, that pitches start well and get worse. And nowadays, pitches often... the reason why you see so many people inserting sides on winning the toss is there's the most in it on the first day, and then they can flatten out completely. And I don't know what that's about. Have you any theories, Phil Walker, who's sat alongside me?
They would be half-baked if I did proffer any.
Is that what they do with the pitch? They half-bake them on the first day?
We should get Big Lee up, the real star of the show, Big Lee Fortis, who's been running the show here for the best part of a decade now, even longer.
Might want to give him plenty of warning for that.
Yeah. He's preparing pitches which do fit that description, though. And
result pitches as well.
Result pitches, but pitches where they reward good cricketers. As simple as that. You can play like Ryan Patel did yesterday, and you can get pace and bounce and carry through as well. And as we saw, a bit of purchase as well from Callum Parkinson on day 2 yesterday as well. But you're right, Rory Burns has inserted the visitors 10 times in a row.
It's got to be a good reason for that.
Yeah, and it's not just simply the Stokesian line of we'll have a chase. There is methodology to it, and definitely there is a bit more energy and zip on the first day here at the Kia Oval.
Well, I think
and days 2 and 3 tend to be the best days to bat.
I think I'm right in saying, and if I'm not, it's someone else's fault, because they told me. When I was here for the test match the other day, and I was trying to offer some expert guidance on how the pitch might play and what one might expect in the first innings of the match. Now, as you go through it, having seen a lot of cricket here, that's a lovely shot. Standing tall, punch off the back foot. Shot of pure class from Beddingham. He really is a very fine player. Was dropped in the first innings by Sibley, but Surrey still managed to get him out for 36.
Yeah, it's the economy, isn't it, Daniel? The economy of movement.
Does nothing there, does he really? Just transfers the weight back, punches the ball, away it goes. But I think I'm right in saying that the highest first innings total here in the county championship this year was, I want to say, 343 by Warwickshire. And I think Surrey won that game by 9 wickets, suggesting that it gets better and better. You know?
Yeah. The Somerset game sticks in my mind actually as well.
Kookaburra,
yeah.
It was very hard to shift Somerset, wasn't it, in that second innings?
Yeah. But I think I would love to talk to Lee about this, obviously off the record or off air. It's not his style to come onto a show such as this, but
he doesn't seek the limelight.
He doesn't. No, he's the power behind the throne.
The limelight seeks him.
But I'd love to know if there have been changing properties on this oval pitch over the last 10, 15 years. It certainly seems to me that even late summer pitches, they don't crack as much as they used to. They don't crumble and crack. And we saw it in that test match, as you mentioned. There were slight rough patches from the left arm seamer, Josh Hull's follow through. But aside from that, there was very little evidence, albeit it wasn't a particularly hot week, so perhaps it would have baked that pitch a bit more on another week. But
it's a very comfortable chase, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And that's despite the atmospherics, as that's been nicely worked away. I don't know if it's going to reach the boundary.
Certainly, though, you see it.
Pursuit. Oh, it will just. It's a fine effort from the fast bowler. He's already bowled 5 overs this morning to chase after that, but it's 4 more to go, 30 for 4.
Yeah, it's good timing. He needs a few here, having blobbed up in the first innings. You think of Lords, you think of Trent Bridge. They don't tend to crumble, do they? In the ways that we may, in our mind's eye, imagine that they used to.
Well, Old Trafford as well.
Yeah,
Old Trafford in the Ashes match last year.
Yeah, 400 v 600, yeah.
Yeah, people say, well, England were going to win that game. It's hard to take wickets in the second innings. It's hard to take wickets. Full stop, really. I'm trying to think of what... I mean, even at Headingley, we tend to see 4th innings chasing. We saw Shea Hope not that long ago. See pitches easing. And I wonder what the reason for that is, because it can't be that all the soil has changed around the country simultaneously. Is it that pitches are being prepared slightly differently for them to last longer, and in so doing they're possibly at their most lively at the start?
I tell you what,
that's another lovely shot from Gaze. Likes it on his pads. It's going to be 4 more. Second one through that region this over.
By the start of the first home game next year, I'll have some answers for you. I'm going to speak to
hello.
I'm going to speak to Big Lee, and I'm going to speak to Gary Barwell. Edgbaston.
Yep, he's a lovely man.
He's a lovely man, and he's very
passionate. It's passionate,
effusive, isn't he, about his subject?
Absolutely.
He will talk you for hours and hours, literally.
The Wormsley crew. Do you want to speak to them? Because they're very good.
Yes, actually, yeah, good shout. They have, of course, hosted a test match as well.
2014.
Just back here, going into the 20s. He played a couple of pleasing shots from this end, actually, against Tom Law's cover drive, and then a couple of flicks off the hip from this over. And again, while it looks somewhat forlorn for Durham. 115 still in arrears. You feel like these are the two classy players. Ackerman as well in good form. Something's got to happen for them in the here and now, really.
Well, I think when you look at a scorecard like 38 for 4, you think, well, Durham are toast. But I think if there was a way of slightly changing a scorecard to reflect who's out, you might have 38 for 2.4.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, for Durham fans who may not have seen too much of Emilio Gay, obviously he's effectively pre-signed. He's technically on loan here for this game and available for next week as well before signing full on for next year.
Oh, I think he might just have pulled his bat inside the line. End of the over, 38 for 4. John Surtees has come in and he's presented me with a task.
All right.
And it's one that I approach with extreme trepidation. So I'd just like to say that these questions have been put by our producer, and I urge the listeners to be gentle with us. Given we are nearing the end of the season, people, can you please email with your thoughts on our coverage to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. There are 4 questions here, which I read with some alarm. Have you enjoyed it? Where, how have you been watching it? And don't say with your eyes. I think what he wants us to know is phones at home, at work. If you're doing it at work, you can send it in anonymously. We won't say it. We won't name you. What can we do better? That is a dreadful question.
Oh dear.
Clark in. This is guided down to deep third. What can we do better? I mean, if what you want to say is throw loads of money at the commentators, then we'd like that. That's a great suggestion. Provide them with libations, free champagne.
Well, just some fresh water would do.
Fresh
John.
water would be nice,
John, if you are listening.
Better commentators, says John. Seriously, what would you like to see? And has it changed how you think about county cricket? I'll give you those questions again. You don't have to answer all. This isn't a test. But we'd be very grateful for any feedback, as this is our last game of the season. It could even be the last day of the season. At the moment.
Could be the last session, Daniel.
I very much doubt that. But it could be. But Durham have got fight in them, so I wouldn't bank on it.
No, indeed. I just want to go back to Emilio Gay. Says, come to Durham from Northants, of course, where he's been opening the batting for a few years now. He's still relatively young. But Durham fans are in for a treat. He's a very, very fine player. Thankfully, he blocks that one out into the offside. And Surrey fans as well will know him because he played I think it was 140 something, 147 perhaps. Samo might be able to help me. Towards the back end of a season 3 years ago, and I caught that innings here. And it was a brilliant one-man stand for Northants against a typically good Surrey attack. Plays the quicks well. He's made good runs for Northants on sometimes some pretty juicy tracks.
It's a good leave, that. Not far from off stump.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that there were many other counties interested in him when it became clear that he wouldn't be signing on the new contract for Emilio Gay. 145, Samo says.
Not bad, Phil, not bad.
Yeah.
2 out.
Yeah, it was a statement knock, though. He's maybe 24, 25 now. Just let me have a look.
Coming into his prime.
Well, exactly. And so Durham have acted quickly here to nail him down to a long-term contract from the start of next year. 24. Just 24.
That surprises me. He feels like he's been around a while, and that's because when he came into the team to begin with, he made an impression straight away, didn't he?
Yeah. Averages tick under 36, which is an opening bat at Wantage Road is pretty tidy. But when he gets in, he goes big, which is a sign of a good player. He's got a couple of double hundreds under his belt already. As I say, the 145 here as well, 2 or 3 years back. Good player. as is this fella.
Got a lot of time, hasn't he, David Bellingham? 41 for 4 at the end of the over. I was about to ask you those questions again, but they've been taken off my screen. It's surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Those questions are...
Ominously, they're back.
Which I say with some trepidation. Have you enjoyed it? Of course, the answer to that will hopefully be yes. Or your answer might be, it depends on whether Surrey are winning. Because I tend to find that I enjoy watching Surrey on other people's live streams when we're not on it. For example, when I was watching the Somerset live stream, thoroughly enjoyed it while Tom Curran was scoring that 80-odd. Thoroughly didn't enjoy it as they lost wickets in the last hour. How have you been watching it? And we do promise that we will not give names, addresses. If you're the Governor of the Bank of England and you say, I was watching it while we were deliberating about an interest rate rise. Got completely distracted and slashed them by 1% by accident. What can we do better? That is a question that's freighted with terror for me. And has it changed how you think about county cricket? So please do get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. With Laws in the attack. You think Clark will probably come out of the attack now. He's bowled 6 overs this morning. Got that wicket of Alex Lees. Surrey have both Currans and Conor McCurr yet to bowl in this innings. Sam Curran's tended to bowl from the Vauxhall end. The breeze, which has all game been in the wrong direction, if you know what I mean by that. You probably don't, so I'll explain in a moment after this ball. Yes, the prevailing direction of wind at the Oval is southwest, which means that if you're watching from the Vauxhall end as we're watching, then the wind will blow from right to left towards the gas holder side. But throughout this match we've had easterlies, so they come from the gas holder side over to the Archbishop Tennyson side, and Sam Curran, as a left armer, tries to take the ball away from the left hander or back into the pad, so the right hander would tend to want the Vauxhall end in this game. That's clipped away beautifully for 4, straying on the pads. There's been a few loose balls in the last 10 minutes from Surrey, just trying to attack, getting a little bit too straight to both Gay and Beddingham, and they're taking full toll. The deficit now down to just 106.
Beautiful shot.
Now Dan Worrall, therefore, has switched ends. He normally bowls on the Vauxhall end. Throughout this match he's taken his 7 wickets in this match. From the Pavilion end, Conor McCurr bowled from the Vauxhall end. Same again. It brings up the 50. And Beddingham's looking in fine touch here. In a way, you can bat with a certain freedom, can't you, when you come in with a score 18 for 4, your team miles behind, having already ensured that you're going to stay up this year, but you can't win the title.
Yeah.
There's a bit of fun to be had potentially out there. For Surrey, there's an awful lot more riding on the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. 17 from 12. He's off to a flyer here. He's had some balls to hit. Tom Law's not yet found his lines. A bit over pitched, bit leg sidey as well to both right and left-handers. Just needs to settle, does Tom Law's. Crucial hand yesterday with the bat. Really did take the game away from Durham. But yeah, Beddingham's style, you can absolutely see why he's so prolific. In all forms of cricket, by the way. You know, he has a very good white ball record, but he's building a good test career as well. Embryonic at this stage, but made a very good 100 against New Zealand early on. And you can see with the economy of movement, the kind of the staccato style, the way that he plays quite late, very straight, not a much extravagant feet movement. He just gets in line.
Well, that's thrashed away. That's another boundary, the 3rd in the over. It's an expensive over from Law. It's gone for 16. And Durham are motoring here. They're 57 for 4. A bit too short.
Extravagant feet movement.
See here, too short and too wide. Beddingham is too good
gets in line.
Well, that's thrashed away. That's another boundary.
Yeah.
The 3rd in the over. 57 for 4. We've had some response already.
Oh, blimey.
I know. They're quick. Harry Short is watching on his iPad whilst eating his dinner at 8:20 p.m. in Sydney. They're so lucky in Sydney now, aren't they? Because it's spring. They have the cricket season to look forward to. The future is upon them, whereas for us, the future lies in the past. And we've also had an email from... Now, it could be Tommy Fiddler, or it could be Tommy Fiedler. Or Fiedler.
I think let's go with Fiedler.
Shall we go with Fiedler?
I think so, yeah.
He says, good morning all. My best mate and I are planning to come to the Oval tomorrow. His dad passed away 2 weeks ago and has understandably been a bit down in the dumps. So a day out watching cricket in the sun is much needed. I entirely relate to that, Tommy. As a die-hard Surrey fan, it's a weird feeling wanting Durham to play well today to ensure we see Surrey win the championship tomorrow. As Sam Curran is in the attack. I thought this change might happen. It's a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together. He says he wants to see Surrey win the championship tomorrow. Well, that will depend on how Somerset get on against Lancashire. Don't forget, as well as how Surrey get on here against Durham. The first over of today from Mr. Worrall gave me happiness and annoyance at the same time. I've got some backup options if the game does end today, but would appreciate some more ideas if you have any. Well, head straight to the Beehive. I imagine there'll be players, there'll be fans, there'll be scorers. There might be some broadcasters in there as well. There should be producers.
Well,
could be messy.
Tomorrow is one of the final games for Adam and John's team, ODBCC.
Oh, yes.
They're playing somewhere or other in London. Or just outside.
Are you honestly telling people to go and watch the Oval Dream?
I'm merely doing what Adam Collins would definitely be saying if he was sat in this chair, and will be saying.
Is he not on comms tomorrow then?
20 minutes from now. I think he is, but I think his team are playing, and naturally, if this game finishes early, and that's the criteria here for Tommy, then there's a game still to watch and some good characters playing in it. Or you can come and watch my five-a-side in Vauxhall.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste, that.
Might not. No, we've got some brilliant stats here, which are sort of backing up the feeling that we've got. I'm going to come to them in a moment. Now then, this was in response to the question about looking at runs per wicket rather than wickets per day, which inevitably average is lower on the last day. Average wickets per day are lower on last days due to teams winning potentially earlier in the day rather than having a full day's play. Absolutely makes sense. So, if you look at runs per wicket in the county championship, on day one, average is 35.18. The rest of the match, 35.47. So a little bit higher. Not a lot, but a little bit higher. In the 2020s generally, 33.58 on the first day, 32.36. So going down a touch. But in the 80s, for example, it went down a fair bit more, 31.89 on day one, 29.64.
This is magical stuff.
In the 80s. I'm very happy. And then, 1950s, Surrey's heyday. Day one was the time to bat, 26.99 average runs per wicket. Thereafter, 23.18. So that's where we get the idea from, isn't it? Oh, that's flown and taken the edge. And Bellingham's got to go. I don't know how you play that ball. That absolutely flew from Sam Curran. It's a massive wicket. It's probably the biggest wicket. It's Bellingham. He's got to go for 23. Well taken by Folkes, because it startled me. It must have startled Folkes. It just flew. Taken around about shoulder, head high. That's half the Durham team gone. 58 for 5. Oh, that's flown and taken the edge. And Bellingham's got it. That's where we get the idea from, isn't it? It's left him. And Bellingham, well, might be a bit annoyed that he played it at all. Oh, that's flown and taken the edge. And Bellingham, that's where we get the idea from.
I think that's it. I don't think you can put too much blame on Bellingham there. It looks to him like a potential scoring shot.
Flown and taken the edge.
Angled across him,
and Bellingham's got to go. I don't know how you play that ball. That's
natural
absolutely
that
flew.
That's where we get the idea square, from, isn't it? And it's just climbed out of nowhere. But it's good signs for Sam Curran, who's bowled with nip in these 4 days since he's come back into the side. And again, it's further evidence that the pitch offers you something. If you can find that bit of extra zip, you bend your back, you get something from it. Brilliantly done, really, by Sam Curran, who's come in for the first over of the morning for him, and he's already nicked off the star man.
It has been a dream first hour for Surrey fans. They've picked up 4 wickets of Surrey. Durham 58 for 5, half the side gone, and at Old Trafford, not a wicket has fallen in the first hour. Lancashire 334 for 7, their lead 328. Balderson has 17. Luke Wells has brought up his 100, but it's just surely denying the inevitable Somerset chase. More from Phil Walker, and then it'll be Adam Collins.
Put your hand in your pocket, Daniel.
What was the Daniel line that prompted the hand in the pocket?
Well. It's Tom Curran.
Certainly is.
Who is
had 4 wickets this morning.
Yeah, replacing Tom Laws.
Oh, indeed. It's a
who
change
failed to
of
find
bowler.
his radar, in truth. Adam.
Sorry, I better tell you this, Phil. It's important. Change of bowlers powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. Here. SSE Energy Solutions. Thanks for their support. Sorry, the hand in pocket. Please return to that.
Well, look, please gamble responsibly, but it's possible that Daniel, Yas, and I had a 3-way bet last night on the outcome at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And Yas and Daniel, albeit an hour before the close of play, were convinced that Somerset would chase down whatever target Lancashire set them. And I, for a few pennies, humbly argued against that.
Yep.
And since then, they haven't lost a wicket.
Beautiful.
They've been playing for about 2.5 hours.
Beautiful.
Somerset's still looking for the 8th.
I'm not sure if you heard our intro this morning. Well, Yas and I were chatting for a little while about some of the wild conspiracy theories doing the rounds on the internet last night about how it was all constructed yesterday for Durham to intentionally drop catches to hurt Somerset. It was all part of the wider conspiracy against them and so on. It's quite entertaining, really. Anyway, it's all happening here. 4 wickets this morning. What I will say about Durham is they do possess some depth, and because 2 of the 5 wickets to fall have been, by definition, night watchmen, it means that you've got Robinson walking in at 7, and he's been exceptional. He's got the better part of 900 runs this season, nearly banged the door down to get in the Test team, only stopped by Jamie Smith banging it down a snifter earlier. There will be, I'm certain, an international career for Robinson. It just feels inevitable at some stage. There'll be a way where they can accommodate both young talents. Since he's moved to Durham, he's been exceptional.
Yeah, that he has. Averages 50 plus coming into this one.
Inside edge.
Didn't quite get going, I thought, Ollie Robinson in the first innings. It was undone by a bit of pace as well. He'll want to leave his mark on this game, whatever the final result.
And did I hear that you just referenced the game of cricket that's happening tomorrow as well? It just does end prematurely. Get down to the annual end of season bash, although it's not the end of season this year. We've got more games next week. But
one of our listeners, Tommy, was wondering if there's some alternative entertainment at play for him and his dad tomorrow should this game finish early. And yeah, I happened to mention your ODB CC hit out, as you would probably describe it. Kicks off about 3:30ish, I think, does it?
It's a funny one where it's like mate against mate kind of thing, because it's the Final Word Cricket Podcast, which I co-host with Jeff Lemon, who was here yesterday, and you've all been on there at one stage or another. Pretty much everyone on the Surrey commentary has been on the Final Word, hosting at different points. Anyway, and we play a fixture against ODB, which is another team that we all pretty much play for, on Friday night at Dulwich Cricket Club. It's become an annual event. It'll be the 4th time it's been held. 60 for 5. They still trail by 93 after a flurry of wickets this morning, with the score on 16. Where am I looking here on the board here? Wickets fell at 0-2 to 18:58, if you're wondering. But yes, that'll be the cricket happening tomorrow, Arvo, if it's not happening here, which increasingly it feels like it won't be. And yes, ODB, we've only lost 1 fixture this year, and that was kind of my fault because we decided to put a fixture in the night after my 40th birthday party, which didn't quite work out for the boys. Anyway,
it was a good do.
It was good, great do. Yes, I didn't make the trip up to Cambridge for the Sunday game, but those who did were worse for wear. Anyway, tomorrow afternoon, if you want to come along and watch Dulwich Cricket Club, put the credit card behind the bar and have a couple of beers afterwards. Curran's in tandem. Sam's already in the book in his first over. That took off, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And again, this is what this pitch offers you. It's been the case now for certainly 3 seasons that I can think of. The pitch is alive. It never goes dead. Never goes docile or flat, moribund or dull. It's a pitch that consistently rewards good cricketers. And talking of which, having the 2 Curran boys, the fabulous Curran brothers, together, it's really good to see from a Surrey perspective. Sam Curran would have been within his rights, having travelled the world across the first half of this year, played a lot of white ball cricket. It would have been well within his rights to have rested a while, but as soon as it was done with England, he was right back in it. As soon as the T20 stuff with Surrey was done, he was right back in the whites. First game available, right back in it. And same with Tom Curran. Unretired himself.
That's a shot and a half. Robinson, his first boundary, crunching through the covers.
Yeah, it was gorgeous timing. Longish half volley. But yeah, the fact that Tom Curran has been persuaded to come back into red ball cricket last week, did well with the bat in particular, and has got through some good overs here, just bodes so well for the immediate future for this club, but also just tells you how, you know, it's collective responsibility here. That's how they do it. That's how they forge such a unified squad. And within that squad, there are so many different requirements, different individual stories, and yet it seems to just coagulate, coalesces. And it's one hell of an achievement, really, from the management here that they can tap whoever they need on the shoulder, and they'll say, yeah, boss, of course. I'll be out there tomorrow, don't worry about it. And Tom Curran didn't have anything to prove, really, but he was back in last week. It's a little wonder that they've only lost 1 game in 5 years in red ball cricket here.
It feels like they've done it in different ways in each of the seasons as well. Getting into a strong position last year, it wasn't through like any individual player dominating. Indeed, I mean, the captain Burns, who is the standard bearer here at the Kia Oval, didn't make 100 last year, did he?
Yeah, no, he didn't. No, it was a unusually quiet year for him. We were talking yesterday after Ryan Patel's, masterly knock, really, 134 career best for him. He's got to be in with a shout as Surrey's red ball player of the year. Has to be. When you think about...
I like it. Down the leg, doesn't catch up with it.
No, it's not so much the weight of runs, because obviously he's been in and out of the side depending on England availability.
I'll just come back to that. So we're seeing over the back here.
Oh.
The old cricketers pub. That's some of the demolition works are taking place today.
If you see that stencil, that black and white monochrome stencil, that is an image of Ian Dury.
Right.
Do you know who Ian Dury is?
I mean, only peripherally. I mean, you're the more...
Ian Dury is one of the great punk pioneers, a lyricist to die for. And somebody, South Londoner, has broken into that derelict property and stuck an image of Ian Dury on the side of it. Every time I walk past it, always makes me think of, where to start with Ian Dury, but one of the great pop figures of the late 70s, early 80s.
And just in terms of what that pub represents, Phil, you've worked around these parts for quite a long time now, that being an important meeting place for people either side of games of cricket. Not that we're lacking for choice around here for that, but still, being the closest pub to the Oval has something to it, and now coming down.
Yeah, it's been derelict for far too long.
For a while there, it became like a de facto beer garden, didn't it? Where they just had the back opened up and you could get a beer in the open air, but not anymore. Do we know what it's being turned into by chance?
I don't know for sure. I'm sure our producer John Surtees could tell us what the plans are.
I'm waiting to see him tapping on the screen here. He'll let us know immediately. He'll be involved in it somehow. maybe you can let us know at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. That's the way you can communicate with us directly in the box.
And I guess we do have to mention again that seeing as this is the final home game of the summer, and so therefore the last broadcast that we'll be doing from the Kia Oval, do let us know your thoughts, good, bad and ugly, regarding the broadcast, and indeed your own views and opinions on the game itself. And we will get to as many of them as we can over the course of the day.
Absolutely. I must say, this time yesterday when we were talking, Phil, I didn't really think 3-day finish was in the offing, but I guess it's the way these games have often sped up here at the Kia Oval, especially this year, perhaps more so than last year, where when Surrey can do as they often do on days 1 and 2, by the time a team is up against this irrepressible bowling group, well behind the game, having conceded first innings deficits, was a hefty deficit here in the end. It only takes a couple of wickets and there's a sense of inevitability about it. And that's what Worrall was able to achieve this morning when he took a stump out of the ground with the 4th ball of the day. Then 2 wickets in that first over from where Durham were at 3 for 2 or 2 for 3, depending on where you grew up. 3 wickets for 2 runs, to be absolutely clear. I mean, teams get in this spot, maybe not exactly the spot. Maiden bowled 64 for 5, where it's going to take something extraordinary. And I'm not saying that Emilio Gay and Ollie Robinson aren't capable of something special, and they could put on 200 and the game could change. Wouldn't that be terrific? Having a competitive balance, getting deeper into it. But it's going to take so much. It'll take something not just normal, but completely out of the normal, because Surrey's bowling is so good the deeper they get into a game.
Scott Borthwick joined us yesterday afternoon here in the box for what turned out to be an actual epic stint, by the way, by Durham's skipper. Not playing, of course, in this game, but came up here and joined us. And I was asking him about what it's like to play Surrey. Of course, he was once of this parish himself.
Yeah. Might get to the rope this. Takes some stopping. Yeah, it does. Sliding effort, but not enough, so runs keep ticking.
And he was saying that he's not really known anything like it in county cricket before, because even at the top echelons of the game, historically, there is normally a moment where you can not exactly relax, but you can feel relatively at ease with the bat. You can face up against a good bowling attack, but there will be 1 or 2 weak points or less potent points. He says with this lot, there's no let up ever. And Rory Burns can simply work through his attack. He can keep certain players fresh, bring others in, and they are just on at you all the time. And he says from a batting side, you can never relax. He said to me, don't even look at the scoreboard, because you know that it can change in an instant against this attack.
Nearly snuck through there. That's the natural arc of Curran back towards the right-handers from left arm over.
Yeah, so what's happened here at the Kia Oval is that they have built a proper squad of... We actually worked it out yesterday. There's actually 11 seamers on the books. Now, Alex Stewart always said we need 9. Perhaps they've got a bit greedy. 9 gets the job done. You see it with other teams. They are trying to emulate that, and you see it with Durham as well. They're not there yet, but they are going down that road. And you see a couple of greenhorns in this game as well. One of whom 16 and is bowling in the high 80s, so look out for him. But they are trying, and Marcus North echoed this point as well yesterday morning. They're trying to build a cohort of quicks. You've seen it elsewhere as well, and if you can't have that, if you can't develop that, then across 14 games, a gruelling season, then you're always going to be up against it. Surrey have recruited brilliantly, and they've orchestrated it superbly well here, and this is now the model, this is the template. Without it, you're always going to be struggling.
Yeah, it's really well put about the need for depth and resilience as well, and not every fast bowler will be able to get through the number of games that someone like Dan Worrall has, or indeed the way that Jordan Clark's been able to play week after week as well. But when you are blessed with a couple who are fit for all time zones, from there you're drawing down on your squad depth, not to necessarily lead the attack, but to complement it.
Yep.
And Surrey, I don't think they've ever gone into a game here without 5 seam options. This week they've got 6, which has been useful throughout. I mean, the fact that Connor McKerr's not really been a factor yet in the game, yet the last time they played here at the Kia Oval a few weeks ago, into the over 69 for 5, trailed by 84. It was McKerr who picked up 4 wickets in the second dig to finish the game in a hurry. So
yep. And you need a bit of luck as well, and Durham haven't had that this year with their seam attack. They've obviously had England call-ups, but they've had some nasty injuries, unforeseen as well. Kimar Holder, who bowled, I thought, brilliantly yesterday, really did make a claim to be part of the story, the conversation for Durham next year. Nonetheless, he's still the 4th overseas quick that they've used this year.
Oi. Still getting some movement away, Curran. If you can get it right here. Still got the 3 slips behind Robinson.
But Borthwick said to me as well how overall the quality in the top tier, bearing in mind that Durham have had a couple of years out of the top tier, he said that the quality overall in the top tier is really, really strong at the moment.
I think it's part of the feature of the county championship is that teams that come up from Division 2, it doesn't have to be a yo-yo effect. You can come up and compete. Durham is showing that. It's worth keeping in perspective as well, but it's not that long ago that Surrey were in the 2nd division.
Yeah, no, indeed. Worcestershire, sorry Adam, Worcestershire stayed up officially yesterday.
And good on them for it. I mean, it's
perhaps the story of the year in 4-day cricket, genuinely.
It's well said. And to think, like, they had a massive window to knock Surrey off at home as well. They had Surrey 15 for 4 on the first day. We were there doing that first passage of play from memory, Phil, and it did feel like they were going to run through them, and it was a day where Surrey had to dig deep, and they ended up winning convincingly. But it does demonstrate that, you know, we get, I think across the county game there can be a bit of a fixation on what constitutes a first division club and what constitutes the rest, and the 100 has embedded that a little bit. Catches the call, but it's going to land safely and trickle away for 4. Robinson seeing a chance to score from the leg stump line and doesn't miss out his second boundary, 73 for 5. So for all of that attention on the benefits, see it back here, went across his stumps to access that ball. Enterprising batting. On the wealthy, getting wealthier. And I don't want to get into a deep conversation about that today, but still the very fact that it is unavoidably part of the future planning of the game. Oh, there it is. As we said earlier in the over, that Curran's still getting movement away from the right-handers, and again Robinson was across his stumps there.
Just playing on the move a bit there.
That there is this idea, there's this charm that, you know, Durham aren't a air quotes 100 county at the moment. They probably will be at some point, but they're not at the moment. Nor are Worcester, and they've both played commendable cricket this year, and they'll be in Division 1 next year too. Is that you done, Phil?
That is me done for the time being.
Nice to chat. 73 for 5. So the wickets fell immediately this morning. Durham losing Daniel Hogg, the second of their night watchmen, from the 4th ball of the day. He was bowled by Dan Worrall. They were 2 for 2. Then they were 3 for 2, or 2 for 3, sorry, 2 balls later, when Ben McKinney was adjudged leg before wicket, also to Worrall. 18 for 4 when Alex Lees lost a stump to Jordan Clark from round the wicket. Great piece of bowling. And then David Bettingham, who's been crucial to Durham's high scores this year, fell for 23, a brisk 23, caught behind from the bowling of Sam Curran, a ball that exploded off the surface and was taken high on the blade, maybe even the gloves, and went through to Ben Folkes. It's that man, Sam Curran. He's in operation again from our Vauxhall end. I have Cam Ponsonby joining me for the first time today. Good morning to you.
Morning, Adam. It's been almost perfect morning for Surrey. 4 wickets in the first hour to go along with that wicket of Callum Parkinson yesterday.
Edge doesn't quite get there. Took some weight out of the hands there, Gay, I think.
I think this match, my current prediction is we've kind of got two avenues we could go down. We've either got the option A, where Surrey nab another in the next 4 or 5 overs and could be facing the prospect of an innings victory, or these two see out the next 2 overs, next 10 overs, ball gets a little bit older and we're in for the long run.
Yeah, despite the scoreboard pressure with 5 down, at one stage it was 58 for 5. It doesn't quite reflect the state of play because 2 of them were bowlers in Parkinson and Hogg, who were both sent out as night watchmen. So typically this would be Gay batting at 3 and Robinson batting at 5, just to give the full context.
It is also that their 8 and 10 have both got ducks. If they were in order, I still don't think it's great.
No, it's not ideal, but you know,
it's not as bad as it first appears on the scorecard.
Yeah, not quite as bad. Although it is pretty difficult to look at the card as a Durham fan, knowing they still need 79 to bat again, and Surrey have these excellent bowlers to call upon, spell after spell. Curran's in operation now, but it won't be long before we see a fresh bowler in Connor McKerr. Hasn't been used in the second innings, and as we mentioned before, he was a real handful at this corresponding stage of the game against Lancashire, and in time it'll be once again Worrall, Clark, Tom Laws. Haven't even mentioned him yet. A couple in the first innings. Laws bowled 3 overs earlier and had 30 runs taken from him, but he'll be back soon enough. Lank's still going strong, or at least Wells and Balderson are. 113 and 20 respectively. Massive partnership now. They've put on 97 for the 8th wicket. Takes Lancashire's lead out to 342 up at Old Trafford, the other game with relevance to the title. Oh, Curran! Left alone by Robinson, angling back, top of off, the stuff you love to see as a seamer. A 5th wicket of the morning's gone, 74 for 6. Surrey have gotten it just about bang on this morning, Cam.
Sam Curran is very, very pleased with that one. We haven't seen massive amount of swing from the left armour, but this one has just ripped round the corner at the last possible moment. Ollie Robinson thinking he's got his angles all correct. It straightened it up and swung a little bit more for good measure.
That angle's even more impressive, I reckon. You can see the line that pitched well outside the line of the off stump, but again, that natural arc that Curran has, plus a little bit of movement off the seam combined. It's like a homing missile on the top of off, and had it cartwheeling. That's the 3rd time we've seen stumps out of the ground in the first 85 minutes of play. Durham still 79 runs away from making Surrey bat a second time, and well, from a Surrey perspective, they'll fancy their chances of the quick kill from this point, as Colin Ackerman makes his way to the middle, who was brilliant in the first innings and even better last week, but along with Emilio Gay, they're going to have to bat for hours and hours and hours.
Well, you're at the point in the innings where you need kind of 300 runs between Emilio Gay, Colin Ackerman and Baz the leader for Durham to have a chance of even potentially forcing results. If you add another 300 runs to Durham's total now, that still only leaves Surrey with 120 to win, 220 to win. I can never do maths on the live stream. It's been one of my biggest nightmares ever. I'll continue after this ball.
Oh, Curran passed the edge as well. The other Curran, that is to say, Tom.
I remember doing a commentary stint last year, and Dan Norcross had me doing darts checkouts. Trying to do my treble 19s, single 20, double tops, and it was I hated every moment of it. Durham are a long way behind. We'll go for that one.
Do you know a bit about darts?
I did. It was a bit of a lockdown fling for me.
Just gonna, like, I don't. I mean, I watch it and been before to Ali Pally, not far from where I live, and all the rest. But enjoy the spectacle, of course, and the personalities. But what I've never thought to ask is that if you're a professional darts player, is your onboard computer such that you can automatically work out what you need to do? Like, you don't have to take a moment or take a beat. You just know instinctively what to throw for.
I'm pretty sure that's the case, and you'll know, for instance, if you're on an odd number, that treble 19 flips you back to the evens.
Who's your favourite darts player?
Oh, I can't say I've got many falling out of my mind.
It's all right. I thought it was worth asking. You know.
No, I think I'm the same as everyone. Well, so growing up in a skyless household, it was actually the Lakeside BDO, which was one of my great sporting events of the year.
I always liked Vincent van der Voort, the fastest man in darts.
Nice. Okay.
It's a nice calling card. Curran straight back to his mark. Straight there.
I think I did get swept up in the kind of Luke Littler fever of earlier this year.
I met a cricket journo in America during the World Cup. Well, I say a cricket journo. He works for the New York Post covering all sports, right?
Wonderful.
Great fella. Mike LaBeouf. Mike on Long Island. And he really lives it too. He's a New York Islanders diehard in the NHL and so on. And he told me that he's taken on a lot of Anglo sports, so he's really into Aussie rules, hugely into cricket. And also darts. And he's got a young kid, and, you know, he's kind of doing his thing, working hard, young family, and he managed to convince his wife to let him come over for like one day to London to watch the World Champs at Ali Pally over the winter.
Was this for a professional or personal trip?
I think he wrote a yarn for the paper, but no, I think it was just he had Luke Littler fever as well.
Needed to see it in the flesh.
Needed to see it, yeah. Respect it a lot. Curran to Gay, all dots so far. Off the hip, keep the strike. Moves to 29. 75 for 6, not yet halfway to where they need to be to make Surrey bat a second time. I don't think we've acknowledged this morning that we've got our viewers with us on Sky Sports Cricket on their YouTube channel. Hopefully you're enjoying the game here at the Kia Oval. One that may prove decisive in the title race for 2024, with Surrey having enjoyed such a great morning. But yes, welcome one and all. And indeed to everybody who's watching on the Surrey YouTube channel in the usual way, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Drop us a line as and when. And Surrey Cricket on all the usual social media platforms as well.
And one of my finest and tamest sporting achievements was during lockdown. I got a 180 on the dartboard in the living room. And there were witnesses.
I was going to say, anyone there to see it?
There was witness, because I got 2 treble 20s, so I was on 120, and I gathered the crowd. I got people's attention from the kitchen. So you have to watch this. And in it sailed.
A verifiable. So isn't it how they define 9 dart finishes? There's some category of televised 9 dart finishes has a different level to it. I think that's the most exciting thing in sport, you know, the 9 darter. Oh, first ball Ackerman. That's Curran willing to start the ball on the 4th stump line and trusting the fact that there'll be some movement back towards him. We saw when Curran first became a test bowler in 2018 that, yeah, that was effective, but what he did really well against India was the change-up. It was the one that hit the seam and moved away. Picked up loads of outside edges in a player of the series performance. 2 slips in a gully as and when. That's the one that comes back again. So through the over, you'd expect you'll see a little bit more of this and then try and just get the wrist position a little bit different as they can do at the top level and bring the cordon into play.
He's such a talented cricketer. He kind of has this kind of weird career pattern or rhythm where he now finds himself out of England's white ball teams, which means he comes back to play for Surrey's red ball team, and a few games for Surrey's red ball team will see him back in the Test reckoning before long.
Keeping Ackerman honest there. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a couple of days ago. I was really surprised that he wasn't in the one-day team, but that's a format of the game where he's got time on his side. Champions Trophy in Pakistan in March. Of course, Curran having been the player of the T20 World Cup when England won the thing in 2022. Had an outstanding tournament as a death bowler, principally. Ackerman just playing himself in here. 186 last week. Unbeaten top score in the first innings here. 112 earlier in the season against Essex. And part of that 424 run stand against Lancs last week with David Bedingham, the highest partnership ever for Durham in the championship. So they're going to have to bowl well here, Surrey. Well played to finish. Just played it right under his eyes to deep point. Keeps the strike off the mark. One for him. Emilio Gay 30 down the other end. 77 for 6. They're more than halfway to making Surrey bat in their second innings. Cam Ponsonby will stay with you. Then Daniel Norcross taking us through to the lunch break.
Sam Curran. I know there's none of Sam Curran's individual statistics are particularly eye-popping, whether it be 30 with the bat in first cricket, 30 with the ball in first-class cricket. I'm kind of perpetually in admiration of a player talented enough to bat number 3 in the IPL and open the bowling in Test cricket. I think it's a skill set that's incredibly rare.
Do you want to say it? Do you want to say the phrase?
Makes things happen.
It makes things happen. He makes things happen. There's another cricketer like that, of course, Ben Stokes. Not got eye-popping stats with bat or ball. Do you know what he does? Makes things happen. Now, the situation at Old Trafford continues to delight and baffle in equal measure. George Balderson has batted 128 balls and has hit 1 boundary in that time. Lancashire have yet to lose a wicket this morning. We're only 26 minutes to go till lunch there. The partnership has been going on for 44 overs for the 8th wicket. Oh, beats the bat. That's a genuine play and miss from Ackerman in the channel. Dan Worrall is back out there, isn't he? And he bowled 4 overs this morning, picked up a couple of wickets early. I wonder, Tom Curran in his 5th over here, I wonder if Worrall's going to have one little pre-lunch burst from the pavilion end. Anyway, back to Old Trafford. I'm going to give you the score there in just a moment. 361 for 7. Balderson 24, Luke Wells 122. Now, of course, Surrey fans are watching that, selfishly urging Lancashire on. But for Lancashire, it's a massively important game. They are scrapping for their first division lives down there. They will also be keeping a little eye. Well, not anymore, they won't. Really be keeping an eye on the Nottinghamshire-Kent game. Kent overnight battled back a little with a strong opening partnership, but since then, it's been all knots. Again, a play and miss, which means, with Nottinghamshire almost certain to win that game, Kent are still 46 runs behind with only 3 wickets in hand. Everson and Jordan at the crease. Tawinda Muyeye top scoring with 60 after the first wicket fell, 91. Those 7 wickets have fallen for just 71 runs. That, I think, means Lancashire cannot afford to lose against Somerset. I'll ask Andrew Sampson to double check. I'm not sure they can afford really to draw either because they've got no batting bonus points. Another one beats the bat. Ackerman very uncertainly prodding forward. Curran ploughing a furrow in the channel outside off stump.
It's a particularly remarkable innings from George Balderson, who's averaging about 8 runs an hour.
We like that, don't we?
Batting for 3 hours or just under. 24 not out. He's a very handy player, more than handy player. He's got 2 first-class centuries.
Good batting, isn't he?
Quite right. He's down at 9.
Night watcher, I think. Partly to blame.
Yeah, it still only promotes him to 8.
Well, you're right, yes. Single off the last ball. Wait to see the umpire's signal. It is leg byes. There was an appeal there, but the ball was clearly angling a long way down the leg side. You could see from Folkes' movement behind the stumps. So a maiden for Curran, 78 for 6, with 23 minutes to go till lunch. That's probably about 5 more overs. Surrey's over rate. They just need to keep a little eye on this. They bowled 2 overs yesterday, so they've had 23 overs this morning. So they're behind the rate. Now, a little bit of compensation for the wickets that have been taken. But their over rate before this was -1. And it's quite hard to claw your over rate back. I mean, if Surrey do pick up a couple of quick wickets, you can sort of imagine maybe Dan Lawrence coming in to bowl 3 or 4 overs once they get to the real tail. Durham, if you're looking at that score thinking, well, aren't we at the tail now? No, two night watchers are involved in those 6 wickets. And there's still Baz de Leede to come, so it's not till you get down to Minto and Holder at 10 and 11.
Has anyone ever done kind of run the numbers to find out if night watchmen are effective in their task?
How would you set that? I suppose first you've got to set your parameters for what effectiveness looks like, haven't you?
I guess to begin with, I'm going to muse, and then I'm going to look over at Andrew Sampson to see if I'm on the right tracks or not.
Well, Andrew Sampson might have his own view of what constitutes the effectiveness of a night watch.
Too easy to actually have the answer. Do we have an answer?
No.
So there's obviously the primary task of, as Andrew points out, staying there, watching the evening through.
Yes, but I suppose what you've got to do is compare that against when you don't use a night watcher.
Correct. And also then the number of runs subsequently scored in. But then you'd have to factor in conditions. There's so many variables. Because I basically think it's a waste to now have Ackerman with only 4 wickets left at his disposal.
And indeed de Leede with 3.
Correct. And would it not be better off for them to be higher up?
It is rather the perennial conundrum, isn't it? Steve Waugh was very anti-night watchers.
Yep.
For that sort of reason. And also the very basic one that if it's hard to bat, why are you sending out somebody who doesn't bat as well as somebody who does bat well? But then we've seen how effective that was when they reversed the batting order at Melbourne. Who got 149? Potts. Matty Potts did, yeah. He got 149 this season. That'll skew the numbers.
That was also in that quite wonderful game at Edgbaston, opening up this season, where Durham, I mean, no one has done anything wrong here, but I think Alex Lees gave an interview where he alluded to the fact that Durham were up for the fight to win the title in their first season back in Division 1.
Why you should be.
And they won the toss at Edgbaston, elected to bowl, and Warwickshire finished the day 500 for 1.
Scott Borthwick was in yesterday talking about that.
Fond memories?
Well, I don't know, you could take some sucker from the fact that Len Hutton did the same, didn't he, when he put Australia in at Brisbane? And Australia scored 600.
Can you tell me about this reversing the batting order at Melbourne? Because you said it so nonchalantly, like everyone and myself.
Well, everyone knows. It's the 1936-70s.
Incorrect.
It's a terribly famous series. It's when the Quisling traitor Gubby Allen went out to Australia in 1936-7, half Australian man.
Yep.
And
hence
he famously refused to bowl bodyline, although some people think that he was just not good enough at it and too slow. But he sort of made some kind of pompous moral stand over this. I personally would have dropped him for not acceding to the demands
for being a
Quisling traitor and not doing what Douglas Jardine told him to do. Anyway, he goes to Australia and England go 2-0 up. And bear in mind, end of the over, 80 for 6. This was the series that England went back 4 years after bodyline with the sort of intention of trying to repair relations.
Okay.
You know. And Gubby Allen seemed the perfect man for that. being both half Australian and not really interested in winning cricket matches, but wearing blazers and whatnot. And he went 2-0 up, presumably much to his own consternation. It's famously the one of only 2 times that someone's been out off the first ball of an Ashes series. Stan Worthington hilariously caught gloving
I think
a
of a
long
much
hop
faster and
to
looser
the keeper.
definition of the word famously.
Well, Cam, I mean,
I think bring the viewers and the listeners along.
Well, the thing is, I don't want to patronise, and many of them will be very familiar with this.
I like learning. Humour me then.
Yeah, so they've gone 2-0 up. And it's the only time in Ashes history that a side has come back from 2-0 down to win 3-2, which is why I thought you might have known about it, because last year, of course, England went 2-0 down, and were it not for the rain at Manchester, could well have come back to win the series 3-2. But in a match in Melbourne, in the days of uncovered pitches, England, I think they declared, didn't they, and put Australia in late in the evening after a thunderstorm, general tackiness and awfulness. And the Aussies recognised this tactic, or rather, most importantly, Don Bradman recognised this tactic, didn't want to be humiliated by England's bowlers on a sticky dog. And so they reversed the batting order, 11-10-9-8. Bradman came in at 7. And by that stage, with all those, if you like night watchmen, but really just reversing the batting order, sacrificial lambs, so the great Don could do his business. The Don featured in again, incredibly famous partnership with Jack Fingleton that went on forever and ever and ever. For the 6th wicket would have been Andrew, or 7th wicket, 7th I want to say. It was a big one, wasn't it? No ball signal by the umpire, for height I think, bouncing over Emilio Gay's head. And he scored 270, and it destroyed everything, and Australia won, and grizzling traitor Gubby Allen, I'm sure, was absolutely delighted to be able to leave Australia having lost honourably 3-2.
So the reversing of the order did work?
It did work, yeah.
Ah.
Well, because it's sticky dog, you see, so you're waiting for the pitch to
dry out a little bit.
So could leave that from Gay. Thought about playing at it, just took his bat away at the last minute. Curran in his 6th over. Been a bit unfortunate not to grab a wicket. He's bowled well in this spell. His brother Sam at the other end's picked up 2. The really important wicket of Beddingham with a brute of a ball that reared, took the outside edge, flew through to Folkes. That felt like the decisive wicket this morning, but as we keep saying, Durham have got Emilio Gay, Colin Ackerman and Baz de Leede. And between those 3, you would think if they're going to trouble Surrey, the bulk of the batting will have to be done. 346 for the 6th wicket. It's a record, is it not? A world record for a very long time.
What would you say your favourite Ashes series is? That
1928-9.
Okay, that's kind of answered the question. I was going to say that occurred outside of your lifetime. So 1928-9 fulfills that criteria.
Well, I mean, actually, 1932-3, I think, would still have to be. But the Bodyline series is without doubt the most dramatic and marvellous of series. I would go with. The 1961 series I'm reading about now is an absolute thriller. Australia won, thanks to the brilliance of Richie Benaud, as captain as much as anything else. That'd be up there, and it's one that people don't focus on a great deal. 1981 was in my lifetime, so can't choose that. I think I'm torn between 28-9 and 32-3. 32-3. I think 32-3 for the sheer whinging of the Australians throughout.
So, explain to me...
End of the over, by the way. 82 for 6. We've got another quarter of an hour to go till lunch as we see the partnerships. There's just been one substantial one. 40 between Emilio Gay and Beddingham. That was broken with that wonderful ball from Sam Curran, who then went on to get Ollie Robinson out to a beauty that swung back in, took off stump. Now then, this is interesting. Dan Lawrence is going to come on to bowl. I wonder, there might be 2 reasons for this. One is there is a left-hander in, or 3 reasons. The third is that it did start to show some signs of turn yesterday when Callum Parkinson was bowling. The third reason might just be this feels like a good time to burgle a couple of overs and speed up the over rate. and then give the seamers a bit of rest at lunchtime and come back firing after lunch. With a change of pace, and Dan Lawrence has been very effective this season, certainly at the start of the season. A surprising number of wickets fell to the spin twins of Lawrence and Steele. And this is a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. Now, if it is going to speed up the over rate, it probably requires short leg to get their pads on a bit quicker than this. So that might not be the reason. Helmet in place, box in place, pads in place. Dan Lawrence waiting to begin. Let's take a look at this and see if he can extract some turn. There's plenty of rough patches on either side. He's going to be more dangerous to the left-handed Gay, you'd think, but at the moment it's Ackerman on strike.
So what was particularly wonderful about 28-29?
The sheer quantity of runs that were scored. Wally Hammond making, Andrew will be able to tell me, is it 902? 905, I beg his pardon. Double hundreds galore, twin hundreds in a match. It was a run-drenched series. It's going to be knocked up to long on for a single, but it also had the rather delicious pleasure of every game. The margin of victory for England, they won the first 4 games and it gradually reduced, and then they lost the 5th test. Yep. So it had a kind of rather nice curve. They won the first test by a record margin of 675 runs.
Correct.
Then there was a 3-wicket win in the 4th test, I think, chasing 332.
8-wicket win in the 2nd test. It was the 3rd test, sorry, was a 3-wicket win, yes. Chasing 332. And this test match still holds the record for the highest match aggregate of 1,497 without a no ball extra, in case you're wondering.
Oh, now then, just possibly drifting down the leg side. Did it pitch outside leg as well? But that's what Lawrence will be looking to do to the left-hander here, if he can, from round the wicket, get that ball to pitch around leg, middle and leg and turn back across the left-hander. So yeah, it was a thrilling series, I think, and a lot of people wore neckerchiefs.
Very important piece of cricketing equipment.
It was incredibly hot, and was the first game played at the old Brisbane Stadium, the exhibition ground? Yeah. So you can see, I do have a lot of fondness for that series, but probably ultimately it can't beat Bodyline.
I think Bodyline does sound more exciting from the surface, from a distance.
Well, I mean, when you get Australians whinging and saying, there's only one team out there playing cricket, Mr. Warner. One ball left in this Dan Lawrence experimental over before lunch. Another single to complete it, 3 off it, 85 for 6. Earlier this week, our club partner Ambassador held a live draw for their Cricket Legends Cruise competition. And congratulations go to our winner, George, who will be setting sail on the 12th of December with the likes... Oh, there he is. There is George. There is a very happy George declaring, I am a winner. Yes, you are, George. You are a winner, and you will be setting sail with Graham Gooch, Jonathan Agnew, Henry Blofeld and Alex Tudor for a truly unforgettable festive getaway. We wish you a fantastic trip, George. That's a rum crew to be with, I tell you. Now, it is Worrall who's coming back into the attack. Just imagine Graham Gooch, Jonathan Agnew, Henry Blofeld, Alex Tudor in the run-up to Christmas. We've got another change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy.
You're so in your element.
Bring me more.
Ad reads, competition winners, cricket, Dan Worrall from the pavilion end.
Bodyline, 1928-9 and 32-3. It's all happening. There's a lot of messages to get out there. Meanwhile, shall we just check in? Shall we check in at Old Trafford? I don't believe this. They're still 7 down.
No, there's been a wicket.
What?
There has been a wicket.
Oh no, my app's behind.
Luke Wells, LBW bowled Jack Leach. So Tom Bailey is now on 1 not out of 1 ball. But the lead stands at 381. 387 for 8.
Is it enough? Driving at that one. In the channel, Ackerman a long way from his body. Not a lot of foot movement.
Well, our colleague Yas Rana is insistent that Somerset remain favourites in that match.
Well, it looks like a placid deck, doesn't it? It looks like it's really...
But then why did 21 wickets fall on the first day?
Well...
Why, Daniel?
I've seen this before. We saw it at Chelmsford. I'm going to ask Andrew Sampson to get up the scorecard of Essex versus Yorkshire from some years back when over 20 wickets fell on the first day. And Johnny Bairstow then scored a bunch of runs. I couldn't say exactly what year. I want to say sort of 2019 perhaps, but I could be wrong. Just a reminder that during the lunch break, Yas Rana caught up with Alice Capsey, who's out in the UAE, preparing to play for England in the T20 World Cup, which is why you're going there, aren't you?
I am indeed. You're going as well.
I am.
There we go.
I am. It'll be jolly, won't it? As Worrall turns, with 3 slips in place. Little fumble from Tom Curran, but there won't be a run. After Yas Rana catches up with Alice Capsey, we will continue to look back on the season, taking a second glance at Surrey's home matches with Warwickshire, a win, Worcestershire, a win, and Essex. Thrilling win. Some great cricket at the Oval this summer. Is this going to be the last day of 4-day championship cricket? If it isn't to be, then you fancy this partnership and the next are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting today. Oh, Worrall beats the bat again. Another tentative push. No ball this time, be a front foot no ball. I think I'm being brought some information. It was 2018, I beg its pardon. I was a year out. So, I want you to imagine, if you can, for a moment, we're at Chelmsford. The 4th of May, 2018. Yorkshire bat first. They're bundled out for 50 in just 18.4 overs.
Goodness me.
Top scorer Gary Balance with 22. Ducks for Lyth, for Harry Brook opening the batting. Joe Root with a duck. Jack Brooks with a duck. It's a strong looking Yorkshire side this. Lyth, Brooks, Pajara, Root, Balance, Bairstow, Leaning, Bresden, Patterson, Brooks and Code. Essex surely massively on top, wouldn't you say? Well, their first innings, end of the over, nearly got the edge of Ackerman in that over, did Worrall, but just a touch too wide on occasion. 87 for 6. Essex, in reply to 50 all out, were bundled out themselves for just 142. They lost early wickets. Brown for 7, Alistair Cook for a duck, Wesley for a duck, Papara for 9. Dan Lawrence made 48, top scoring. Bit of help from Simon Harmer with 36. They bowled out for 142. They've got a lead of 92. 20 wickets have gone down for 192 runs. And then blow me, if what was the score at the end of the day? Yorkshire ended day 1 in their second innings 161 for 2. 2 slips in. Nicely lofted up and over, long on, 1 bounce 4. Just landed about a foot inside the rope down at long on. So what an action-packed day's cricket that was. 161 for 2 in your second innings at the end of day 2. And Harry Brook made 124. Johnny Bairstow made a lovely 50. Lawrence in again, just defended into the offside this time. I don't think you'll mind too much Emilio Gay coming down the wicket at him. Mid-on and mid-off are up. The 2 Currans, Sam at mid-on, Tom at mid-off. But that'll irritate him. It's just a little gimme there for a single to get Gay off strike. Yorkshire then made that 329. setting Essex 238 to win. They bowled them out for 146. It was an absolute thriller. Patterson getting the top 5 out. Ended up with 6 wickets overall. Code with 3, Bresnan with 1. Ooh, has turned there. Back into the right-handed Ackerman. It looks a little scratchy so far in these 29 balls. That's more like it's solid in defence. After this, we're going to get one more over. And then it will be lunch, where we will be hearing from Alice Capsey, who's preparing to play for England in the T20 World Cup. That starts on the 3rd of October. Sharjah and Dubai. A single to finish. Ackerman will keep strike, 93 for 6. So yes, that's 12 games in Dubai, 11 games in Sharjah. Games every day from the 3rd of October until we get to the semi-final stage. We get the odd day off at that point.
It is a remarkably relentless schedule.
It's relentless, Cam.
Relentless.
You're actually going to do some work out there, I think.
That's the plan. It was a remarkable set of circumstances. Not what I signed up for.
I'm slightly scared of it too, yeah, I know. The moderate annoyance, if you can have an annoyance about doing the best job in the world,
of course,
is that probably flying on the last day of the County Championship season, so there is a certain amount of anxiety in the fevered breast of one D. Norcross.
Oh, so you're flying out quite early. You're there a number of days in advance.
We'll do setups and all sorts, Cam.
Exactly, it's a very high-tech operation.
It's a high-tech operation, it is. Yeah.
Run.
Yeah. We've got to go hither and yon, plugging in wires, making sure stuff works, chatting to people down the line. Can you hear me? All that sort of thing. The deficit just 60 now, but 6 wickets down. It's been Surrey's morning. It began explosively. Wickets for Dan Worrall, getting rid of the night watcher Hogg and the youngster McKinney.
Ackerman's been solid and obdurate. All manner of adjectives.
All manner of adjectives, yes.
For his 4 of 33. I think both these players are aware that Baz the Leader is a very handy batter, but these are the two kind of fully recognised full-time batters at the crease. He's on 5 now.
Nicely played. Slightly away from his body, down to deep backward point. Means the left-handed Gay's going to have to see out the last. It depends. There's 3 balls left. He may get off strike himself. The other wickets to fall, Jordan Clark getting Alex Lees with an absolute beauty, and then Sam Curran with a couple of wickets. The big one of Beddingham. That brute of a ball that flew through to the keeper.
It's been another wicket at Old Trafford.
9 down.
9 down.
Oh dear. Yeah. Somerset must be favourites there now. Wickets falling in clusters. So that'll delay lunch, you would imagine, wouldn't it?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all set up for another kind of Jack Leach famous 1 not out to win it.
What's the score?
The score is 388 for 9. The lead is 382. It's so many runs. I can't really.
It does feel like a lot.
I
You're
keep
right.
on speaking to people. They go, I think Somerset will get those. I'm like, but in the history of the sport says otherwise.
Another single for Gay. It's been quite a productive last over. Now throw comes in, but that's good running from the left-hander. 1 ball remains for the lunch break. Tom Curran in a bit of bother there. He's actually been limping a touch in this game, and he manfully has continued through the pain. Surrey need him. Their resources depleted coming into this match. Let's just see if we can get a hint of what happened down there. Oh, was that elbow?
Was that his throwing arm? I'm assuming. You can get a kind of shooting pain down your arm when you throw occasionally.
Last ball before lunch. Strikes the pad, muted appeal. Ball rolls out into the onside, but Durham go to lunch on 98 for 6. They began the session on 1 for 1. They've scored 97 runs. They've lost, though, a crucial 5 wickets. 3 for Worrall, 1 for Clark, 2 for Tom Curran. Durham still 55 runs behind with 4 wickets in hand. Surrey in a very, very strong position here. Our eyes will turn to Old Trafford during this lunch break because the game will presumably still be going on up there as the players troop off. Worrall, you can see there, with 3 for 15. He has been Surrey's standout bowler in this season. He has been quite magnificent, and he set the tone by picking up 2 wickets early. Hogg bowled for a duck. McKinney LBW for a duck. At that stage, Durham were 2 for 3. It's a sort of recovery thereafter. Worrall with 3 for 15 though at lunch. Clark 1 for 14. Tom Law's a little expensive, 3 overs, none for 30. Sam Curran 2 for 15. Tom Curran very parsimonious, 6 overs, none for 9. And Dan Lawrence 2 overs, none for 9. We've not seen Conor McCurr yet. Emilio Gay's batted well for his 40 after that duck in the first innings. He's top scoring for Durham in this innings. Beddingham with 23 before he got that little edge of a lifter through to the keeper, folks, of Sam Curran. But it's lunchtime. We're going to be back in about 38 minutes or so. But in the meantime, Yas Rana caught up with Alice Capsey, who's out of the UAE preparing to play for England in the T20 World Cup. And then we will continue to look back on the season. Take your second glance at Surrey's home matches with Warwickshire, Worcestershire and Essex.
We have a very special guest this tea break. Alice Capsey joins us from the UAE. England's World Cup campaign starts in just under a couple of weeks' time. Alice, great to have you with us. How's it been out in the UAE at the moment? I imagine that the climate is probably quite different to what we had in the UK this summer.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a big reality change for climate, that's for sure. It's been high 30s, especially training in the afternoon when it's peak sun. So luckily we've managed to get a few evening training sessions in. So the temperature's been a bit more bearable. But no, it's been great fun. An amazing country to be in and explore. So really enjoying it so far.
It's quite a long build up to the World Cup, sort of acclimatising to conditions. What does the prep look like at the moment? Is it just lots of nets, training sessions after training session, or do you have warm-up games on the horizon as well?
A bit of both, to be honest. We've obviously had this kind of UAE camp in the diary for a while now. So for it, the World Cup to now change to the UAE is amazing. Obviously, we get 10 days to kind of learn the conditions a little bit better. Start preparing for how we want to go about the World Cup. But yeah, like you said, we've also got a couple of warm-up games, I think, against Australia and New Zealand. So that will again be really good, just to match ourselves against 2 high-quality oppositions. Obviously, Australia being the leading T20 side at the moment in the world, which will be a great challenge leading into the World Cup.
What was the last couple of months like with the, I guess, uncertainty over where the World Cup would be? You know, Bangladesh was in the news quite a lot. There weren't many noises from the ICC about what would happen to the location. Then sort of very suddenly the location for the World Cup changed. What was that like from a player's perspective?
Yeah, look, obviously there was a bit of umming and ahhing around where we were going to be. We obviously wish Bangladesh the best and hope for their safety there and all of that. But we had a little bit of communication from Jonathan Finch, our director of cricket, around kind of every couple of weeks we had a different message just saying where the lay of the land was. He couldn't necessarily give us too much information, but I think we all knew deep down that the issues that are going on in Bangladesh are probably bigger than having a World Cup there currently. And we wish them all the best. But I think from a cricketing point of view, I think regardless of where we were going to be in the world, we're all just really excited to be playing in this World Cup against some of the best teams in the world.
One of the interesting bits of this World Cup coming up is that there's been very little high-profile women's cricket played in the UAE. So you've been there for a week or so. What would you say is unique about conditions there. You know, a lot of people talk about having a big factor in night games in particular.
Yeah, this is my first time being in the UAE, so it's been amazing to experience it, to train here. Obviously, I know that a number of different English counties normally come out here for a training camp throughout the winter. So, it's been awesome to kind of be out here, see what the pitches are like. We didn't really know what to expect too much. Obviously, we've got our coaches are from the men's game who have toured out here, but men's and women's cricket is very different. So, I think throughout the last couple of days, it's been about learning about conditions, what we think will work, what are good options for us as batters and for the bowlers as well. It's no different to touring to any other country. Every country has their own uniqueness around pitches, and it's just about learning that and trying to use that in favour of how we go about things as a team.
So is that part and parcel of touring anywhere, really, where you use the first week or so acclimatising to location, and as a batter, do you change your game ever so slightly for the different conditions?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously when you tour the likes of Australia, you know the pitches are a bit harder, it's going to bounce a bit more, so that kind of changes how you bat. It changes what shots are probably better options to different bowlers and balls. And then when you go to India, obviously it stays a little bit lower, a little bit more spin, and that then changes your options again. So I think as a batter, it's about creating a repertoire of options, and then you can pick and choose which ones are the best for those conditions. And that's kind of half the skill of touring, I think, is learning quickly, adapting, and then sticking to the strengths that you have and not trying to change too much, because you still want to use your best options.
It's also, the last T20 World Cup was only last year, so it's not actually very long between World Cups. Obviously, the World Cup being in a completely different location as well changes things quite a lot. How do you think England are set compared to where you were in 2023?
Yeah, I think we've had an awesome 18 months of prep. Obviously, John Lewis came in just before our T20 World Cup last year and started implementing a few things, but that was at the very beginning of our journey. We're now 18 months down the line, and we're really, I think, in a good place with where we are as a team and how we want to play our cricket. We know that kind of if we focus on ourselves and kind of block out the outside noise, we generally get the best out of each other. We've done a lot of work on kind of connecting and helping each other to get the best out of each other. But a World Cup's always exciting. This is now my second World Cup, which sounds pretty awesome to say. And we're just really looking forward to the challenge. Obviously, World Cup, you've got the biggest stage, I guess, to inspire and entertain and get women's cricket at the forefront. And I think that platform we're really looking forward to trying to use and like I said, inspire and entertain people around us. And it's just about growing the game, and we're really looking forward to coming across the best teams in the world.
Obviously, you had a very successful home summer, and I guess going back to the start of the Ashes last year, the limited over stuff, it looks like England have a real strut about themselves, a real confidence. Did it feel like that in the dressing room? Because it looks like, it maybe historically, when England played Australia, there was, Australia was such a dominant side, and it looked like both teams were aware of that dynamic on the field. But it looks like over the last year or so, there's a new confidence about England that actually know they can take anyone on in the world.
Yeah, I think we see playing Australia as a great opportunity. They've led the way in women's cricket for the last 10 or so years, and I think the way they go about things has made us want to compete with them even more. It's always an amazing game, obviously an amazing rivalry, but for us, we really kind of thrive on the opportunity to learn and learn from them and play against them. And last year in the Ashes, it was just an amazing opportunity for us. It was a home Ashes where they've led the way for so many years, and ultimately we were probably the underdogs. And to be able to go out there and play with freedom and not have that pressure on us, I think just gave everyone a lot of confidence to go out and play their way. And we did a lot around kind of focusing on how we want to play, how we want to go out onto the pitch, and regardless of result, we want to entertain and inspire, and we want people to come and watch us regardless of the result. We want people to get into cricket because they want to be like the next Nat Sither-Brunt or the next Sophie Eccleston, and that's really what's, I think, driving our environment, which then makes everything else just so much fun. We love spending time together on and off the pitch, and when an environment is so safe and so welcoming, players can come in and they can just be themselves, and I think that's just an amazing environment to create. And the messaging we have from John Lewis and the coaching staff and Heather has been so consistent over the last 18 months that we're starting to really build kind of a foundation that we believe the way we want to play our cricket is going to stand us in great stead to then be able to compete with the likes of Australia.
You mentioned that the environment is one that feels safe and welcoming. Other than the obvious in John Lewis and Heather Knight, who are the people who are leading creating that feel in the camp?
If I'm honest, I think we've all bought into it. We've all bought into it really well. It's that, we all just get on with each other so well. Obviously, it's professional environments that everyone's competing for a position to play. But at the same time, we're having great conversations around training. We're giving really honest feedback about what works and what doesn't. And we're all just helping each other grow our games and be the best cricketers we can be. So from that point of view, we've all bought into it really well, and we're all supporting each other and helping each other grow, because we know that if each individual grows by 1-2%, then the team is growing as well. So I think that's the amazing thing. You also look past Nat, who she just consistently leads from the front, and that inspires the younger batters like myself to kind of tap into her knowledge, and she's so open to speaking about batting and her mindset about how she goes about it. And I think when you've got players like that who are so open, it just creates more conversations, and it opens up the environment even more.
Is there anything in particular that you've learned from Nat over the last year or two that you've used in your own game?
Yeah, I've spoken to her a lot around kind of just the mindset of batting. I think that's what impresses me so much about Nat, is how she just is so ruthless, and it's not exactly the amount of runs she scores, but it's just how consistent she is. And professional cricket is a really hard sport where, as a batter, you're going to fail more than you succeed, but her success rate is the best in the world, I think. And just the way she goes about that, and I've kind of spoken to her about what her routines are and things like that, what works for her, how she goes about things in the nets. And not everything's going to work for me, but it's just about picking up different things and bringing it into my game. I've picked up a lot around kind of how I train and my mindset to nets, which I think has put me in really good stead over the last 6 months.
You mentioned that this is your second World Cup. You've only just turned 20. How do you feel about your own game at the moment compared to, say, a year and a half ago?
Yeah, I'm a lot more settled. I feel in a great place at the moment, so I'm really excited for this World Cup. Last year, obviously, I was coming off a major injury with my collarbone, and that did affect me in a lot of ways. My prep wasn't ideal, and I just felt a bit undercooked going into it. So, especially being my first World Cup, there was a lot of anxiety around that. And whereas kind of 18 months on, obviously, I struggled in 2023, just around kind of the eyes on, and probably not having it as good a year as I had in 2021 and 2022. Even though I'd probably scored the same amount of runs, it just didn't feel as fluent, and so I struggled with that. But coming into 2024, I just seem to be really relaxed, really calm. I feel in a really great place with my batting, which is amazing. And like I said, going into this World Cup, I'm really excited. And I'm just looking forward to the opportunity to, like I said, playing against the best teams in the world, but especially with this group, just the freedom that they allow you to go out and play with. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
How do you reflect on the scrutiny that you had on you in the last couple of years? Because you had quite a unique ascension really into professional cricket, in that you were so young, but also your rise coincided with the rise of the 100. So it was quite conveniently placed almost in that your career was going in one direction, but so was the tournament. You came very closely aligned with that tournament, and I guess interest in women's cricket as a whole was rising at the same time as well. And you were, literally just a child in amongst that. How was that for you looking back on it?
Yeah, looking back, I see it as a positive, and I see it as a positive, and also I see the challenges, obviously, through the experience. I've been incredibly fortunate that I've seemed to time my career so far pretty perfectly, with opportunities arising. Obviously, first year of the 100 getting called off due to COVID, and then I was just in the right age, just about to play in that first edition of the 100, and then obviously as it's gone forward, regional cricket, getting my first professional contract, and then just seeing the women's game grow over the last, say, 4 years. I feel very fortunate with the opportunities that I've had, and I guess the timing and belief that my coaches have had in me. But then also it has been a challenge. I would say that 21 and 2022 were amazing. I was absolutely loving cricket, everything about it, and it's always great when people are saying nice things about you. But 2023, I did really struggle. I had a little bit of criticism around kind of my batting and my form and things like that, and whether I was kind of getting that third year like syndrome where players get worked out, and I really struggled with that. And actually kind of then with my injuries as well, that weighed quite a burden on me. But coming into this year, I've learned so much about my game. I've had so many amazing conversations with players, coaches, support staff around kind of my mindset towards my game, and I'm now in such a good place where I feel like whether I'm scoring runs or not, I can stay pretty level. I don't listen to the noise. I don't look at it anymore, which is a great place to be in, I personally think, as an athlete. And yeah, I'm really enjoying my cricket now. But when I did have that attention and that noise, I then found it quite difficult. And I think that's part and parcel of learning / coming into a professional environment. But it was a shock to the system, that is for sure. And I think necessarily it wasn't even my form. It was just kind of the way I was going about things was different to 2021 and 2022. And when people are writing about you but aren't in the environment that you're in, and they're not in the conversations that you're in, I just found it really difficult. That I was like getting frustrated. I was like, they don't know what I'm being told, and they don't know what my role is. And it felt a bit unfair. But I'm now I'm really at peace with it. I'm okay with criticism purely because I focus on what my peers around me, what my family thinks, my friends, my coaches, and it's their opinions that matter to me. I really like the saying, and someone told me this last year, is that if someone is speaking about you, if they can't say it to your face, if they don't have your number, then their opinion isn't worth it. And I really like that. It's like the people who matter to you, the people who contact you, you speak to that day to day, they're the opinions that you want to worry about. And if they can't contact you, you don't have their number, then it's not worth it. And that really stuck with me. And I'm just really in a great place now with my cricket, and finding that on-off balance of kind of life and cricket has been amazing.
Well, it sounds like you're in a really good place at the moment, which is great to hear. Best of luck at the World Cup, and thanks so much for speaking to us.
No, thanks for having me.
Awesome. Cheers, Alice.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Surrey Essex County Championship. It's the two big guns going at it.
50p. Got in your head there, didn't I?
I'm back to usual form now.
It was a good toss to win for Essex as well. I mean, I'm sure, would Surrey have bowled?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, please.
That is a nice shot.
And Sibley past that fielder for Paul.
See it swinging and carrying is a nice feeling for any fast
Driven.
bowler.
Classical. Daniel Lawrence waited for it. And he's taken it.
We know their quality. They're chasing our tails at the top of the table, and that's going to be a pretty tough next 3 days, I'd say.
Shot. That's a gorgeous shot from
That's
Smith.
nicely flicked away. Foolish driven for. Flicked beautifully. Beautiful.
Oh, that's classy.
Lavish. Oh, there he goes again, Jamie Smith.
There's, oh my goodness me, what a shot. Be still my beating heart.
It's been a nice 24 hours. It's a decent enough wicket, probably 300 past. We're probably a little bit shy of that at the moment.
It's carved away.
It's Ryan Patel.
Smith, does he get through? He does. Jamie Smith, such a huge day for this young Surrey star. Oh, look at that.
Control the scoreboard, you'll control the wicket call.
Oh, he has a real quick shot.
Going to see the protagonists of swing with Dan Worrall.
Early inroads would be perfect.
Edged and taken. That's the first one. Jordan Clark, who's been right on it. Edged and it's taken at second slip by Sibley. Short, pulled. Oh, he's gone. Oh, it's close, and it's given. Helped down to deep, fine leg, and taken. Right under the eyes, a big beaming smile.
Everyone loves getting stuck in.
Yeah. Nice use of the feet, finds the gap. That's going to run away to the boundary.
Folksy and Smudge had a really tough period being on and off, and it's a tough time to bat. You get into the battle again, and then you have 1 over or 2 overs, and you back off, and then you're back in the battle again, and then off. I think it does affect you massively, and then hats off to Smithy again for getting really important runs.
That's a glorious shot from Smith. Smith has been the standout batter for Surrey in this match.
Well, that's in his hitting zone. That's neatly played. It's a lovely shot.
And that's driven in front of square.
Lead over 250, crunched away. Eased away by Ryan Patel.
The ball striking at the end was phenomenal, and the gap finding. Oh, the one, yeah, it was too hard. You just don't know if they're just going to swoop in out of nowhere. It's hard to judge it.
Pull and swoop once.
Magnificently played, a wonderful innings.
Massive member of the changing room, and everyone likes seeing proper, nice people do well. And great 100 back.
Go on 100.
Fun last session for me to bat with the boys and obviously put the boys in a good position, leading by 360. Just to have Smithy and Ryan play the way they did on a difficult surface, the way they played was unbelievable.
It's just getting ready to just go back as you come round, just go. Come around and smile, and then leave your eyebrows there. Oh, go like this. Out. That's your model face. Openers, cowards. Got to say light roller there. We'll have the heavy one in the morning, boys. Right, boys. Just chase them out there.
Got him! Parried by the man at third slip, safely into the hands of Ben Folkes. Bowled him!
It's really frustrating, especially when you feel like you're on top of the game, and the weather is making you stop playing and go and play again. And then, as batters, you lose rhythm. As bowlers, you lose rhythm. But on a pitch that arguably favours bowlers, I think it's really important to stay patient and just, if you land enough balls in a good length, good area, then just trust that the wickets will come.
And another 2 in 2! Caught Folkes, bowled Laws.
Be able to contribute after being out of the game for a while to win, especially a big win against one of the better teams in the country. It was a really, really nice feeling.
Goes after it and got him. Well, that plan worked. It looked a straightforward plan, an unsubtle plan, but it's come off.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Oh, that one's taken off. Play that one. Well, you can't. And Surrey have wrapped it up.
I've had some good times against Warwickshire. Hopefully you can implement that this coming game.
Shocking standard.
Tell me when you want me to flex.
Oh yeah.
Tails, please.
This is coming out not flashes. I've won more than I have in 2 years.
The players lined up in front of the pavilion for a minute's silence to remember Josh Baker. Here's Kemar Roach. He loves playing against Warwickshire.
It's always a hard-working role. I'm the one to obviously try to control the game as much as possible. Let obviously Dan and George, they express themselves and they do well. And I think whoever Surrey puts on the park as a fast bowling unit, I think we all come together, we communicate, and we look after each other. People don't know Burnsy, but he demands respect. He demands hard work. He demands high effort, high quality. He knows what he wants each day, each session, and that's what makes us like so clear in our roles.
The change of ends has worked straight away. Great captaincy from Rory Burns.
Ed Barnard records his 6th first-class century. Oh, knocks him over. Feet used, caught it cover. That'll do it.
I think also we get on well, so it's, you know, we're good mates, and yeah, I enjoy seeing him do well, and hopefully he enjoys seeing me do well.
Confident looking stroke there from Burns, and then another one.
The opening partnership between Burns and Sibley putting Surrey into a commanding position.
A lovely looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. He'll flick off the pads there.
That's nicely played.
Whipped. Oh, and
Just
Dom
like that.
Sibley. Dom Sibley. That's the ideal way to go in for your tea and cakes.
Smith, who played some unbelievable innings, is an amazing player, so hopefully he can get over the line tomorrow with a couple more runs and make it a big 100 for the boys.
It's probably the first time I've been in that position. Not nervy.
What a player Jamie Smith is.
That's 4 runs. Have that. The only question, did it go all the way? Yep, it did.
Oh.
You do feel a little bit of adrenaline rush. You know that there's a possibility that something's going to happen soon. The way obviously the crowd is behind you, and the feeling and the ball how it's coming out your hand and stuff. You get a feeling in terms of what's probably going to happen.
Kemar Roach is at it again. And Surrey are left with 89 runs for victory.
I think as a real team performance, there were partnerships throughout the batting, there were partnerships with the bowling, the catching was good, pretty pleasing performance all round.
I just love it, man. It's hard work. Don't get it twisted. It's really, really hard work. But at the end of the day, you know, you've given your all for the last 4 or 5 days, and you win the game. There's no better feeling.
This is a classic Surrey performance under the leadership of Rory Burns.
First time I played at the Oval, I think I was about 11 years old. To sort of witness it as a young player, and then, yeah, pretty inspiring too. We were really tight as mates off the pitch, but then also on the pitch as well. We kind of understand each other nicely, and I think that's an important thing in a batting lineup.
Oh, see.
Oh, shout. Yeah, give it. Caught in the cordon for 1, 15 for 4.
You're not calling, you're not calling.
Important not to try and leave it to someone else. I think anyone can get a good ball, first ball or something that can end your innings quickly, so it's very much still everyone wants to score their runs. Just trust your defence and put a bit more pressure back on the bowler, so I think that's probably the main thing for me, is just trying to get all the balance right.
I haven't batted with Popey for a while. I think we work really well because obviously I'm a little bit taller than him, so the lengths are different, and I think because it was doing quite a bit, we kind of just said we're going to try and go after or be as aggressive as possible for the next half an hour and get them off their lengths, and thankfully for a couple of hours it worked.
From 15 for 4, Pope and Lawrence have put on 148 to turn the tables.
And myself and Ollie kind of had to put the pressure back on them.
To have Dan Lawrence coming in at 6 and play the counter-attacking innings that he did, it's just an amazing asset to have.
It's obviously a long season with the cricket packed in throughout, so it's just a nice way of getting the competitive sort of juices going in the morning, but also just having a laugh, to be honest, get the body moving, but yeah, having a bit of a laugh with the lads, just to build the energy for the day ahead. Yes! Yeah, actually, to be fair, myself, Sibley and Gus are probably the best two footballers, so...
What again?
Great to learn from everyone and be in an environment where everyone's pushing each other in a really healthy way.
Dan Worrall with 6 for 22 here.
It's almost like we've been woken up and we came out to make a point, and we did that with the ball this morning and then with the bat this afternoon.
The middle order showing their worth in this game.
A second wicket for Dan Worrall. Oh, that's an excellent catch from Let Gully.
It's a lot easier for me knowing that usually when I come on to bowl there's a 3 or 4 down.
Some of the wicket in his first over.
And that's his 10th in the match.
Abbott, a wicket in his first over. Now that sounded like an edge. It's Kemar Roach.
Whether it's a 4-day game for Surrey or a test match for England, the feeling after sort of putting in the hard yards for 4 or 5 days is just so rewarding, and it does test you.
Welcome, folks, to the afternoon session from the Kia Oval. It's a beautiful autumnal, balmy afternoon even here. And you do feel like this could be the session that Surrey get it done. 6 down Durham, 98 on the board, still way shy, 55 in arrears of making Surrey bat again. And the sense that Surrey could complete the job and put themselves in an almost unassailable position here, although Yas Rana next to me has a raised eyebrow because he is keeping a keen eye on events up in Manchester where Somerset are fighting hard against Lancashire but are staring down one hell of a target to keep this championship race alive going into the rest of the day and indeed into tomorrow and potentially next week. But Surrey just have to get the job done here. They need to pick up 4 poles this afternoon. Jordan Clark it is, fullish this time, and Colin Ackerman, who batted beautifully in the first innings and is continuing where he left off, punching that down the ground for the first boundary 4 of the afternoon. Emilio Gay 40 not out at the other end, batting nicely and on his debut, of course, for Durham, having hot-footed it from North Hants on loan for the last couple of games of this season before signing on full-time for Durham next summer. And so these two, the last recognised batters, punched again tidily into the offside this time. His game looked in very good order this yesterday morning, did Colin Ackerman, and he will be hoping to build on his first innings performance. These two, you feel Durham's chances rest with these. 6 down is a slightly inaccurate reflection in that Durham went on the double night watcher last night. They lost one before the close and one straight after. They were in fact this morning at one point 3 for 2 or 2 for 3.
2 for 3, yeah.
2 for 3, depending on where you are in the world, as Adam Collins pointed out, and then 18 for 4 when Alex Lees was cleaned up by Jordan Clark. 58 for 5 when David Benningham went from a rip snorter really from Sam Curran, and then 6 down just before lunch when Ollie Robinson was cleaned up by Curran, who picked up his second. Edge but down to second slip, and he'll pick up a single from the ricochet. Yas Rana, all over by the shouting here, right?
Colin Ackerman at 8, he's not your usual 8, and I think conditions for batting are still pretty good. Obviously, sorry, way ahead, but you know, Ackerman started this session well, as you said, batting nicely in the first innings, 78 not out. Sorry, haven't got him out in this game, and sorry, got Gay out early in the first innings, but he's looked really assured second time around.
That will be 4. No need to run. Right out of the meat, full stride out to it. He's a fine player, very well ordered, organised left-hander. And you feel like it's going to be a very smart, canny signing for Durham over the next couple of years. They've got a good one here in Emilio Gay, very highly rated, much coveted as well around the county game. Durham won the race for his signature, and he will start in earnest for Durham at the start of next year. But this is a very useful early glimpse into his class for Durham fans. Turned him around this time. That's what Jordan Clark does against the left-hander. He survives. 32 gone, 109 for 6, still trailing by 44.
It's going to be fierce competition for places in the Durham top order next year.
I was thinking this earlier, yeah.
Alex Lees, Ben McKinney opening up this week, Emilio Gay, David Benningham, Ollie Robinson, Colin Ackerman, Baz DeLader. But then add in Scott Borthwick, who's currently out injured. We had him on the broadcast yesterday. And then they've also got Will Rhodes coming in, who's had a lot of success first at Yorkshire but primarily at Warwickshire, leading them to a championship title in 2021. So we heard from Marcus North yesterday about the importance of building a squad It's not just your 11. You need serious backup. It's what Surrey do. Surrey this week missing a fair few players to England duty. But they're able to cope. Someone like Ryan Patel starts the season out of the first choice 11. Yet, come the end of the summer, arguably, probably after Rory Burns, been their most important batter in the second half of the campaign. And if we're talking about the number of absentees, it is worth pointing out just how many Durham have had this week.
Flick round the corner and running fine, but well stopped down there on the long leg boundary by Sam Curran, who's had a good day. Couple more to Ackerman. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yes, they're building something very promising indeed at Durham. For all that they've had a good year, they've been unlucky with injuries and left a couple of results out there, as Scott Borthwick's told us yesterday afternoon. A couple of tight losses that he's still quite not been able to let go of.
Yeah, I remember looking at the table a couple of weeks ago. I just couldn't believe they were as low as they were. They've picked up a little bit since.
Just on Surrey's cast of stars, Will Jacks currently not out in the ODI against Australia, batting first drop, with the promise of Jamie Smith as well in at 5, carded at 5 in that lineup. So 2 Surrey stars in that England 11. And Sean Abbott as well with the ball for Australia. He's already had a run at Will Jacks. Jacks 9 not out, just getting going. Ben Duckett 31 not out as well. So we'll keep half an eye on that game as well as the afternoon wends along. Beats him, holds the line again. Daniel Worrall, the champion, from round the wicket. He got it going again today, as he so often does.
Bit of news that we might have missed in the last hour. Sussex are back in Division 1.
Yeah,
They beat
it's a great achievement, that,
by
yes.
an innings at Bristol, and they've had a similar year, you'd say, to what Durham did last year. They've been the standout side in Division 1. They've won 8 games. No one else has won more than 5. You've got a brilliant attack where you've got 2 international class bowlers in Ollie Robinson and Jadev Unadkat, the Indian overseas who's played a bit of Test cricket, but has got an outstanding career first-class record. And then they're so well supported by Jack Carson, the off-spinner, who's been on a few England Lions tours. Up there with the leading wicket takers in Division 2. Contributes handy runs at number 8 as well. John Simpson, I think 500s in the Championship this year.
First year in the job as skipper as well. He's done a great job there, one of the cricketers of the year, John Simpson. So, Emilio Gay still going strong here. He's seen off Dan Worrall's latest.
Yeah, and if you think about how Durham have done this year, and also Worcestershire, the 2 promoted sides have fared well in Division 1. You know, both of them have secured their Division 1 status with a round to go. So I expect Sussex to maybe not challenge for the title, but you know, be a reasonable mid-table side. They've got the bowling attack in particular to do that. They recruit well. Jaden Seals spent a lot of time down at Hove at the start of the summer before he joined up with the West Indies Test squad.
Just a quick reminder, we've been asking you for your thoughts on the broadcast, on the game itself, on your relationship with the county game, seeing as this is our last broadcast of the season from South London. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And when our producer has finished his lunch, he'll be running some of those over for us. Do send whatever you've got in. It would be lovely to hear from you, good, bad or indifferent. Areas where the broadcast can be improved, perhaps areas where the county game itself can sharpen up, and your own reflections on what the game means to you. We'd love to hear from you. Get them in quick though, folks. Only 4 wickets still standing for Durham. And Surrey, as ever, 1 defeat in 5 summers in red ball cricket, are on the march.
Yeah, I'd be quite interested to hear if anyone's got some more out-of-the-box ideas of what can change around county coverage. So not necessarily refined to what we do here, but...
Do you have some?
I think more can probably be done to promote. Counties themselves are very good at promoting their own streams, but during a test match, if you've got a really good test match, I think there should be more messaging that if you really like this, well, three or four of this team are going to be playing for Surrey next week.
It would certainly benefit from a coherent and joined up campaign of promotion. I would tend to agree with that. We're just trying to make the game as open and as accessible as possible. County cricket, in all its glory, has been curiously hidden for so long. If these streams can do anything for you, then we try and bring the game further into your consciousness. Foolish toad as well. There's a big wahoo from Colin Ackerman, out of character, and he manages just to get an inside edge. It trickles away down to long leg.
Yeah, Jordan Clark just looking at his hand after he let go of that ball. Maybe it slipped out of his hand. A rare full toss from Clark.
So it brings Emilio Gay back on strike here, and Jordan Clark round the wicket straight away to the lefty. This is his preferred angle. He and Dan Worrall are so adept now at holding that seam up against the angle. Short though this time, and Gay onto it very quickly, but there is a man out, Sam Curran, so just a single. But again, further evidence of Gay's well-ordered, organised, orthodox and unflustered technique. He will retain the strike. Just a boundary shy of what would be a maiden 50 for his new club.
Good to see Worrall back into attack actually. He did go off the field after holding his back in the morning session, so good to see him bowl. Full pace.
Yeah, Worrall, 3 for already, 3 for 18, 8 overs in. Hungry for more. He has been simply untouchable all summer. A bowler of international class, there's no doubt.
Update from Manchester. Andy Hamid is gone. 4 off 2. Lancashire up and running. Somerset 4 for 1 in the first over, chasing 393.
Well. We keep a close eye on events up north here, because one never knows. At 20 past 1 on Thursday afternoon, by the end of today, you never know, we may yet have confirmation. We're getting ahead of ourselves, but that's the nature of it. Surrey will be listening in closely as well, and there's a burble around the ground. There'll be plenty of people watching here with an earpiece in and keeping half an eye on their phones. Meanwhile, Worrall continues to do what he does.
Yeah, Surrey still got a job to do here though. It's been a good start to the session for Durham. Not as much movement as we saw this morning. Pitch probably slightly slower than it's been on the first 2 days.
Beautifully played. One of the shots of the day. Colin Ackerman's looked in good order all game. He's in prime form, coming off the back of 186 made last week. And a rare, slightly misdirected full ball by Dan Worrall. And with a touch of class and swagger, it's just flicked off his toes through straight mid-wicket. Trail by 34. Playing a miss there to hit. Just tried to perhaps over hit it. Did Ackerman. Lives the fight on. There is a man at deep backward square on the offside. He would have been in business there because that was going up. And the attempted uppercut, as it was, nothing doing.
I think because of the way a lot of conversations around the best performers in county cricket work, where the conversation is often through the lens of who might break into the England team. I think Ackerman is someone who goes under the radar there because obviously he's a Dutch international, South African born. But for a long time now, he's been one of the most consistent run scorers in the country.
Yep.
Averaging north of 40 across his career. Had a lot of success on a personal level at Leicestershire. And slotted in nicely here at Durham.
And again, rock solid, unbeaten in the first dig, big 100 last week. He's in the form of his life. Colin Ackerman, 33 years young, bodes well for Durham as well, you feel, going into next season to have him and Beddingham. Now, 2025 membership now on sale at KeaOval.com. Visit KeaOval.com/membership. It'll be the 180th anniversary of one of the most historic sports clubs in the world. Do join us. Promises to be one hell of a year. Free access to all Surrey home games in the Vitality County Championship, Metro Bank One Day Cup, the Vitality Blast, and now, of course, the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup and Vitality Blast as well. 2 teams for the price of one, folks.
Technically 7 competitions, right?
Yep. Good value. Flourishing club. Numbers going through the roof. Do join us. Oh, and you get discounted drinks.
And priority booking for the 2025 International Summer as well.
Jordan Clark in again. Emilio Gay, solid again. Yeah, so do just get into that website, scan the QR codes, and as Yas says, perhaps the cherry on the top, 2-week priority booking window for the 2025 International Summer of Cricket. Right here at the Kia. Men's Test versus India. Women's T20 against India as well, and a men's ODI against the Windies. Playing a miss, and he's cranky, is Emilio Gay. He's played such solid, sensible cricket, and that's the first time he's tried something funky, just trying to angle with half a bat face down to deep third. No need for it. Just got to play inside his box and keep going here. That's better. England going okay, 77 for 1 inside the 14th over. So getting to the end of the power play in the ODI against Australia. And Surrey's Will Jacks, 20 from 22. 1 boundary 4 and a maximum as well. And Ben Duckett as well going at a run a ball for 5 fours for his 36. Be a good one, that. Keep an eye on that across the course of the day. And it's taken off from nowhere, just as we saw in the morning session. Sam Curran accounting for Beddingham, and a similar kind of delivery again from this end. There's definite life from the JM Finn stand end, and Yas, that's taken off from nowhere.
Yeah, there've just been a handful of balls all day that have reared off the length. Not particularly short. You can tell that by how the batter's playing. They're not going back, they're almost venturing forward, and then the bounce really takes them by surprise.
Excellent by Emilio Gay.
It counted for Beddingham earlier in the day. Similar sort of ball from Sam Curran, and as Phil says, from that end as well. And I think the general pace of the pitch almost contributes to the
The fun of the fair, right?
The predicament the batter finds himself when you do get those balls, because I do think it is a little bit slower generally today, but there is the occasional ball that properly flies through. Compare it to that ball there. It's a similar length to the one that beat Gay, but Gay has plenty of time to get over it and just knock it into the gap and pick up one.
Gay moves on to 48 with a single from the final delivery of the 36th. Durham 120 for 6, now trailing just by 33. So we've been asking for your thoughts on email, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and they're flooding in. Matt Gardner says that it's changed, the streams have changed how he consumes cricket. It's made cricket far more accessible. Thank you, Matt. Trevor Rickman, a Surrey supporter in the Midlands. Invaluable, he says, to follow county cricket. Hope you all have a great winter. Thanks, Trev. David Jennings, I'll tell anyone who asks that the county championship is the finest sporting competition in the world. Well, hear, Dave. You won't find any arguments in this particular parish. Short one, slightly misdirected. Okay, comfortably enough, ducks underneath. Your broadcasts, adds David, have only further entrenched that opinion. Great to hear. Catherine Creamer, county cricket alive and well. Keeps me alive and well. Yeah, keeps the wolf from all of our doors, Catherine. Johnny Shannon, used to be a member here at Surrey when he was younger, and it's great to be able to feel like I'm really connecting with the club again. It's tricky for Johnny, he says, to get to the Oval at the minute, but in a few years, retirement beckons. Playing a miss. Perhaps just held his shape, did Gay, and not follow too much. No real reaction behind the stumps. In a few years, retirement beckons for Johnny, and he can see himself heading back. Lovely to hear. Mick Wyman, member since 74. If this county-wide coverage was available during my school years, I'd never have got any work done. Thanks, Mick. Keep them coming, please, folks. So 2 men out on the hook. Got up for it. And he's given him. Emilio Gay has to go. 2 shy of a maiden 50 for Durham. But Daniel Worrall will simply not be denied. 4 for now for the champion, 4 for 23. It would be apt should he get the job done here, because he has been insistent all summer long. He is a cut above, as good as it comes. Not just in county cricket, but at the very highest level.
Earlier in the day, Adam and I were talking about what makes Worrall such an effective bowler, and it's actually, I think, it's in periods of play like this, as much as it is with a brand new ball, that I think make him really stand out as a bowler. We were just talking about how things have just got a little bit quieter since lunch. The ball's not moving as much, but he can get the ball to talk at pretty much any phase of an innings when he has a Duke's ball in his hand. And they're beating Gay on the inside edge, bowling from around the wicket, getting it to move in late. Hits him on the pad. Umpire Debenham took his time to raise his finger, but that looks pretty adjacent on the replay. Worrall has his 4th. Surrey have their 7th. They are 3 wickets away from the win that could, depending on events up in Manchester, hand them a 3rd title on the bounce.
So Gay goes, struck on the rise, but from the crease. Umpire considered it long and hard, raised the finger. Played nicely for 48, but he has to go. So Durham, just 3 wickets in hand. Very useful player at 9, Baz de Leyder. Made good runs in the first innings as well, a sprightly 36. They're going to need that and then some if they're going to get anything from this game. It's been a good learning curve nonetheless for Durham, fielding a very raw, inexperienced bowling attack. They fought really hard yesterday, I thought, Yas, until the last hour and a half. It was only really post-tea where the game ran away from them. But the story for now is the champion from the far end getting the ball to sing. And just how much longer until Surrey can shake hands on what will be yet another win here at the Citadel, really.
Well, we were talking about it yesterday. Just one defeat in the last 5 years.
It's
in the
wild,
Championship
isn't it? Isn't that a
at
wild
Kia
stat?
Oval. And that was a game with a Kookaburra ball, so does it even count?
Worrall in again. Wideish this time. Deleda has nothing to do with it. By the way, Mick adds, P.S. sad to see the Cricketers pub being demolished. A great music venue in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, here. It's probably time. But it was a great crack back in the day. Yeah, it speaks for itself. Another one done, 37, 120 for 7.
Yeah, well, right on the money yet again after lunch. 10 overs, 4 for 23. It's an inexperienced Durham bowling attack that, I thought they fought really well yesterday, especially for the first 2 sessions. And Surrey got ahead in the third. But I think Surrey, if you look at where this game has been won or lost, obviously still 3 wickets to take. Durham 262 all out on the first day, 120 for 7 in the second inning. That's a really good Durham batting lineup. Beddingham and Ackerman, 2 of the form players in the country. Robinson, someone who's been on the verge of the England Test team this year. Alex Lees, former England Test opener who still gets picked in England Lions tours. Ben McKinney, very highly rated. Emilio Gay, lots of counties interested in him before he eventually chose Durham. For Surrey to take their first 17 wickets for 380 runs, seriously good going.
Well, it's an international class attack, that's why. Here's one of them, Jordan Clark, bangs it in this time. Never lets up on you, does Clark?
No,
his consistency of pace is really what marks. He's clearly quite the specimen. He's strong, he's evidently immune to injury. He plays what it appears every single game, certainly in Red Bull cricket. His first name on the team sheet, really, certainly in the attack. Him and Frankie Worrall, they're good mates as well, evidently. Full, flicked, but not timed straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I completely agree. But with Worrall, there's a stat that Samo gave us earlier in the day that since 1990, Surrey seamers with more than 100 first-class wickets. The top 3 average-wise are Wackar, and it's prime Wackar. That's the early 90s Wackar. Morne Morkel the year after he stopped playing Test cricket when he was still at the top of his game. And Worrall. And you can barely differentiate them when you look at their averages. I think Worrall's, I think it's 21 and Wackar was 19.8 something, Morkel 20 point something. You're comparing two legends of the Test game. Worrall's impact on this Surrey team is comparable to what Morkel did 5-6 years ago and what Wackar Yunus did 30 odd years ago. He is that effective for this team.
Well, exactly that. And if you think of some of the great sustained periods of dominance in county cricket, certainly say of the modern-ish era from the 90s onwards, then you also go, say, to Sussex and Mushtaq Ahmed and how Mushtaq Ahmed dominated for 3 years. And they won 3 in 5 years, I think it was. 3 championships in 5 years, did Sussex. And he was the main man every time. And it was a case for the rest, just waiting for him to come to a natural end point in his relationship with county cricket. And until he did, Sussex were broadly unbeatable. It's getting to that point with this particular bowler. He is simply too good. I am done for the time being, and with 3 wickets to call home, Daniel Norcross is on tenterhooks.
Worrall to continue into Ackerman. Left alone. Worrall with 8 in the game. 5 for in this innings and 10 for in the game, up for grabs. Could be our last session of the summer here at the Kia Oval, Dan.
Oh, yes. What dolorousness doth become me. I have lost all my mirth.
Do you not like winters away from
No.
South London?
Well, I mean, South London is as convivial a place to hibernate as anywhere, but the cruel, depressing rhythms of darkness, countdown starting at 3:30 with the lights go on, eking out time. I have a method. You're probably aware of my method for managing the winter months.
Did you get really into the Plunket Shield?
No. I separate every month into a year of the Second World War. The Second World War is mercifully 6 years long, almost to the day. So October becomes September the 1st, 1939 to August the 31st, 1940. November becomes September the 1st, 1940 to August the 31st, 1941, and so on.
Does this help you?
Yes, it does. I mean, October I don't mind because it's phony war, you know, sending kids off to be evacuated. It's still sort of all right because we love cricket, we adore it, but by the end of September you have forgotten that there's a whole bunch of interesting foreign language film box sets that you're meant to watch. Italian and French and Spanish dramas. And you think, do you know what, I'm going to broaden my horizons. I'm going to see people I haven't seen for 6 months. People who don't work in cricket. Friends. Pop around the country. That sort of thing. But then the clocks go back. And the clocks going back actually coincides perfectly with the Battle of Britain. Things go horribly wrong. Darkness descends over Europe and certainly over Britain. And that is late October all the way through November. November the 5th in my timeline is when bombs are raining down on London, which is kind of appropriate when you hear the fireworks going off, and Diwali as well. Oh, swing and a miss, very wide that one. Well, not quite with the radar right there. On 21 for 7, Yas is taking a break. Worrall with 4 for 23.
I always like doing this with you, Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to Midway, El Alamein.
Oh, all of that. Well,
I know that comes a bit later, but we get to our Stalingrad in turn. Come on, keep going.
I committed it
the
to
people
paper.
love it. I did. Oh, you wrote an article, didn't you?
I did write an article with the Nine Watchmen.
That's right.
Explaining the details. It's actually available on the on the KiaOval.com website.
Is it now?
Yes. If you like, I'll explain. Oh, that's nicely put away for 4. This isn't a deep third. There's a deep backward point. And Durham are getting closer and closer to forcing Surrey to bat again. Delayed her off the mark with that boundary, just playing it late, riding the bounce, finding the gap, past the slips. So the problem is, and you know how it works, we're effectively, each day takes up roughly 11.81 days of the Second World War. Roughly.
I mean, of course.
Depends on the month. 31 days in October, 30 in November, to adjust accordingly. So, the day of 4th of June 1940 becomes noon on the 24th of October. And on the 24th of October, that's the earliest day that the clocks can go back, which is also pretty much the time of Dunkirk. The evacuation of Dunkirk. And so the darkest hours are now going to be upon us.
Can I just ask, because that is very neat, the darkest hour.
Well, the very
clock's
darkest
going
hour.
back and so that's nevertheless, that is a neat little. When did you realise that when those two dates lined up, you must have been cock a hoop?
I was, rather. Well, I suppose You start with an idea, don't you? And then you test the hypothesis. And it's at that point that a whole bunch of extraordinary parallels come flooding to you.
I feel like you tested the hypothesis on a few of us over about 2 or 3 years at various dinners in October and November.
Yeah, many of you were put through the ringer with this idea. I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm into it.
But essentially, when the clocks go back, the sun will set no later than 4:15 for the next 11 weeks. Because the other thing that I do as a coping mechanism, and I know other people who do this, is there's a website called Time and Date. And on it, it tells you exactly when sunset and sunrise is on each day of each month. So you track the progress of the darkness. That is deliciously played. Baz Delayder's had a good game here, Wickets with the ball, and he showed some pluck with the bat, and he's doing it again here alongside Ackerman. The last major partnership you'd think that Durham have got.
Incredibly useful pick-up for Durham, Baz Delayder, on the basis that he doesn't occupy one of the overseas slots, being a Dutch international, yet he brings to the table the skill set of a top-flight international player, for he is one of those.
Those are the kind of holy grail players, aren't they? So, imagining our timeline as October ends, end of the over, 129 for 7, October in our timeline, this happens just as the Channel Islands are occupied and the Battle of Britain begins, both August 1940. The weather is grim, but of course there's no snow around, there's no fun. November for me is the most abject month of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. Down under, November, beautiful month though. I think spring is springing, hope, eternal, midsummer, soon to be upon you.
Because we're quite basic in the Southern Hemisphere, we just deal in months for the seasons.
Right.
December, January, February, that's summer. That's
Yeah.
summer.
Yeah.
September, October, November, that's spring.
Spring.
None of this worrying about the moon and the stars and the sky.
No.
We deal with months.
Just months.
Yeah. Set your watch to it, literally.
It's like brown snake, isn't it? It's a snake and it's brown.
So November being the last month of spring by definition, good.
Very good.
Good.
Oh, an edge which flies through where third slip might have been. And I say third slip might have been. He really might have been, because Durham is still behind Surrey.
Yeah.
And 7 wickets down. And that, I think, went at catchable height to the naked eye.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely.
Definitely.
That's a third slip catch every day of the week. And with Worrall still generating movement, I'm somewhat surprised that there isn't another player in the group. As we saw Conor McKerr take a sharp chance in there late last night against the new ball. It was 40 overs ago, I suppose. But Worrall's shown throughout his time in England that the Duke's ball keeps moving the whole way through for him.
Oh, hits the back the other way.
Just like that.
He's such an enticing, wonderful bowler to watch, isn't he? Phil Walker was on earlier and he was in rhapsodies about Dan Worrall. And I mean, just every time.
It's hard not to be. I threw a bit of, social media bait out there earlier. Not that it was designed to be this way, but it's been responded to this way. That I'm fairly sure he will play for England next year. I've just reached the point where I can't see how they could overlook him. And a lot of people came back and said, well, he's 33. He's 34 next year. He'll be 35 the year after that.
That's how numbers work.
Yeah, he is 33 and 34 next year. But he's a wizard. And he's not diminishing as he gets deeper into his 30s. He's getting better. And his pace is...
He's played all around England.
Yeah.
With a Duke's ball and a Kookaburra.
Anyway.
He knows it all.
Anyway, so I'm distracting you. You've got a wider story. We don't have that long together. I want you to tell me more.
So... this is rather fun. A fun little fact. And nab another single here. There's a fine leg. That'll be all it is. Sam Curran tidying up. Oh no, they're going to come back for a second. That's good, enterprising running. So bearing in mind that there's roughly 11 days per day, the 7th of November 1940 is when the Blitz begins, and that is noon on the 1st of November, noon on the worst month of the year. And the Blitz is obviously like a bad thing. And this goes on for the next 20 days in our timeline. 20 days. It takes in Guy Fawkes Night, it takes in Diwali, which you think of as lovely things, don't you? But the whizzing and the cracking and the fireworks, it makes you realise what our forebears went through. Just a reminder, before I continue on this ramble, the Kia Oval 2025 schedule. Visit kiaoval.com/ballot and get yourself in the ballot for England men against the West Indies. That's a Metrobank ODI on Tuesday, June the 3rd. June this year was T20 World Cup time, but there's going to be international cricket in England in June next year. England women against India, that I think could be great fun. Vitality IT20. That's on July the 4th, Independence Day. And the last test match of the summer, it's much, much earlier next year. It's a month earlier. It starts on July the 31st, goes through to Monday, August the 4th, at the Oval. That's England's men against India. And we've got a change of bowler. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy, because Sam Curran is into the attack. And I'm going to digress away from the Second World War briefly, because we've had some correspondence come through. A leave first up from Deleda. We saw Curran get a wicket with a leave today.
We did. The fraction fuller, and that was when he took Ollie Robinson's off stump out of the ground. I think we've had 3 stumps cartwheel today, starting with the 4th ball of the day. Always nice to see.
Jeremy Stone has been in touch. The availability of streaming coverage with decent cameras and camera positions has made the Championship my best cricket of the summer. It is more like being at the cricket than the overproduced test version, spin vision and all that. That's kind of you to say so. It's got I'm not going to say a recherche, Phil. When I was growing up, I think we actually had fewer cameras on BBC coverage back in the 70s and 80s than we were able to bring you here at the Oval. He says, although the commentary is excellent, I would sometimes like to have a version with the sound feed to hear the bat on ball and crowd murmur, but without commentary. All right, Jeremy.
You've made your point,
Okay.
Jeremy.
Adam and I are going to be completely silent for 45 seconds and see how you like them apples. I've cracked. We've got to talk about it. He's just played a missed.
I think the difference is, and Jeremy makes a fair point about, this is more the television style, so you don't have to talk over every ball. No. You can let it breathe and so on. But we're having so much fun here. That's that. We're not having the pressure of ads at the end of every over, as you might if you're on television. It does mean that we can go back and talk about the Second World War, and that's. Phil's appreciative. He loves the fact that you cracked within about 20.
Yeah, couldn't keep it up.
Yes.
He just played a missed.
Nice piece of bowling. That Curran change up where he changes the wrist position subtly and moves it across a right-hander.
He's got that fine enough. It's going to be 4 more. I'd say fine enough. It's not remotely where he intended. It's flown off top edge and gone down straight behind Ben Foakes, as straight as you can get. That is a little fortunate, you might say. I think to say that was finer than he intended might be the biggest understatement of the lot. You can't. I'm not even sure if that is fine when you go down straight behind the bowler.
You do occasionally see a fielder there in Test cricket these days when they're doing the war of attrition, bounces at all times thing. It's become an increasingly big part of Test cricket.
The deficit now just 13 with that single. So it looks like Surrey are going to have to bat again. Andrew Duke from Calgary has been in touch. He says, being able to now watch my county, who I have followed for 60 years. Good for you, Andrew Duke. Watching them while sitting in Calgary as an immigrant of more than 40 years is a great treat for me. Well, I'm delighted to give you that. I've watched on my travels around the world. I was watching Phil Walker and the team doing the T20s when I was out in the United States, and we watched a game when we were out in Hong Kong.
We did.
A year and a bit ago. It's Hampshire, was it?
Yeah, we
Great
missed
Ollie Pope century.
That's right. We weren't able to commentate on the opening round here because we were doing a T20 tournament in Honkers, and we had this live stream up whenever we could. It's great fun.
Remember watching it in the airport.
Yeah.
Just superb. David Beer, great name. An E on the end. It says, greatly enjoy Mr. Norcross being unleashed on the watching world. There's nothing wrong with knowing about 1928-29. I'm glad somebody has the guts to criticise Gubby Allen even 120 years after his birth. Thank you, David. I've got to say, it doesn't take an enormous amount of bravery to go after Gubby Allen at the moment. I think he died childless and there's no one out there to come for me. Oh, that's bounced unusually from Worrall. I think Delayed got his bat inside and his hands down.
You picked your target well.
I did pick my target rather well.
You're going to start campaigning for them to change the name of the stand?
I mean,
because they are renovating that stand.
What the second oldest test ground in London chooses to do with its stands is up to them. But I find it unusual that they would want to keep his name on there. I mean, you may as well have, the Quisling stand. The Lord Haw stand. Oh, beats the bat again. With another beauty. We're just so used to saying it about Dan Worrall. I love the numbers on the plays and misses he's induced this season.
Well, they do get kept. We did a nice little session. I don't think you were with us with Ben Jones from CricViz.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 2 or 3 home games ago. And he had his his extensive database out. And I was getting him to do requests on it as we were commentating together. And it won't surprise you to learn that Worrall, according to the inputs, is the best bowler in county
expected
cricket.
Wickets, that sort of thing.
All of that, and the way that they do it is, well, it's the pitch map.
Right. Yeah.
Bit.
Where you pitch
where
it,
you've
what
hit the
it
ball.
does, what it's likely to do.
That's 1.
Yep.
2 is how much the ball moves.
Of course.
And 3 is how often do you induce a false stroke because of it.
Yeah.
And the thing was that despite Worrall at the time taking his wickets at 14 or 15 or whatever he's taken them at this year, it was about that at the time as well. The only other bowler in the country who had all 3 inputs as good as Worrall or near enough to Worrall was Dylan Pennington.
Oh, is that right? Edged again. There is a third slip in place. It went to ground. He couldn't stop it. It's gone down to the boundary for 4. The deficit is under 10. It's into single figures, just 9 now.
Yeah, pleased to see a third slip. It just bounced over his hand by the looks of things. We'll see it a second time here. The deficit's down to 9. Yeah, and this was when Pennington Mania was breaking out across the country.
He was selected in the England squads. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, some speculated that he was, well, not. It was suggested that there was a lot of social media support for Pennington and a lot of media pressure that this guy was going pretty well, but without like that outrageous bowling average that Worrall had. It was more like 29 or something. It was more just a vibes thing that, gee, this guy is bowling the house down without as much luck as he deserves. And yet Ben Jones in the CricViz piece, 145 for 7 at the end of the over, trailed by 8 Durham, proved it. It's like, yeah, actually he is. He's doing what Worrall's doing. Again, all the different metrics. Pace as well gets fed into it. So I suppose there's a broader discussion there, along by having such outstanding support at all times at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 5 other seamers with him in this game. End of the over, 145 for 7. Sam Curran's going to continue. Now, today's an important day for one of the legends of this place. I'm hoping we can catch sight of her shortly. This marvellous woman came onto the live stream earlier this season. We had a good long chat with her about her role, a very, very important role at Surrey County Cricket Club. I was slightly in awe of her. I didn't know whether she's president, so I didn't know whether to call her Madam President or Lady President or just President or Your Honour. Your Highness. A woman whose life has been so intrinsically linked with this great club. Met her husband here, whom we saw the other day entertaining Brian May in the President's box.
Right.
And Anita Dobson, Brian's wife. They hobnob with the rich and famous, but they could not be more down to earth. There she is, the mighty Trish Garrett with her husband, always by her side. Patricia has been a member of Surrey since 1985, 39 years. In 1990, she was appointed to the admin subcommittee. In 1992, she was the first female member to be elected to the general committee, served 4 terms on the committee to date. She served as deputy president in 2021 and 2022. Bouncer from Curran, easily evaded. And she has been our president. I think it speaks volumes both for the club and for Trish. She entertains the away teams. She puts in hours and hours of work. She travels around the country. Obviously she loves it, but it's not just an honorific position, you know. Schmoozing does not take care of itself. Ooh, that's a bit of a fancy waft from Deleda.
Well, that's a remarkable amount of service. What do you say? 1990 joined the committee, was it? The original subcommittee that she was on.
Yep, 1990. That's 34 years.
34 years of voluntary service to an organisation. I mean, that's stunning, and only fitting that she's been recognised as the head of the club as president.
A bloody good president she's been too. She helped run the supporters marquee in Guildford for 19 years, raising money for Surrey youth. Ran a creche at the Keir Oval during Sunday League games in the mid to late 90s, and was elected as an honorary life member in 1997. She is the very best of us. She'll be around though, don't worry. When she stops being president, you will see plenty of Trish, if you don't already. But she'll be absolutely loving this, watching her beloved Surrey on the cusp of doing as much as they can do in this game to win the title for a 3rd time.
And you know what that is? That's a reminder that county clubs are that. The second word, they're clubs. I think we get so fixated on what first-class counties represent when it comes to producing players for higher honours, and what, if you want to call them, test playing counties mean as far as the stadia and revenue and so on. But I think sometimes in the conversation, a bit of fielding there, sure there wasn't a further run, what can be a little bit lost in it all is that these remain community clubs as well, and so it is across the country. It isn't divorced from that. It is different to.
It's different from football.
You can't avoid the comparison to football. It does, and the further down the pyramid you are, maybe it feels different. But at the very top of the domestic game, it doesn't feel like this in the same way. How could it? They're multi-billion-dollar behemoths, and cricket at the domestic level isn't that.
No, but it is great to see that, without doubt, the club with the most resources is Surrey. Everybody knows this, and it is very much a member-led club.
Yeah,
it hasn't succumbed. Now we've got to change a bowler. Tom Laws is into the attack. Change a bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning, sustainable strategy.
Very good.
Which you'd have to say. Oh, now it's gone through 3rd slip again. Again, no 3rd slip in place. Frustration for Laws. Ackerman gets away with it. That's the 2nd time we've seen a ball go at catchable height through a vacant 3rd slip. And that really would have been straight to a fielder there. And it takes Durham now to within 4 of making Surrey bat again. But talking of sustainable solutions, you'd have to say sustainable strategies. That's exactly also what Alex Stewart has put in place. This will be his last home game in his role.
Of course, yeah.
The last few years have been a triumph for him. And I think actually the players did wander off and see if they can find the ball. This is one of the great things that happens in elite cricket, is 2 England internationals, Dom Sibley and Dan Lawrence, are now crawling around underneath the covers, trying to find the ball that's gone down there because there wasn't a third slip.
Tom Curran's over the back there as well, another England international, yeah. He was the one that couldn't find it initially.
And Tom's gone under the cover. Now he's right under the cover. I can just see a little bit of his right thigh poking out. No more than that. Sibley's trying to instruct him. Dan Lawrence is there for moral support and nothing more. He's not bothering to look. He's just... And they've got it. They've got the ball. They've got the ball.
Comes back to our previous point. Don't see that in the Premier League, do you?
No. Actually, you don't. You imagine Marcus Rashford having to wander up sort of 10 steps, try and retrieve the ball from behind the goal.
There was a little bit of that in the pandemic, behind closed doors.
That's true. There was
sport, wasn't it? Like I remember covering the behind closed door one day. I was at Manchester between England and Australia, and Glenn Maxwell getting on a tear and bombing balls into the point, the hospitality there, and them not really knowing what to do, other than getting in the crowd and there was a crowd, getting into the seats and finding the ball time and time again.
Well, because as our former Prime Minister so famously said, it's a vector of disease. A vector of disease. 150 up for Durham. This partnership now worth 30 after the loss of Emilio Gay, LBW to Worrall. Anyway, we give our love, support and thanks to Trish for all that she's done as president of Surrey, and look forward to seeing her around. She'll be going nowhere, folks, but she's put in a marathon shift, and she's entitled a little bit of time off just back in the ranks as an ordinary citizen. Oh, now that's evaded, folks. It's running down to the boundary. It's 4 and Durham are in the lead. It's when we get to use the effectively word. Durham 154 for 7. They are effectively 1 for 7.
That they are, and look, to their credit, when it was utterly chaotic here inside the first over initially, and they were 2 for 3 after 6 balls this morning, then 18 for 4. It could have been 100 all out energy. That can easily happen. We've seen it here over the last couple of years. Ends the over here, 154 for 7. In the lead by 1 Durham, where teams do capitulate, and there have been wickets steadily through. Daniel, pick it up.
So just a reminder, you see Trish there. The big screens around the ground are showing her as well, because this could be her last day for a home game at any rate as president. And there she is with her husband. And of course, don't forget her daughter Becca, who was on the committee. The youngest committee member. I think she was 18 when she was elected onto the committee. And I wouldn't be surprised if she follows in the footsteps of her illustrious mother. She's slightly embarrassed at the fact that her fizzog is being transmitted around the ground right now as Curran starts a new over. Change of angle around the wicket.
It's a nice moment.
Lovely moment.
But yeah, just to finish that point, we've seen teams just succumb to scoreboard pressure, batting third at the Oval last few years, and I know it looks grim at 154 for 7, but remembering that 2 of the wickets to fall were night watchmen, so we've still got 2 very much recognised players in Ackerman in great form, and Delita, very capable batter. And from their perspective, if they can be batting, I mean, let's just flip this around a little bit here. If Durham can build something here, the partnership they've put on is 34. If that's 134,
all things start getting edgy.
Well, it's a different game of cricket entirely. They've got something to bowl at.
In effect, this is a 6th wicket partnership.
Yeah, that's
rather
right.
than an 8th wicket partnership.
Yeah,
that's your point. And we saw, Minto could hold a bat.
Yeah,
he's very young. He's only 16. He's the youngest Durham first-class cricketer in their history. But if he's striding to the wicket and somebody at the other end is on 85 or 100, it makes a heck of a difference.
Well, it's going to take a lot, right? Because the challenge for Durham is that it's repeat spells from absolute top liners and 6 seamers to rotate through. And Dan Lawrence, if they want to go that option at some stage as well. There is no logical place to counter-attack with that risk, as it should be. But we did see from Surrey yesterday a partnership down the list between Laws and Patel, who was the number 3 and still going strong. It defined the day from roughly this stage. It was about halfway through or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Might have been a snifter later, might have been closer to tea. Either way, the point stands that this was where the game changed yesterday, and Durham should take something from that.
Yes, it was length wicket partnership, wasn't it?
Yep.
And Ackerman's looked very solid in this game. Top scored in the first innings. Surrey have yet to get past his defences.
Yep. Mentioned before the unbeaten innings here on day 1, but also the 189 he made last week. He's got the hot hand for Durham.
It's 2 Dutch internationals at the crease again.
They know each other well. They've had a lot of cricket together, these two. Both involved in that World Cup win over Holland at Adelaide Oval we were at for a couple of years ago, Daniel.
Oh, swing and a miss to finish the over. 154 for 7. The remarkable game when Roloff van der Merwe took the decisive catch.
Sure did.
To get David Miller. It was almost it was like the hand of God.
Yeah.
He sort of fell and the ball landed in the hand. Didn't he? Sort of like he was stumbling. He was dragging his arthritic hips and his cranky knees backwards through deep third, and then fell backwards and the ball just nestled in the hand. So Laws is going to continue. Still no sign of Conor McCurr in this innings. He just had a few overs in the first innings, didn't quite go for him. Four overs, I think it was.
He's been on the field, so there's no hint of injury, just hasn't been turned to as yet.
Took a good catch.
Yes, he did. And I suppose having a fresh man to turn to is a good thing. And this was roughly the time of the Lancashire second innings a few weeks ago when he got on a roll and picked up 4 in a hurry and finished that game off. So that'll be in the back of the mind of Rory Burns, I suppose.
Now, I wonder where Phil is, because I need him to come in quite shortly. Because I'm off to liaise with bird-watching supremo Lev Parikian, who's a big Surrey cricket fan.
Okay.
He's the author of many fine books about nature and birds. His brother is a coach at Spencer Cricket Club.
Oh, yeah.
And he told me about, there's a couple of birds here that aren't pigeons, that are wagtails. And if you'll pardon the pun, Durham's tail is rather wagging. The oval wagtails. He's a big fan. Phil Walker's here. I'm going to get out of the way. Leave you in the hands of Adam Collins and Phil Walker.
While Phil's shuffling in. See what Laws can do. Knocked on the head by Delader. While Phil's jumping in, I'll give you some round the grounds. Why don't we do that? Because Surrey's Will Jacks has raced out to a half century at Trent Bridge. He's 57 not out. Batting with Ben Duckett, who's on 73. England 157 for 1 in the first one-day international at Trent Bridge. England won the toss, elected to bat against a depleted Australian team. I don't know how closely you've been following this, Phil, but they've all woken up poorly. Stark, Hazelwood and Maxwell.
Right, no, I didn't know this.
They've all, well...
Lasagna Gate.
I suspect... they've been ill for a couple of days. They don't really know what it is yet, but it's enough to keep them out of the team. And that means that Ben Dwarshuis, who's a New South Wales cricketer, has played T20Is before. He's getting his one-day debut, opening the bowling with Surrey's Aaron Hardy, part of the 2022 championship team here.
And Sean Abbott as well.
And Sean Abbott, another Surrey star. Dead right.
Chopped away for a single.
So they've got, Jackson, Duckett going at it at the moment. Salt was bowled by Dwarshuis for 17. Then they've got Brooke, the captain, at 4. Surrey's Jamie Smith at 5. There's a lot of Surrey going on here, isn't there? Liam Livingston, Jacob Bethel at 7, which is his one-day international. Then Durham's Bryden Cass, Jofra Archer, Durham's Matty Potts, and Adil Rashid.
Yeah, good to see for Will Jacks. And Duckett as well. Pulled tidily enough by as the later. These two have batted manfully, not just today but across the match as well. They repaired the damage that was done in the first innings. Ackerman in particular batted beautifully, unbeaten in that first innings, and 32 not here as well. But as the later, a kind of counter puncher from the mid to lower order, they're doing this as well as can be expected. Durham now lead by 4. Yeah, just briefly on Ben Duckett. You know, not really got much of a go in white ball cricket, but you watch him, you think he's a natural white ball player, don't you? Especially in those early 15 overs. Hits gaps, hits it in strange positions. He's a natural boundary hitter, untrammelled kind of player outside off stump. Not surprised to see him going well in that one. Sam Curran it is. Short, nowhere near it. Actually blasts through Ben Folkes' gloves, but nothing doing. Tidy bit of work by first slip, knocking out middle pole. So what is the Somerset situation?
Well, that is, well, so they made 398 Lancashire in the end after all that. Stunning from where the game was on day one when they were castled for 140 and Somerset bowled out in turn for 146. So a one innings game, but it was set up quite early. Lancs 398. After losing early wickets, they fought back beautifully. Luke Wells 130 of the best and setting Somerset 393 for victory. They've lost a wicket. That was early on. Andrew Mead was bowled by Bailey for 4. And Vaughan and Lammonby have put on 53. They're 21.
Oh, he's going up. As well he might. Perhaps Adam saying slightly high-ish.
I think leg side.
Leg side-ish.
Just on the angle from where we're watching it. It probably needs to be straightening from this angle if it's hitting him in line with the middle stump. We'll see.
It's where the
from
balloon
the front on camera.
when the ball balloons up onto the offside.
Yeah, it's fine. High as well. And then they're going at 4 and over here, Somerset. So they're having a pop, trying to knock off as many as they can straight away. Vaughan 21, Lammonby, who's class 28. 57 for 1.
Oh. And then the other one, brilliant by Curran, been irresistible today.
Yeah.
Yeah, just briefly on Lammonby, made a very good 100 here, very orderly 100. An even 100 actually.
Yes.
In that game early in the year.
Run out for an even 100, wasn't it? By accident, right? It was the Jordan Clark throwing at one, I say accident, throwing at one end and it ended up hit the stumps at the other and changed the trajectory of the day.
Precisely, yeah. Your boy Matt Renshaw made runs as well that day. It's like a long time ago.
Was that the first game we did this season here?
May well have been, you know. So this partnership is ticking over. 37 now that these two have put on. Decent resistance. It's been a learning curve of a game, you feel, for Durham. They'll know more about a couple of their kids coming through. Dan Hogg will know more about the trials and tribulations of the county game. He beat the bat numerous occasions, had a couple of catches grasped as well. And of course, the 16-year-old tearaway for Southport, Minto, has become, just as you get with quicks, the talk of the town overnight. An unheard of proposition on Tuesday morning and all over social media, bowling in the high 80s 48 hours later. That's the way it goes with the quicks. As a batter, you have to build up a body of work. With a quick, you just need a couple of good days and suddenly everyone's very excited.
It's a great point, Phil. And I mean, we had a bit of a first-hand experience of that this morning, didn't we? It's 157 for 7 maiden bowled by Sam Curran, where a WhatsApp group that you and I are both in, which, you know, doesn't do too much county cricket chatter, came up, what's the go with this Minto fella? Because it had been seen, right, that the short ball to Rory Burns did the rounds big time on socials. 16-year-old who bowls 88 mile an hour, ignoring the fact that he went around a bit and so on, but the fact that he could do that.
Secondary.
That's right, yeah, if you're a batter, unless you got the runs, no one wants to talk to you.
Yeah, and that delivery, particular delivery to Burns that you talk of. So Rory Burns came off the pitch after the first night and went straight to Scott Borthwick and said, what have you found here? What have you got here? And Borthwick relayed that to us yesterday afternoon on comms. And this is the way it goes. The name starts to just drift around the game. And it becomes, initially it's Chinese whispers, and then it gets louder and louder, and suddenly, on the back of just a couple of deliveries, you can be the next big thing. And look, it's obviously dramatic, profoundly premature to be talking about this boy in those terms, and yet that's the way it tends to work in cricket. There is nothing like pace, raw pace, for throwing the rules out, throwing everything off kilter.
And yet his passport's currently in the Pakistan embassy getting a visa. No, not really, but you know.
Yeah, and he can bat as well. Marcus North was telling us that yesterday morning. Beats him. So yeah, look, Durham 5 for 7. In fact, it will take one hell of an effort to avoid defeat in this one. Nonetheless, they can take a lot from this game. They can take a lot from this season. They are a team to watch, perhaps the team to watch next year. Emilio Gay today just made 48, but good runs. He's going to get a lot of runs, you feel, in the top 3. Recruited well, got a battery of quicks. And after a tough few years, there's a real good feel around the club. Tom Law's got a couple of deliveries left of his 6th. He could do with picking up one. He's not been at his best today so far. A bit errant in his first 3 over spell. Went for 30. Not quite as accurate as we've come to expect. Batted brilliantly yesterday, though. I think without that intervention, this game could have fallen any which direction. But that partnership between him and Ryan Patel was critical, really. Durham had done so well to hold on to the coattails, and he strolled out at number 9, batted like a top 6 player, orthodox, clean hitting, made 58 very good runs. Beats him, 159 for 749 gone.
And you look at the context where he walked in. So the 7th wicket fell at 279, and it wasn't just the game situation that was relevant then. So we see the oval ground stuff here.
Trying to pretend they're not being
they're watching.
Observed, yeah, they can see it. Give us a wave, fellas.
They're watching and they're not listening. That's
too
fun.
cool for school.
Do a great job here. It's a result pitch, but not in the sense that it's set up to see teams skittled. It's just giving plenty.
Gone up this time. The celeb repeal, as well he might. No hesitation. Umpire's finger goes. Baz Deleda trapped bang in front. Sam Curran picks up his 3rd of the day. 3 for 20. He's been irresistible today.
There was the shout a couple of overs ago from a similar delivery that was just a snifter shorter. And here what Curran's done is he's caught him on the crease. See it on the replay here. Yeah, hit him on the knee roll. In line with, say, middle and off by the looks of things, and that natural angle back towards the pegs beats him on the inside edge, and that's that. Deleda, who was playing an important hand, and just when, as a Durham fan, you might dare to dream a little bit. Can these two be batting in a couple of hours, and can they give themselves something to bowl at? Height would have been the only question.
Yeah, again, above the knee roll.
Above the knee roll.
But Curran is a skidder. So I don't think there can be too many complaints. It was certainly ramrod straight. And Surrey now just 2 good nuts away from getting this done. 159 for 8.
And this is where Surrey's depth comes in. They can move the pieces as they see fit. Curran here's bowled a spell that must be now into its 4th or 5th over. Well, if they can't get these 2 quickly, well, then there's Jordan Clark to come back. Worrall hasn't been long in the attack. McCurr hasn't been used. He's fresh. Indeed, Worrall's not in the attack right now. We saw that he finished them off in the space of a few balls the other day. So this is where it gets daunting for the lower order. Minto, the youngster, stepping out to face with a lead of only 6.
So the debutant, to face up against Sam Curran. 2 to go. Beats him, Jaffa. It's unfair to get a nut as good as that first up. Shaped up okay in the first innings, I thought. Orthodox technical style. Marcus North was telling us yesterday morning again that they fancy that this 16-year-old is just as useful with the bat as he's appeared to be with the ball. Stern test for him though, with 3 slips in place. Squares up but away. Played it quite nicely, soft hands. I'll give him that one.
And before the wicket, we were making the point that the partnership yesterday, if it's Durham that are able to go 7 down to 9 down in a hurry there, it's not only the fact that Surrey would have had obviously a far lower lead or far smaller lead, but they wouldn't have been able to have picked up those last couple of batting points as well, which in a tight title race means ever so much. Getting to 415 was a mighty effort, and Lawes' 58 was central to it.
Ackerman comfortably enough in behind it.
I wonder how Ackerman will play this, by the way, Phil, because he ended up not out 78 in the first innings, and he was very generous with the way he played with the lower order. And by that I mean he never played the milk to strike game.
Yep.
I know that it's a slightly different configuration here because Parkinson and Hogg have already batted, but yeah, I wonder whether we might see a little bit of this, acknowledging that the lead is so slender. It would take something pretty special from him.
Well, that may be some indication. He's thrown his hands at it, but of course there are 2 men wide on the square boundaries. He's there to hit.
Interested by that as well, for what it's worth. They've got a deep point, deep backward point, fine leg, deep square leg. Surely Ackerman's looking for one here. This is probably the ball where you can afford to bring up a couple of those men. Certainly the square leg and the deep point, but anyway, it's maybe not quite to that stage.
Again, arcing into the right-hander, but just starting a tiny bit wide still. Some tidy work by Conor McCurr in the covers. Dot ball to finish then, 160 for 8. James Minto, who has to be called Jimmy, surely. James Minto will face up, and it's going to be Tom Lawes to continue, which is a good move by Rory Burns. He's backing his man. Been slightly indifferent at times today as Tom Lawes, but it would be apt should he come in and get the job done here. Quick question, can you have a viewer curse like a commentator curse, asks our producer, who's thrown a few shots out on the final afternoon here. Henry emailed 9 minutes ago, Baz Deleda looks very impressive both with bat and ball, particularly led the attack well yesterday. One of the most underrated players in Division 1. One of the signings of the season. 2 minutes later he's out. Well, frankly, John producer, Henry's points are entirely fair and do stand, whether he got cleaned up by Sam Curran or not. He's had a very good game, Baz Deleda. He's been a very good signing. Came in towards the back end of last year. Made his name really in white ball cricket, of course, as a Dutch international. But he's become a very useful red ball option for them.
You'd love to see them.
Tidily played, by the way, Adam.
It was. Invest in Deleda.
Yep.
And Ackerman likewise. And I know it gets complex with the Dutch national team and their dance card of commitment. So in the T20 World Cup this year, a number of Dutch players weren't permitted to attend because their counties kept them back. Right.
Yeah.
And that there is tension there. I know Deleda did go to the World Cup, but still, point stands that is a degree of complexity because the home summers clash. But still, for all of that, I like to think that the counties can see the bigger picture here, and that the Dutch internationals can do as they want to do and represent their country, and not have it jeopardise their chance to play and earn a proper living doing this. We saw it for a generation with the Irish players who came over here between 2000, it was roughly 2010 when they started coming over on a full-time basis, and 2018 when they achieved full member status.
helped around the corner. Tidy work. Sam Curran is enjoying himself today. Very, very good just to keep Ackerman down to a single, and it does bring, for the second half of the over, in fact just 2 balls to go, James Minto back on strike. Yeah, look, it's an interesting point that you raise, and while we don't necessarily have hard, fast evidence, there is a sense, I think, that the ECB are a more enlightened organisation when it comes to the relationships with their nearest neighbours, their less well-heeled neighbours. There has been an understanding that they can help replenish and support Irish cricket in a way that they certainly didn't 10 years ago.
Oh, well, look, it's one of the great, this is a bit of a rabbit warren to go down, but it's one of the great shames when Ireland became a full member. They were only given 2 years of grace when it came to having players in the championship as locals. It should have been 10 years of grandfathering,
indeed,
at least, if not 20. Same with Afghanistan, although different circumstances there. I know that Scotland aren't far away from being eligible for full member status too. Whether they take it's a separate thing, but if they were to get there.
Clips tidily off the pads by James Minto. So he will retain the strike. Surrey won't mind that too much. 47 still to go in the day. 51 now bowled. 163 for 8.
We'll lead up to 10. Yeah, if Scotland go that way, and I think it's right, the Netherlands would have ambition as well. Why not?
For sure.
If there's the criteria set by the ICC to become a full member and to have the rights and responsibilities that come with that, and especially the funding, which complicates matters too as to whether other full members would want them, but let's put that to one side. Being able to continue to have a transition period in comps like this is a good thing. And that was the original sin, I think, with Ireland's transition to full member status, that there was an inability to see the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And they're still suffering from it because their first-class competition was completely snuffed out by COVID. They're only just getting back on their feet over there on that front. But for the time being, that lack of Irish influence means there has been more room for Dutch players, and they've taken full advantage. Most of the national team have played county cricket the last few years.
Yep. A few better than Baz de Leyder. Effervescent kind of cricketer. He's had a very good game, led the attack. Picked up 4, I think. 4 in the end, could well have been 5. Had a catch dropped at deep square, which was, if anything, the hinge point moment of yesterday. Ryan Patel going very nicely into the 60s and picked out deep square, and the ball burst through the 12th man's hands. Went for 6. And then he was driven through the covers from the next delivery. It was a killer blow. Minto shaping up tidily enough here. Yeah, picked up 4 for 106 in the end. Did Baz de Leyder, could have been more.
Love that. The knitting while watching the championship. Perfect. Wonder what's being made there. Just thinking ahead to the winter.
This is it.
We were halfway through Daniel telling us all about the years of the winter as it relates to the years of the Second World War. A story, Phil, I'm sure you know all about it.
From him,
he does tell it, doesn't mind going through it in some detail at the pub, which is fine.
Always deepens with each new telling. Foolish. And he's dug that out tidily enough. I thought perhaps that front boot may have got in the way at one point, but jabs down on it. England have lost a second wicket. And it is, in fact, Will Jacks, who played tidily for 62 from 56 by the looks of it. Very, very useful knock at 3. New position for him in the 50 over side. And Ben Duckett carrying on from where he's left off, really, in the test side. 85 from 80 with 10 fours. Harry Brook, new skipper, just joins him. He's already plonked one over the ropes. There's another one, he's arced across the left-hander. Yeah, Harry Brook just getting going. He's already hit a 6. Be a good game to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, an interesting series where both teams are trying a few new things. It's got more weight than the T20s did because the next trophy they play for is in the 50 over format. Champions Trophy, welcome back in 2025. Haven't seen that in a while. Last time they played for it was out here in 2017 when Pakistan defeated India. So as the maidens complete. We will be talking more about 50 over cricket over the next 7 months or so. I think I'm jumping out. Cam Ponsonby is going to replace me, Phil.
Still just one down at Manchester. Somerset have started well there. Tom Lammonby, Archie Vaughan going strong. They lost Andy Hamid early on. Could be a very interesting finish, that one, some point tomorrow afternoon, maybe around lunchtime. All eyes will be on that as soon as we are done here. Tom Laws to continue then. Colin Ackerman entirely unmoved by proceedings all game. Technically watertight. He's just got on with his own game. Unbeaten in the first and as yet unbreached in the second. Picked it up off the hip, smashes it, but straight to Sam Curran, who barely moves. Picks up a single. Afternoon, Cameron Ponsonby.
Afternoon, Phil. No, Sam Curran had me fooled there. I thought Ackerman had found the gap between the two fielders on the boundary, but as it happened, Curran was just very relaxed. Let the ball come to him, flung it in almost underarm back into Ben Folkes. Can do everything, that man.
Yeah, what a joy to see him enjoying red ball cricket again. Fully committed. He's had a good game. Tom Laws round the wicket now. Minto up on his toes. Looks like he's got a bit of time. Keep sending in your end of season reviews, please, folks, looking to our coverage. Send it to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us your heart, tell us your mind. Tell us your relationship with the county game and what role these broadcasts may have in establishing or deepening that connection. It's been a joy to bring you these broadcasts. We want to make them bigger and better next year.
Unsurprisingly, Surrey going very straight with a teenage Minto. Into a 5-4 field. Just two fielders in front of square on the offside and three on the leg side, allowing Laws to target the stumps. Having said that, he's now hopped to go over the wicket. Back with square leg is going over to third slip. Change of approach, change of line you'd expect. Try and nick him off.
First real shot in anger, but it can only tow it up to mid-off. Shapes up fine, though.
Well, I can't remember if I was speaking to you about this yesterday or Adam Collins, but our other colleague, Yas Rana, had noted that in the in Durham's press release, when Minto was announced in the England under-19 squad, he was described as a batting all-rounder. And so he scored, I think, 500 or 600 runs in Div 1 club cricket last year as a 15-year-old. So he's more than capable of bat in hand.
Polite inquiry, nothing doing, another one ticks over. Durham 164 for 8. Lead of just 11. At least they've avoided the ignominy of an innings defeat here. 53 gone. And it will be Sam Curran to continue. 3 for today. Can he pick up a 5 bag? As I quickly vacate the box because Daniel Norcross is ready to roll.
Sam Curran's going to continue his very fine spell. He's having great success against Colin Ackerman. Cricinfo's telling me that Ackerman against Sam Curran scored 1 run off 21 deliveries. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that? It's a good question. I think he's now got 2.
Off 22.
Off 22.
Just like lightning fast, Dan. You always are.
Now, do please keep sending in your end-of-season reviews of our coverage to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Go gentle on us. We're not perfect. We know that. We're not perfect.
I think it's a very dangerous game asking people for
I know.
their reviews.
John Surtees has asked for this.
John asked me earlier, he was like, do you want to come and read some? I was like, absolutely
I'm
not.
terrified, yeah.
I'd like to hear if there are any nice ones.
It's all fine apart from that Cameron Ponsonby.
It's been said before.
He's getting nice shape here, isn't he, Sam Curran? 3 for today so far, 3 for 22. But Durham, they've dug in a bit. It looked like they could have rolled over, but they've not done that. Colin Ackerman again, a thorn in Surrey's side. The ball now a bit softer, 53 overs old. Tom Laws has been a little bit unfortunate, I'd say, at the pavilion end. A couple of balls have flown through third slip. Oh, beats the outside edge again. There'll be a few of those, and then there'll be the one that comes back. You're a bowler. When you're setting somebody up, when you're setting someone up.
Yeah. Me and Sam Curran, very similar cricketers.
Well, you're both kind of Aryan.
That is, I mean, it's true.
Blonde,
Yeah.
You know. Thereafter, the similarity does somewhat drop away.
Unfortunately so.
Oh, he's got that away fine. It's going to be, well, probably 4. It will be as Folks chases after it. The pad taking the pace off the ball. Leg by signalled. With the lead up now to 16. Minto, the youngest man to represent Durham in 4-day cricket, just 16 years old. So yeah, when you're setting up, what's the general rule of thumb? Are you going to go?
Well, I subscribe to the theory.
Away in.
I subscribe to the theory that everyone is bad.
But
that's my starting point.
Okay, that's a powerful starting point. Oh, nibble again. Nowhere near it, I have to say, but lovely bowling from Curran. Bit back of a length, not quite as full that time.
And this is probably where the cricketing theories and thought processes of myself and Sam Curran differ.
Yeah.
Because if Sam Curran's running in during the IPL and bowling to Virat Kohli, he can't subscribe to the
theory that he's no good.
That everyone's bad because Virat Kohli is quite a proficient cricketer.
Yeah, there'll be a few people he's coming up against.
So I go the idea with everyone's bad, so everyone will miss it at some point.
Ah, so you're just going to bowl straight
just
every
bowl
ball?
Straight at the stumps.
And again, he beats the bat. And he clasps his hands in the air, gazes to the heavens, imploring that he may be the recipient of some luck at some point. Let's take a look at this one again. Or at least his reaction to it. Ugh, frustration. You feel it should just be a matter of time. So yeah, but the problem with that is that we've all heard the expression, he's bowled a bit too straight there. Which is, for you, obviously, is an oxymoron.
Of course. And then naturally, what you then do is once you get hit for several sixes, you try and bowl a tiny bit wider.
Right. Edged again through that region. Fielder running round. Tom Curran will get there. Come back for the second and make it comfortably. False shot from Ackerman. But again, it's symptomatic of how unlucky Laws has been today. We've seen a few go through that region.
But I think a more serious answer in relation to like Sam Curran at the kind of the elite level of the game. I think Curran probably subscribes to a very similar kind of thought process and strategy that Ravindra Jadeja does. So Jadeja effectively goes, I'm going to hit the top of off stump every ball.
Oh, now call for the single. Minto slightly on his heels there. Ackerman throughout this match has shown no interest whatsoever in protecting the tail enders, and I like that because it forces Minto to face the music.
I don't know if you'll remember, but if you cast your mind back to the India-England Test series earlier this year, in the first test at Hyderabad, Jadeja was getting the ball to kind of spin quite dramatically from around off stump, and then Johnny Bairstow left one which crashed into off stump, having gone straight on.
Beats the bat again. Laws, 81 miles an hour that time.
And lots of people kind of surmised or wondered or pondered, had kind of Jadeja run his finger back down the back of the ball, had it been a slight change of release, he's a genius after all, he must be in control of what he's doing. He said, no, it's completely natural variation. If I try and spin the ball as much as possible from off stump, I get the maximum amount of natural variation and unpredictability.
That's a gorgeous shot. In the air for a little while, but well to the left of Burns at extra cover. All along the ground. That's a shot of some class. On the up. Not a long half volley.
We'll see the replay here. I was just telling Phil Walker that Minter was described by Durham in one of their press releases as a batting all-rounder. He'd had great success in Derbyshire's club cricket in the Durham area with bat in hand, so he's very, very proficient.
You'd think that'd give him some confidence. Oh, edged and gone. Good low take from Folkes. The ball had threatened to kiss that edge on a number of occasions while Minto was out there and just struck a glorious four the ball before, and then he gets a good nut from Laws. Laws' first wicket, been a while coming. He's very much deserved that despite his figures. And Durham now on the brink. 176 for 9, the lead, a slender 23 with just Holder to come.
Or perhaps almost an attempted repeat of the previous delivery. Almost too much confidence for Minto. He played such a wonderful kind of back foot drive. The ball's just hopped a little bit for Laws.
As has Minto. Take a look at his feet here. Well, it's hard to see from there. You see it again from the front on angle. You'll see just slightly hopping. Here we go.
Laws skips along. We'll have both feet in the air. There we go. Unfortunately for Minto, that's the end of his brief innings.
Brutal game, cricket. Ball before that, he's just played a shot that Kumar Sangakkara or David Gower would
It's
have
the
been proud
highs
of.
and lows of life, Daniel.
Yep, the warp and weft.
But just to finish that point, Jadeja, with Sam Curran, he in effect has a very similar kind of potential game plan. He has that beautiful natural shape back into the right hander, away from the left-hander. And so with his natural variation, you know that you've got all three modes of dismissal in play. He's challenging the stumps, so he's got LBW and bowled in contention, and he's bowling to the right-hander. If that ball doesn't naturally shape, he's then bringing the outside edge into play. And so I think Sam will have Sam, he's my best mate apparently. Curran will have all three dismissals in play and looking to keep things as simple as possible, knowing that natural variation will be his best friend.
Brought into this world from the same petri dish.
Absolutely.
Right, Holder's got one ball to face. His first innings, he was undone pretty early. I think he managed 2 balls before he was pinned bang in front on a full delivery, whacked him on the toe. He's got 1 ball to survive in this over, and he leaves it. A lot happened there. That both Laws fell over, Folkes dived to his left, and the only person who was entirely unmoved seemed to be Holder, who almost didn't spot that the ball was being bowled. So, end of a successful over from Laws. Take a look at this. It's a slightly comical moment. Down goes Laws, doing a James Bond roll, and Holder, I'm not even sure if he's looking at the ball here, Holder. Oh, no, maybe. So, what does Ackerman do here now? He's surely going to have a dart. 176 for 9. Rory Burns has spread the field as the gentleman in the crowd is enjoying the last faltering rays of the English summer. Curran to continue. And I love this. Ackerman's taken the run. Holder was completely unprepared for that. Direct hit at the striker's end, but Holder's home. And Ackerman, but he's been determined throughout this game, regardless of with whom he is batting, he will take a run. The field has been spread back. I'll have that. Thank you very much.
I think he's taken everyone by surprise there, including Holder.
I'm not sure they chatted before.
I don't think the communication's been a strong point so far. But they've only been together at the crease 2 balls. You can't blame them.
Well, actually, sort of can. Cause
yeah, that's true. They had an opportunity.
They might have chatted in that time. No, I'm going to do a shout out at the end of, after this ball. Presuming it doesn't take a wicket. Hostile ball, well taken by Folkes, well evaded by Holder. A shout out for Caroline Robinson and her team in the Surrey Cricket Foundation. They put on a fabulous end of season disability cricket festival at the weekend, hosted by Valley End Cricket Club. Played there a few times. Caroline and the team do great things to encourage the growth of disability cricket through the Super Ones programme and development of wheelchair cricket and visually impaired cricket. It's come through from Graham K. Taylor. Oh, appeal, but it's going down the leg side. Slip's interested, Curran not. He knows exactly where that ball's going. And Alan Edwards has been in touch to say that when he's not umpiring or playing Surrey Senior 60s, he's loving the stream.
That's wonderful to hear, Alan.
I mean, it's nice of Serts, but do you think Serts is just keeping all the negative comments from us? It doesn't seem like him. He would.
I hope so.
Well. Oh, he's got him! That's not the best leave, just to put it mildly. And Sam Curran has been he's seen stumps fly out of the ground a few times in this match. From the very first day when he got Alex Lees, he knocked out his off stump, and it was off a no ball. This one was way too close to off stump, but Holder, who's shown no real interest in using the bat in this match, did it again. Left one is knocked out off stump, and then he plays, I think, a sort of imaginary perfect straight drive, but it's considerably too late. Durham have been bundled out for 177. Surrey need just 25 runs to complete victory, and a 23-point victory, which is pretty much all they could have done in this round of matches. Presuming they do knock it off, they are guaranteed a lead of at least 12 points. And a rather significant development in the last half an hour or so was that their over rate got back to 0 from -1.
Thank goodness for that.
So it means that they've not lost a point.
Yeah.
We're going to take tea. Of course it's early tea time because the wicket fell at a peculiar moment. It's absolutely typical of cricket that instead of just coming out in 10 minutes and knocking off 25 minutes, we're going to have tea. So the celebrations in the local hostelries, the Beehive, the Fenceman Arms, wherever you happen to go for your drinks, will have to be delayed for a while. And you're looking puzzled, Cameron.
Well, I have absolutely no understanding of why tea's being taken.
Well, because tea's supposed to be at 3:10.
Tea's meant to be with 32 overs left in the day.
But if a wicket falls and an innings ends within 20 minutes of scheduled time of tea, then you take tea early.
One day I'll understand it.
I think it might even be
and
half an
today
hour.
is not that day.
No.
That's okay.
It's always a learning process with you, Cam. It's joyful to be on with you in these moments. But it's tea. Let's get the scorecard up in a moment. You can see the tale of today. Durham having resumed on 1 for 1, having lost Callum Parkinson to the first ball of the innings. A good catch by Conor McCurr for a duck. Got a first baller. He was in there as a night watcher. In came Hogg. So we had 2 night watchers in. And this morning, Dan Worrall did for him and McKinney in double quick time. Durham found themselves 2 for 3. Next to go was Alex Lees. Bowled wonderfully. A great ball from Clark. Probably the first of the really big wickets that Surrey needed. He went for 4 from a claggy 23 balls. Emilio Gay, the Beddingham batted well together, but possibly the key wicket of today was that of Beddingham. It was a ripper of a ball from Sam Curran that lifted from over the wicket, took the edge and flew through to Folkes. He made 23 from 17. Ollie Robinson was bowled by Sam Curran for 14. Emilio Gay, LBW to Worrall for 48 from 98. Colin Ackerman was immovable, but despite a little partnership with Baz Deleda, which got Durham into the lead and just threatened to take the game deep into today, those last 3 wickets then fell in a heat. Deleda for just 25 from 43. Minto struck a gorgeous 4 before he was caught by Folkes the very next ball off Lawes' only wicket in this innings. And then Holder shouldering arms. We've seen that a few times in this match to give Sam Curran his 4th wicket. 4 for Sam Curran, 4 for Dan Worrall, 1 for Clark and 1 for Lawes. Colin Ackerman remains unbeaten on 40. He's the one man that Surrey have failed to dislodge in this match. He was unbeaten in the first innings. He's unbeaten in the second innings. Not quite top scored on this occasion there at the bowling figures. Worrall 4 for 34. Clark 1 for 37, Laws 1 for 55, Sam Curran 4 for 23. Tom Edwards gets in touch to say the entire team is really strong, but particular mention for Cam Ponsonby.
What a day.
Who is great value, genuinely witty, and offers a strangely unique insight, having played with and against a few of the Surrey players growing up. That's Tom Edwards, which is a pseudonym, of course, of Cam Ponsonby.
I was going to say, I'm trying to work out. Do I know a Tom Edwards?
No, it's your burner account.
I'm about to go and meet a friend called Chris Edwards, so I'm wondering if it's his burner account, to be honest. But
it's very good of you, Tom. Thank you very much. Cam needs all the sport he can get at this difficult time.
Thank you kindly.
Namely
yes.
his youth. And it's now tea. So, play will resume at about 11 minutes past 3 with Surrey in pursuit of that meagre 25 runs to secure victory and the 23 points they need to have the destiny of the county championship still in their hands. So we're going to take a second glance at the recent match, Surrey versus Lancashire in the county championship.
Remember Graham Paul Ford, MBE, who left us on the 4th of August 2024.
As a Lancs player, I was like, I'd never want to play anywhere else apart from Old Trafford, but then I remember playing my first game at the Oval, and the sort of sense of being in London was the best decision I've made in terms of cricket and career and probably lifestyle, really.
No, he's one of those guys that's always not taking himself too seriously, and he's a great teammate to have. I'm not sure I should say too much on Surrey TV. Absolute chaos.
I think when you're a close-knit group and you're playing for each other on the pitch, especially throwing in a bit of humour in there, it makes it so enjoyable, especially when the days are long. The stuff might not be going your way. It can be very easy reverted to being, like aggressive or toys out the pram sort of mentality, whereas just keep it light-hearted and it just makes it more enjoyable environment, especially for me.
You want one? I'm back. It's Red Bull. I'm at peace, lads. I'm at peace. Satisfaction. We're back.
Jordan Clark pretty much does everything. He's one of the most reliable performers on the domestic circuit.
Bowled him, played on.
And the rights, yeah, because we're playing in a good team, you can often get complacent, thinking things that may just happen, or we've got individuals in the team that they can do it if someone doesn't do it. And it's about just resetting every game and doing what you do well for long enough, and teams will crumble, or you will get yourself into a space where you can start trying a little bit more skills or trying a bit more fancy, but that just doesn't happen from ball one or bowling the first ball. You have to gather up maidens, you have to absorb pressure with the bat, and then when the time's right, you can really apply yourself in the way that you want to put your stamp on the game, and that's sort of what it means.
And that is a fantastic catch, quite remarkable. Venkatesh Iyer runs down the wicket and edges behind in the most remarkable dismissal, and that's nicked and that's caught. Edged, caught, and Lancashire sink further.
I found myself over the years get more consistent, which helps with being competitive, because I feel like I can be on the right side of a battle most of the times, and that gives me confidence knowing that if I'm on, I know that they're going to have to work hard for their runs. That probably gives me, or has gave me, an edge.
So he basically is as effective in his fourth spell as he is in his first or second spell.
And so Jordan Clark 4 for 57.
It was a classic opener's epic in that he earned the runs that he got later on by how well he batted early on.
But over the top, Will Jacks, no mucking around. Bizarre thing to describe there. Short boundary. Rory Burns has looked the goods from the get-go, really.
Driven nicely down the ground by Ben Folkes. And Rory Burns reaches 200.
It's obviously nice in a game that's been played in Thorpe's name to go out and produce that. It's obviously very pleasing. He's obviously had a pretty big effect on my career through coaching here and being away with him in England stuff. So yeah, nice to get the runs. The reason I like 4-day cricket, I love that challenge, I love that physicality. So it's, I just take it all in my stride a little bit and just compete. Like, I love competing and I love trying to win cricket. So for me, it's an enjoyable part of cricket really for me. So just embrace it all and give it your best crack really.
As the innings went on and on, there was more energy to his knock. So, like, for example, when Jordan Clark came in towards the end, you could see Burns go to another gear, and his fitness, I think, again, was something that was noticeable. You never saw him tire.
I just sort of look at my journey and I sort of wish if someone had sort of like took me under the wing a little bit. Hold it there, when you come over, more like that. I just see like great potential in people like Lawsy, and if I can give him like 1% of advice that he takes and would make him improve, then I feel like we all have that duty to ourselves.
Oh, I get to see what you do to my baby.
No, I'm not singing.
I ain't no more hand down.
Get it under, bring it under.
Send it. Oh.
Burns is obviously, I think, fantastic captain, and he analyses real well. He sort of sees their technique and what we could expose, sort of thing. So it's good to have him at mid-off, mid-on, wherever he is, to sort of chat through.
He's beaten for pace by Jordan Clark round the wicket. You wait so long for a bit of action, and I'm afraid with Lanks on 26 for 1 and still 11.5 overs left scheduled for the day, the fear is that we may not get much more.
Keaton Jennings is one of those players you sort of forget how good he is. He averages 60 in games they win and 16 in games they lose, so he's the wicket. McCurr offered something completely different. The attacking ball was really high pace. The massive reason why Surrey is so successful is because there's a constant threat. They are totally relentless as a bowling attack.
Oh, short leg opportunity. That's a blinder to finish it. Outstanding. Having the short leg under the lid for the extra pace that we speak of.
There was a 7-week gap between fixtures and it looked like Surrey never stopped. And I think the most difficult thing, I think professional players now are quite used to switching between formats. But I think the most impressive thing is that Surrey didn't look like they'd lost any momentum as a team.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for what will be the final throws of this 2024 season at this ground, at least, with Surrey set 25 to claim the points here against Durham, having bowled out the visitors for 177 in the second innings to put themselves into a position where Burns and Sibley can go out there and knock off the runs. Second time around, Dan Worrall 4 for 34. Sam Curran outstanding, 4 for 23. The other wickets to Jordan Clark and Tom Laws. For Durham, top scoring, Emilio Gay, who made 48. Colin Ackerman was 40 not out, so not out in both innings. And other contributions from Baz Delita, who made 25, and David Bettingham 23. They recovered from a dreadful start, losing 2 wickets in the first over of today. At one stage, 2 runs on the board, 3 wickets lost. There were moments where Durham looked like they had the opportunity to push themselves well into the black, but that was cut off largely by Sam Curran in that middle stanza, which leaves them this modest chase. Adam Collins with you, and Daniel Norcross with me on a glorious day that spectators have just left the field. They've all returned to their seats, and they're about to enjoy another Surrey victory at a ground where they have loved playing. Their home ground has been a fortress over the last 3 years, Daniel.
7 matches that Surrey have played here at the Kia Oval this summer. Only Somerset thwarted them with a Kookaburra ball in a game that Surrey dominated, but just ran out of time to force that victory. A lot of players have turned out for Surrey in this season. Now, they can't necessarily win the championship today by winning here, because eyes will turn to Old Trafford, and Somerset are going well.
They are indeed. They're 106 for 1, Somerset. They're going at 4 and over. They've got 2 set men. Archie Vaughan's already 49. Lammonby's 47. Their target's 393. So a very long way to go. They still need 287, but that will absolutely go into a 4th and final day. So all eyes will move to Old Trafford once this game is wrapped up.
But whatever happens, you can say that Surrey's performances at the Oval have been fantastic. It's going to be 6 wins out of 7. And we've got to give credit to the squad. Surrey's squad has been depleted more than any other by international call-ups, both in white ball and in red ball. And there are a lot of players who are not playing today who have featured heavily for Surrey over the season. Ollie Pope, Will Jacks, Sean Abbott,
Jamie Smith,
Kemar Roach, Sai Sudarshan.
Yeah, it's a deep old bench, isn't it? And they've
It
had
really
to draw
is.
on those resources in the final run in, and they've stood up this week, taking their 20 wickets. Now a chance to finish it off. Hold up. Beginning for Durham from the pavilion end, and Burns just knocking it on the head. There'll be in no hurry here, of course. It's just about getting the job done, and from their perspective, wanting to finish this none down.
Dan Worrall has been an ever-present. He's been the linchpin of Surrey's attack. But there have been a lot of people who bowled around him and made those victories possible. It's been the power of their bowling attack. But in this match, you'd have to say perhaps the most influential player has been Ryan Patel, who wouldn't necessarily have started in Surrey's first choice 11. And he's not let them down every time he's played. A crucial 100 in this match. They've got Surrey that imposing lead and allowed their 6-strong pace attack to do the business. Cameron Steele, of course, a man who's played a lot this season. You got the full list there, have you?
Different list I've got in front of me for later.
Yep.
Well, I can give you one mention of this list. Dan Worrall, across the season, you mentioned he's been the standard bearer with the ball. Surrey's first runs at the chase. 25 to win, make that 24 to win. Worrall 52 at 16 this season, all told, in 11 games, so he hasn't played all of them.
Played all but 2.
Yeah, missed a couple just when he was managed at the start of the year, where they were all rotating through and that kind of thing. I think he missed the first one, didn't he, Worrall? Didn't play up at Old Trafford, but...
Yeah. Well, hardly anyone did play at Old Trafford, really, in any meaningful way.
That's true, but yes, 52 at 16, at 2.5 and over. 2 forfers in this game. The way he just made sure of the situation at the start of Durham's second innings to immediately apply that profound scoreboard pressure. 3 wickets in his first couple of overs.
So it's been a squad effort from Surrey, and they may very well end up having to go to Chelmsford with a 12-point lead.
Is that what it would be if Surrey take 23 and Somerset were to win from here?
19.
It'd be a 12-point gap going into the final round.
12-point gap, and that 12-point gap is significant, because if the teams are level on points, then Surrey will take the title on most wins. Somerset can't get up to Surrey's level of wins.
I think what you would say, though, is that even accounting for batting and bowling points, the probability of there being 2 pitches produced that would not end up as draws, and you can't account for weather, of course, but it would still mean Surrey would need to win, because the probability of a draw is so slight in the final round. In either scenario, you just can't imagine a world where it goes that way. So there would still be considerable onus
The
on Surrey.
high-scoring loss is just about possible.
Yeah, mathematically, but you're right. It could happen, but I suppose the point I'm making is that as good as this has been, and that's the end of the first over, 1 for none, the job won't be completely done if Somerset go on to chase down that massive target. It'll be one of those interesting ones where they will be huddled around the television tomorrow, or the live stream, riding the bumps with Lancashire.
I wonder if you'd quite do that when you're waiting for wickets. I think what you do is you try to distract yourself and then go look at the score every 20 minutes and go, they've still not lost a wicket. I don't know whether you put yourself through watching every run as Somerset chase down that target. You may think it's absurd to think that Somerset will get 393, but the way that pitch has behaved and the lengthy partnership for the 8th wicket, and from what I've seen there, suggests that it's gone to sleep at Old Trafford. So Somerset will rate their chances. They're a very tenacious side. I think one thing that is guaranteed is that Surrey's in the top 2 again, but the prize is obviously that 3rd consecutive county championship.
Well, in either scenario, Surrey will have their destiny in their own hands, which, had they not performed this week, it would be a different scenario where Somerset's results would be relevant, but they've been able to make absolutely certain of that going into the 14th round.
What is also the case, though, is that there's a bit of weather around next week. Bit of murky weather's predicted at Taunton for a couple of days of the 4.
Okay. Nicely played for Sibley to get off the mark. I wonder how that might affect the preparation of the surface down there, knowing that it could be even a shorter game than usual. Not suggesting anything untoward, but in the slightest, by the way, but if you were aware that it might be, let's say, a 3-day game.
Well, Somerset are relying on Essex winning. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. But also them having enough time to win themselves.
And then they've got to win. So that is the scenario for Somerset. A Surrey draw at Essex, unless it's a rained-off draw, in which they only get 8 points, and Somerset get a 21-point or more win. The forecast is not for that. At Chelmsford, there'll be enough cricket for bonus points to be scored. So it's a pretty simple equation. For Surrey to win the championship, they've either got to not lose or have Somerset not win. There is one very unlikely scenario in which Somerset get a 16-point draw. And Surrey find themselves on a terror track at Essex and only pick up 3 points in a loss. But for that to happen, Somerset have to score 450 runs in 110 overs on a pitch that'll probably be prepared to be a result pitch. So
I wonder how often there's been 16-point draws, by the way. They must be quite rare.
Yeah, there won't be too many of them, will there? Because
you've had the
if you score
game
in the 450, and then you've taken the 3 wickets and the 10 wickets, 9 wickets.
Yep. Shot perfectly placed. 2-man back for Minto, because we know he likes to bang it in short, but Sibley easing it through the gap, much to the delight of the Surrey faithful, applauding every run.
Lammonby's out.
Ooh.
Surrey superfan and TalkSport supremo John Norman has sent me the details. Lammonby bowled by Wells, which tells you something. The legs are on. He made 49 off 83. Somerset 113 for 2 now. Chasing.
What a performance, Wells.
Well, yeah.
Way wide. Signalled accordingly. Nine for none, Surrey. Ignore the bottom of the screen there. It's a couple of balls behind for some reason, but I can assure you that a boundary and a wide have been added to that score.
This tells you just how much one's focus can be on Surrey in the county championship. I've completely forgotten, really, that England are playing a one-day international today, but I've got news of a couple of Surrey players who are playing that make it worth having a little look. Will Jacks earlier today made 62 from 56, 5 4s, 2 6s. And Jamie Smith made 23 off 19.
I think we can see the Lammonby wicket. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Comprehensive through the gate. So that's an important moment. Lammonby, who was building, and we know he has the ability to play the really long innings. Classy left-hander. The second wicket to fall at Old Trafford.
I would encourage Surrey fans though not to pin their hopes on Somerset losing that game. Numbers tell you they ought to, because 393 is a lot, but if you want to win the championship, you frequently have to do it yourself. Target just 16 runs away, and then that'll be it for 4-day cricket for another season. It's been an absolute joy coming here and watching this team perform.
Yeah, that did cross my mind when the spectators were out there at tea before, that for this ground at least, this is the end of the season, and it's been such a delight being here throughout, but also the participation from the crowd, that we get such healthy crowds here at the Kia Oval, and people are invited to get out there in the middle and do as they wish at the lunch break and the tea break. It's a great part of the experience.
It's a special place, and if you're feeling a little maudlin at the prospect of the months without it, just remember it comes around quickly enough. Before you know it, it'll be April and we'll be freezing under a tartan rug.
Squared up.
It happens every year, doesn't it? The excitement, the anticipation, the countdown to the county championship, and you arrive and it's always disappointingly cold, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's one of the most beautiful parts of any summer. It starts with that blank slate and the anticipation of all that is to come, and then you get this slight feeling of elegiac sadness when it's over for another year, but
Ridden by Sibley.
We know that we're going to be coming back, watching Surrey again next year. Many of the same faces will be around. It's a nicely balanced squad in terms of age and experience. There's plenty of youngsters coming through, plenty of experienced players will be back. The old firm of Sibley and Burns will be back in tandem together before you know it.
Yes, that existential dread that you spoke of in the middle session there about when we go into the winter. We don't have the comfort of bat on ball in the county championship. Of course, so much cricket to keep you occupied around the world, and we're lucky to get to be at a bunch of that ourselves, but this is a significant time of the year.
And of course, every season you get to see new teams as 2 teams get promoted.
Into the over, 10 for none. That bottom of the screen's a ball behind or thereabouts. Here we go. Next year, 2025, buy yourself a membership. The 100th, 180th anniversary of one of the most historic sports clubs in the world. You can be part of it by going to kiaoval.com/membership. Free access to all of Surrey's home games across the Championship, One Day Cup, the Blast, and now, of course, the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup Vitality Blast. 2 teams for the price of 1. Also, fully democratic. You can stand for the General Committee, you can vote for the General Committee. It's all part of it. Discounts in the club shop. Become a member next year, kiaoval.com/membership. Not to mention sitting in the pavilion, or a lot of my friends, I'm sure your friends too, use the Oval as their place to work from home during the summer. Laptop out, use it as their office. That's become increasingly, I think, since COVID. What better place to use as your office than the seats of the Kia Oval, so, and indeed the pavilion. So get on board next year and follow this team that's been so brilliantly performed in the last 3 seasons. $14 runs to go.
And it is at times like this when you think about some of the performances that players have put in, and there's an existential crisis in cricket always. One of them is, do youngsters still want to play red ball cricket? Are they just interested in the white ball cricket? Well, Will Jacks has turned out for Surrey's forward 18. The fact that the Curran brothers have answered the call, played the red ball in these last few games.
Absolutely.
So effectively.
Yeah, it's been all part of the conversation, hasn't it, around who is available when for Surrey. It's more complicated, and it's a good problem to have, of course. Players being called up for the various England squads, but in the last fortnight, Tom Curran this week, Sam Curran straight back into it. Indeed, Dan Lawrence straight back into it as well.
Ollie Pope missing, but through no fault of his own. That's ECB decision to rest.
Ooh, there's another wicket at Old Trafford. I've been told that Tom Abel is out.
Ooh.
Let's learn more about this. In behind it, Burns. We'll have the wicket. We can play it on the screen rather than.
So no spoilers.
No, yeah, I'm not going to give you the spoiler. I am going to bring up on my screen what happened though, so I can describe it when it comes. But yes, Tom Abel has been dismissed, so it's 120 for 3. 2 wickets in a hurry. Lancashire 7 wickets to get. Somerset still require 273 for their victory target of 398. It's always coming, the short ball, and Burns knew. Camped on the back foot, crunching it through mid-wicket. The captain had a terrific season, in excess of 1,000 championship runs. Of course, he'll wish to be there at the end. Here it is, the Abel wicket. Oh yes. Leg before to Anderson Phillip for 5.
He didn't even bother looking at the umpire there, did he? He knew exactly what was coming. And let's remember, this isn't about Surrey as much as it's about Lancashire. Lancashire desperate for that win.
Great point. Off the outside edge, 4 more. So 5 runs away from victory. Burns back-to-back boundaries into double figures, 20 for none.
Because let's be clear, with Notts winning today, Lancashire have to win that game, stand a chance of staying up. And looking at the sides that they'll be coming up next year, it's going to be exciting. And we're going to get a home game against Yorkshire. Yorkshire look odds on to go up. And we're going to get to Hove for the first time since 2010, I think it is, the last time Surrey played at Hove.
Are we going to be able to do a little trip to Scarborough? Might it play out that way?
In a camper van.
Well, whatever it takes.
Well, if
I'm looking at John
you would like
here.
the live stream to go to Scarborough, then you get in touch.
Buy a membership. in behind it here, Sibley. It's a very reasonable point. Do we wish to try and do an away game next year? And if it were to be Yorkshire, can we do it at Scarborough? I'm looking in the direction of
that could be
our,
fun.
Our streaming boss, John Surtees, see what he thinks about this idea. Taking us all up to Yorkshire for a week.
In a Winnebago.
Oh, it would be really something.
Unfortunately,
the first ever stream that was done from Surrey was up at Scarbados years ago. So it does make sense. Let's go full circle. If they go up, of course, which I think they will.
it does mean, unfortunately, our cousins from across the river, we're going to have to wait another year for the 48 guaranteed points we collect against Middlesex, but which is a shame.
That's Scarborough fixture, I'm told, was the one that Virat Kohli was meant to play but didn't quite come to pass. I remember that. So 21 for none. Now the board ticks over. That wouldn't have been right had it not quite got there. Anyway, 4 runs to win. Rory Burns back on strike.
A no ball.
No ball, which advances the score by 2. Of course, doesn't deny Burns the chance to finish it with a boundary. Still within his gift.
Of course, next year we might be able to look forward to a fully fit Jamie Overton back in the bowling ranks.
Yet more depth.
And who knows who may come into the squad. There's always some names that surprise you, some faces you weren't expecting.
And younger players coming through. Then Geddes
Absolutely.
last week making a half century. Didn't get picked this week, but just again a reminder that there's that next generation of homegrown talent on the books here at the Kia Oval.
Nathan Barnwell, we've seen in the Metro Bank, among others. Tom Laws' continued development. Saw him develop with the bat in this game. It's nice to see that potential being fulfilled yesterday, wasn't it? We know what he can do with the ball, but his batting has been slightly theoretical since that Metro Bank Cup campaign. We know what he could do.
Ollie Sykes, the other one, has come.
Ollie Sykes, very excited by Ollie
There's a bit
Sykes.
going on there. I love, by the way, when we get to this stage when it says run rate required, 0.01.
Yeah, it's 2 runs to get from an awful lot of available overs. Rory Burns here wants that red inker, and why shouldn't he? He's earned it. His form in the latter half of the county championship has been sensational. He's led from the front as skipper. A triumph here, and if dare I say it, a triumph in this county championship will be a triumph for Rory Burns. A hat-trick of wins for a captain is really quite something. You think back to Surrey's wins, Stuart Surridge and Peter May sharing them. Now this could
Leg
be
stump line. Should be a couple on offer. And there will be. Surrey complete the job at home here at the Kia Oval. Victorious by 10 wickets. Tested at times by Durham, especially on day 2. But a commanding first innings lead turned into a supreme performance with the ball, leaving them only 25 runs to win. They've won with more than a day to spare. Burns 11, Sibley 7. Make that Burns 13, Sibley 7 at the end. And they're shaking hands in the middle. And most importantly, from the perspective of where this competition stands with 1 week to go, their destiny is in their own hands. And indeed, they might have already done enough to win it a hat-trick of times, Daniel Norcross.
Yep, and if so, it'll be a 4th county championship win for Rory Burns as captain, having pulled off that one in 2018, but 3 in a row would be quite something. In this match, he's contributed in Surrey's first innings with a pugnacious half-century. He scored runs galore at the back end of the season. In this game, Sam Curran with the ball, of course, Dan Worrall again, who's been, as you say, the leader of this very varied but remorseless Surrey attack. And we absolutely must not forget Ryan Patel, man who isn't necessarily inked in for the first 11, but the way Surrey's squad works, he gets to play plenty of cricket, and he scored a magnificent 100 as the openers walk off. Sibley and Burns. Surrey so fortunate to have those two at the top of the order with that rich depth of talent that runs right through the side, and history as well. The Curran brothers having been around this club for years and years, as well as Dom Sibley and Rory Burns. They are Surrey men through and through, supplemented by recent arrivals like Dan Lawrence, Ryan Patel, he's from our academy here. The likes of Dan Worrall, who's pretty much a naturalised Surrey man now, getting Kemar Roach back year after year. Sean Abbott, other overseas pros. Jamie Overton, who's integrated into this side. Tom Laws, a youngster coming through, who's been in and out of the side this summer. It's a triumph for them all. Now, they've not won the championship yet, but they've done pretty much as they could possibly have done. 7 matches at home, 6 wins, thwarted only once, and that was a draw against Somerset in tough conditions, a bit of rain here and there. A Kookaburra ball, a game that Surrey dominated. They have been magnificent throughout their T20 Cup campaign as well at home, taking them through to finals day. It's been a privilege and a joy to watch them in this 2014 season, as it has for the last couple of years, and long may it continue.
Yeah, 23-pointer for Surrey here this week. Just when it reached the point of the season where the onus was on Surrey to win, not just to draw but to win, after going down in a thriller at Taunton last week and getting the job done, as I say, with the better part of 4 sessions to spare. You see there, they bowled out Durham on day 1 for 262. It's been their blueprint across 3 seasons. Win the toss and bowl. The last 9 times they've won the toss at this ground, they've done exactly that. And from there, making 415 the first time around. That healthy first innings lead. An early wicket last night in Durham's second innings. 2 this morning, Dan Worrall. 2 wickets in the first over. All the pressure onto Durham, and Surrey's bowlers were able to needle away through the morning session, the middle session, finish the job, bowl them out for 177, and turn this into a comprehensive victory by 10 wickets.
It's lovely to see the players now walking around the outfield, taking the applause of the home fans. It's a lovely tradition, a slightly sad one as one contemplates the months ahead without the cricket, but they are deserving all the applause they're getting. The crowd are on their feet. They've watched some brilliant cricket. Let's not forget Cameron Steele, who was so impressive with the ball early in the season. Conor McCurr had a match-winning performance in the county championship. Everybody has contributed here. Ben Folkes with the gloves after the disappointment of being overlooked by England. Dan Worrall there. What a bowler he's been.
Well, Dan Worrall, 3 seasons at the club and on the cusp of 3 county championships. What a signing he's been.
It's no coincidence, is it? I don't think.
Far
no
from
coincidence.
Yeah, 52 wickets. That's 16, as we mentioned before. Rory Burns over 1,000 runs at 55.
And let's not forget Jordan Clark, a man who gets sometimes forgotten. It's a sort of replacement for Ricky Clark, and he's done that role magnificently with both bat and ball. He's taken key wickets, often blowing the pads off. He's hard at you, he scurries at you, and he'll bowl all day. Strong man. There's Ryan Patel with his pads on, Cameron Steele, Dan Lawrence. All of them played a part. They've had to, because it's been the nature of it. And Kemar Roach, it's been brilliant having him back at the Oval. We should spare some words for Durham, who at times were very much in this game. And they had Surrey 169 for 5. It took really good tail-end partnerships involving the likes of Tom Curran and Tom Laws in tandem with Ryan Patel to get Surrey up to that imposing lead. And it's been like that throughout much of the season. When Surrey have found themselves in a bit of a hole, there's always been somebody there to dig them out. Backroom staff there as well, who all contribute.
As you say, a word for Durham. They've been soundly beaten here, but there've been moments. Remember that we talk about depth being tested. Durham have got a lot of players who haven't been available this week. They've had to go down to a guy in Baz Delita, who typically is their 3rd or 4th seamer, lead the attack this week. James Minto on first class debut at 16 years of age, plenty to work with there. Likewise Hogg, who took a 7 for on his first class debut a few weeks ago. Holder, who bowled with commendable tenacity yesterday.
He looked the real deal yesterday, and really exciting seeing the likes of Minto and Hogg come through.
And then from a batting perspective, not out in both innings, Ackerman, who did everything that could have been asked of him, just didn't have enough around him this week. But massive partnership last week, batting with Beddingham, who ends up, well, at this stage, 1 round to go, the leading run scorer in Division 1, up towards 1,250 runs, and plenty to work with. They're going to be in Division 1 next year. They're going to be a serious threat in Division 1 next year. They're building something at Durham, and it's commendable just how well they've played across the season.
Let's not forget, as you say, deprived of pots and cars here, they might have made a difference. But yeah, I think we're going to see plenty of Durham next year. They're going to be there and thereabouts. Essex will be there and thereabouts. It's an amazing division, Division 1 of the County Championship. Essex, Hampshire, Somerset, Durham, Surrey. And the sides that come up are going to be great to see. Likely to be Sussex and Yorkshire. It's just the best domestic red ball competition in the world by an absolute mile.
This might be the right moment to start saying a few thank yous, given it'll be our last day on air with the Surrey stream in season 2020. Well, Phil Walker's jumped in here as well.
Yeah.
Hello, Phil. Been summoned.
Well,
right?
he's our voice of T20 cricket. He took the side to finals day.
I might get you to do this with me, Daniel. I've got a screen here with a whole bunch of thank yous on there. Why don't we start with the club, Surrey County Cricket Club.
Well, Adam Safroniou, Ben Redwood, Saurav Nagpal, George Leakey, Ollie Irwin, Adam Lamb, James Cutter, Mark Hirons, George Relf, Charlotte Henry, of course Steve Elworthy, Andrew Lane, Emma Calvert. This is going to be a big name, someone we're going to be following a lot next year. Now there's a Surrey women's team playing in the top flight, and of course departing Director of Cricket Alex Stewart, who has been absolutely magnificent these last many years, but particularly the last few. I know how much the three-peat means to him. I remember the championship dinner last year. He had no time for Surrey winning the second title. It was all about the third. And he may yet get his wish, but all of those people have been so important in Surrey's success.
Yeah, it's remarkable. We haven't even mentioned Stewie in the wrap-up so far, but you're spot on. What he's been able to build here over a long stretch of time in charge is such a special thing. Now, for everyone who works on the stream behind the scenes with the cameras, Jake Utley, who runs the show, Greg Ray, Graham Johnson-Robertson, Noel Kavanagh, Pete Simmons, Andy Irwin, Paul Chamberlain, Dan Utley. I mean, we are so lucky to have these class camera operators who surround the Kia Oval and give us every angle we could possibly want. I know that's when I've not been able to work on it. It's such a joy being able to plug in, pop it on YouTube free of charge, and watch Surrey do the business. It's an emblem of how much this technology has advanced over the last 4 or 5 seasons.
Well, we're very lucky to have them. We're very lucky to have the cameras, and for that we've got to thank the club as well, that we've got so many different angles we can bring you as much as we can, the sort of coverage that you're used to when you watch on other channels. And we should also thank our producer Mark Sharman, Sharky, whom you may know from BBC Tailenders podcast. He's not with us during this match, but he's been fabulous at steering the ship behind the scenes.
Other commentators spot on there. In addition to you, Daniel Norcross, me, Adam Collins, Phil Walker with us at the bench, Yas Rana, Cam Ponsonby, Katja Whitney, Taha Hashim, Simon Mann, Dean Wilson, Ben Gardner, Nathan Johns, Ben Jones, Charlie Reynolds and Matt Roller. It has been an ensemble effort. It always is with productions like this, but not only those of us who get to do this week in, week out, I guess it's our day job, but people who've had the first chance to commentate on the Surrey stream, and they've all done a splendid job, and they'll all be back next season.
And they'll all be taking our jobs into the future, and it's just the way it's got to be. As we realise that we're going to have to walk off into the sunset at some point and make way for better, younger, brighter talent. But that's sport. But despite all of those, as we pat ourselves on the back, the people we've really got to thank are all of our viewers that have helped us generate over 2.3 million views across the County Championship, the T20 Blast and the One Day Cup this summer. Domestic cricket, well, it is alive and it is very much well.
And last but not least, the man who had the vision with the Surrey stream when it started a few years ago. He has done so many roles at this club over a long stretch of time. He bleeds for the club. It means an awful lot to him. John Surtees, thank you, Surts. It's been brilliant to have you steering the ship yet again, and looking forward to doing it all again in 2025. So Surrey have done the job here. Their destiny is very much in their own hands. They've defeated Durham by 10 wickets. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in across the season. We cannot wait to do it again in 2025. Good afternoon to you all.
Off to the pub.